SGA is here. Give it up for SGA. Hell yeah, bro. And now everybody sitting around him is in foul trouble.
Wow, that was a knee slapper right there. Shane Gillis at the ESPYs last night.
A knee slapper? What is the over-under on the age for saying the phrase knee slapper?
That was a joke right there.
What the hell? Am I working with Steiny?
Maybe
That's a knee slapper from the 70s, Goo.
I gotta tell you, man, that crowd yesterday was god-awful. I don't know what you expect from a group of athletes that are very sensitive and grew up in an age of sensitivity. I thought Shane Gillis was hilarious yesterday. As welcome back, Spadoni. Myself, thank you, Evan Giddings.
You actually watched the ESPYs?
No, I didn't. I watched all the,
okay.
No, I didn't get it. No, I watched all the clips like everyone else of Shane Gillis and that crowd being god awful. I thought that some of the jokes landed. Some of the jokes were funny, and I think Shane Gillis, for the most part, is a very funny person. It doesn't translate to ESPN, the ESPYs, and all those, snoozers of athletes that are there in the crowd. Because let's face it, they hear the criticism all season long, and they try to say, like, oh, see, I'm a funny guy. I can take the joke. It's killing them. Like, even the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander joke right now, Shea was probably like, I deserved half of those foul calls. I'm just saying, like, I've never felt the need to watch the ESPYs personally. Now, when Steph Curry hosted it, what was that, a year or two ago, a couple of years ago? But it was Steph. So I was like, okay, let's see. I'll give Steph a chance. He's a nice guy. He's a family guy. I thought he had some funny Kings jokes in there when it was the skits. But it's what it is. It's July. We're dying for content. Some people are like, sure, what the hell? Let's turn it on. And I didn't even get to react to the content of the week, which was that All-Star game. And again, shout out Evan Giddings for filling in for me yesterday. I'm sure you guys got to talk about that a bunch. The swing off, all of that. Incredible game. I thought that was awesome. I'm not sure if I love the swing off. That being said, it was an exhibition game, so I'm fine with it. I would have liked to see it go to extras and, either the National League or the American League win it the old-fashioned way. But I thought it was cool. Brent Worker getting some redemption, obviously, from getting screwed the night before with the the 0.01 inch being away from, overcoming Cal Raleigh. That was cool. But yeah, the ESPYs, Joe, I don't know. Did you watch any of it?
Not a single second. The Shane Gillis stuff was stuff that my cousin sent to the thread that I just looked at this morning.
Literally like 30 seconds before we were coming on here.
I just don't care.
Yeah, just not.
I'm so out on ESPN. We were talking about just the broadcast contrast between Fox and ESPN currently, and not that Fox is perfect by any stretch right now, but in terms of how they broadcasted the game the other day and everything. And I think just overall, my sentiment is there are specific ESPN entities that still are good to me. College Game Day is excellent. I still, enjoy Pat McAfee from time to time, but the majority of ESPN's broadcasting I could do without. And in fact, I would have, I would probably take it a step further and say the gold standard for almost all my life is probably dead to me.
Which is kind of crazy because for most of us growing up, why we got into sports was a big part of it was because of ESPN. And I remember when, if your team was having a down year, right, and they weren't heavily featured on there, because it's always going to be the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Dodgers, Lakers, whatever, right? But, back in the heyday of if the Warriors are having a bad season, but they had an amazing win, what are you going to do that night?
Yeah, you're going to run to ESPN.
Exactly, because they're going to talk about it. Yep. It's going to be fun, and I'm going to hear whoever it was way back in the day talk about the game, whether it's, Stuart Scott doing the booyah calls, Dan Patrick, Keith Olbermann's of the world, right? That was when it was fun. Now, in this world of, I'm not sitting down on my television to watch SportsCenter anymore, and I'm just looking for clips, and yeah, maybe I'll go to the pre- and post-game shows of like the NFL, maybe the NBA, but even that's becoming more and more of a niche thing. Yeah, it's disappointing that I don't care about ESPN like I used to anymore, which sucks because I love ESPN when it was in its heyday.
Yeah, they were the only alternative at the time, right? So they had cornered the market, and even though Fox Sports had risen with like the Best Damn Sports Show, and they had their own version of what would be SportsCenter. I forget what they called it back then, but they had different highlight package shows.
Right.
And they were never as good as SportsCenter, but SportsCenter also had Linda Cohn and Stuart Scott and all the individual personalities that I seeked out.
It felt big time because those people were synonymous. Like Chris Berman, watching Chris Berman talk NFL football felt big time.
No
and that's
doubt.
why you wanted to tune in for prime time, right? Sunday NFL prime time. So they could break down all the games. Him and Tom Jackson. It would be the best.
Yeah,
Love
there's no
stuff.
doubt. And I just don't know. I don't really know I don't know what lane ESPN wants to be in. Do they want to be like taken serious as like we televise all the best games? Or do they want to be a content creator? I know they're going to say all of the above. At one point, they did hardcore journalism for the longest time, and they actually did real journalism. And I know when the domino flipped is when they went hard on concussions, and they were partnered with the NFL, and the NFL was like, yeah, you better like back off the concussion thing, or we're not going to be partners anymore.
Well, and they still do, to their credit. There's certain writers that are still there, and obviously, shout out to our friend Anthony Slater, friend of the show, our insider, formerly of The Athletic, now officially over to ESPN, where he was prior to being with The Athletic. So shout out Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Warriors insider, and now insider for ESPN as well. So they still do some good work over there. The Brian Windhorst, Ramona Shelburne article we referenced just the other week, talking about LeBron, all of that. Seth Wickersham, right? All the work he's done when it comes to the Brady Belichick saga. So they still have some people over there.
They do, but I think that when you think ESPN right now, what are you thinking of? I'm thinking of Stephen A.
Yeah, him and Pat McAfee.
Yeah, McAfee as well. Yeah. I consider McAfee like his own entity. Like I think he could walk away right now from ESPN and do something very similar. Now, he is definitely benefiting from having the Schefters and the Windies and all the different people that ESPN puts through the car wash and gives you to your platform. But it's not the same. It's not what it was. In many ways, they mirror what I have like a running joke about Nebraska football. Nebraska football's never coming back. I don't care what anyone says. It's never coming back. They're done. They might be good for a year or two. Good luck getting a bunch of 18, 19, 20-year-olds to want to go to Nebraska.
Well, the NIL money could change that.
No,
get a good booster in there.
I'm letting you know this.
I will play in Nebraska for millions of dollars. I'll tell you right now.
Joe, I'm letting you know this right now. Nebraska football will never be what it was in the 80s and 90s and the 70s prior. It's never turning back.
Can you name 2 cities in Nebraska?
Lincoln.
I said 2. Skip that. Yeah, see, I couldn't even name Lincoln.
I know that there's there's a golf course out there that's really Pine Bluffs or something.
Omaha. There we go. That's Omaha, Nebraska. There we go. That's the College World Series, right? That's over there. So, look at us. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk Righteously Brewed in San Francisco. So you were with E-Dog Evan Giddings yesterday. I'm sure you guys touched a lot of the baseball. How'd it go with the unveiling of our bracket, our Bay Area Sports Talk bracket?
I thought it went pretty good. We broke down Jimmy G and is he elite?
Oh, God.
And obviously Brock Purdy, this feels like he's going through the exact same existence. And then broke down Kevin Durant and just the entire saga there. I mean, really, you're chipping away at boulders. I mean, these things are, Stonehenge thinks these things are ancient.
So you had the 4 categories in the top right quadrant. So we have this up on our YouTube and our social, right? Are the best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century. And we will be diving into some more of those today. And we would love your participation. You know the number, 888-957-9570. That is the number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, 888-957-9570. Do we unveil which ones we're talking right now, Joe, or do you want to tease that a little bit later? What do you want to do? How do you want to do that?
No, I say we tease it. As we're talking about ESPN, I did want to bring up some. There's a YouTube golfer named Grant Horvat. I don't know if you're familiar with him, but the guy
sounds familiar.
Yeah, the guy's got millions of views and followers, and he's humongous and very similar to Pat McAfee. All the big corporate brands want to be able to work with him, and I just feel like we've reached an inflection point in media, and we're going to have someone who actually likes to really evaluate media, and Ethan Sherwood-Strauss on in about an hour. And I want to ask him, as he's gone away from ESPN, he split off at ESPN and started his own independent Substack, and he's done a really good job there. I follow him on Substack. He writes very interesting pieces. Some I agree with, some I don't, but they definitely make me think every single time. But a guy like Grant Horvat was offered by the PGA Tour. This is not a PGA Tour guy. This is a YouTuber. He makes YouTube golf videos.
He's a separate entity.
He was offered by the PGA Tour to compete in the Barracuda, which is up in the Tahoe, Truckee area. It is basically a cross event. Right now you have a major going on in golf. In the golf world right now, they are all overseas, and they're doing in Ireland, the British Open, and it's called the Open. And they usually do a PGA Tour event that kind of goes against it. And so anybody that doesn't qualify for the Open would play in this Barracuda. And so to drum up interest for it, the PGA Tour was like, hey, Grant Horvat, we will give you a sponsor's exemption and let you play in this. Grant Horvat makes so much money from his independent YouTube channel where he's doing Phil Mickelson videos and Scotty Scheffler videos, and he does stuff with the Bryan brothers, who are also YouTube sensations. He basically said to the PGA Tour, he said, hey, I'll do the event if you let me do my YouTube thing. And the PGA Tour said, no, we're not letting you do your YouTube thing on our brand. And he basically declined it. Think about that. 15 years ago, 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago. Could you imagine somebody in the world of sports saying no to one of the big brands and getting an opportunity because their YouTube channel was infinitely more popular and more lucrative for that individual than actually competing on the PGA Tour event? I thought it was wild, but it's where we are in the media landscape.
That is pretty wild. I'm looking up this guy right now as the Open is currently underway over at, where's it at this year? It's
in Ireland.
It's in Ireland.
It's in the town where Rory McIlroy, or close to proximity where Rory McIlroy grew up.
So Northern
Royal Portrush?
Royal Portrush, Northern Ireland then. Okay. I always root for my Irish guy, Shane Lowry's of the world, Paddy Harrington. There you go. And then obviously Rory McIlroy of Northern Ireland, a little different. But you know what? I always like golfing in the rain. I think it's an underrated aspect of it, and it separates the men from the boys. So good luck to all those people out there. But I'm looking up this guy, Grant Horvat, right now. And you're right. He actually, Scotty Scheffler, the world number one. Oh, I mean, this guy's unflappable, right? And he had a one-on-one with him on his YouTube channel. And Scheffler tried to give him the advice of, hey, man, they're giving you a spot. I wouldn't hesitate to take it. Now, part of this is Scheffler. He's the face of PGA Tour right now. He is the guy, one of the faces, him alongside Rory. So he's trying to, hold the water up for the organization. I feel him on that. There's a little bit of that. But also I feel Scheffler's telling the guy, like, hey, dude, if you want to branch out, here's your opportunity to do so.
He doesn't need the Barracuda tournament. He's printing money on his YouTube page.
Okay, but if you want to be taken seriously within professional golfing, like, that's great. You could be a YouTuber. You could be Jake Paul. You could be Logan Paul. If you want to be taken seriously in like a professional sports world, then you could, do this, maybe win it, finish top 5, qualify top 10, whatever.
But what he's saying is he doesn't need it.
Well, then don't do it then. Okay, then don't do it. But I'm not gonna care about Grant Horvat going forward then. Like,
well, I mean,
if he's not playing in the big tournaments, right? He's just gonna be another YouTuber to me.
Well,
that's fine.
That being said, Bryson DeChambeau is huge on YouTube now.
And it's changed the perceptions of him.
Yeah, Bryson's also not this guy Grant Horvat.
No, but I think where I'm going,
major championships.
I think Joe, where I'm going at with this is that as you see news that Fox Sports fires everybody on all these television shows who are former athletes, and it's because of the scandal with Joy Taylor and their big executive and Emmanuel Acho. As they're firing them, who are they rumored to hire? A bunch of YouTube and podcasters in Barstool. And I'm coming back to this same kind of stance where this media landscape that we're in right now is completely upside down. And I think that legacy media has been slow to adapt, ourselves included. Look at radio. I think this is a great indicator. Like, people watch us and listen to us in non-traditional ways. Yeah. We have a bunch of people watching us on YouTube. You couldn't do that 10 years ago. Yeah. Not a lot of people have old school transistor radios like they used to. That's why I've scoffed at measuring us by this Nielsen ratings for so many years. It's a completely archaic, blind dart throw. And as you look across, whether it's ESPN, Fox Sports, Amazon, Apple Plus, NBA, as we're going to talk about Adam Silver, everybody is trying to figure out what is the correct course of action to monetize what we're doing the right way. And someone like Grant Horvat, like Barstool, their value is that they can actually tell these big entities, yeah, I'd like to work with you, but I don't need you. And that is just a complete upside down reversal of where we were 5-10 years ago. Nobody told ESPN 10 years ago, yeah, I don't need you. You know, Dan Le Batard branched off from ESPN and is making more money with DraftKings. That couldn't be said 10 years ago. Barstool will probably partner with Fox Sports, but they don't really need Fox Sports. Now, I'm sure it'll be financially lucrative for both individuals.
Correct.
But think about where we're at right now in our media landscape. A guy who's not a real actual golfer told a golf event, yeah, I don't think I need to go on to one of your events. It's just, as I watched the ESPYs last night, and it felt like I'm watching an archaic thing from yesteryear, I'm telling you, man, things are upside down right now in the media world.
And what you're referring to is, Fox Sports, obviously. They're nearing an expansive deal with Barstool founder Dave Portnoy. That would include him appearing on its college football pregame show. The deal would also involve Barstool content being featured on FS1, sources told Front Office Sports. So that's via Front Office Sports there. And obviously, this goes back to, remember, Barstool tried to do it with ESPN, and ESPN backed out. They didn't feel comfortable with it. They had the, the Part of My Take crew, Big Cat, and
they're supposed to be a part of this Fox
They're supposed
thing.
to be part of it, too. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I question when there is a separate entity like that and it becomes more corporate and they're not going to be able to do their F-bombs, their S-bombs, stuff like that.
Depends.
And it's worked with McAfee. Right, it's worked over with ESPN.
They've allowed McAfee to have some leniency,
and that's basically one guy. I know he has his crowd around him and his other producers and other hosts around him, but it's basically Pat McAfee. I do wonder if Fox can handle the egos of all those different, the Portnoys, the Big Cats of the world, and the PFT commenters of the world. Yeah,
I just think we're in such a shifting media landscape, and I think as you see the broadcast partners struggle with this, now look at the different leagues. The NFL sells all their packages nationally. Who are they partnered with? Apple?
Everyone.
Amazon.
Yeah.
CBS, Fox, ESPN. They're wherever you are, the consumer. I think the NBA is why they made this new deal with Apple and why they've got some things that they want to throw onto Amazon and why NBC is one of their partners right now because they want to get on that Peacock app. They are trying to figure out these regional sports networks, they're going away. How do we adjust in this ever-shifting media landscape? I think Major League Baseball is having the same discussion as they do Friday nights on Apple Plus. MLS, where do you find MLS? Apple Plus, it's behind a paywall. Yeah. So I think not only are the broadcast partners, the traditional legacy media, trying to shift right now, I think the leagues are trying to navigate it right now. I think the personalities within these entities and independently are trying to figure it out. I don't think I've ever been more confused as a consumer as to what the hell is actually going on. And the question comes back to, how do I just watch the Giants tonight? How do I just watch the Warriors tonight? The Niners tomorrow, right? That's the question my mom asks all the time.
Well, it's everything but the game, kind of. It's what's happening before and after, and obviously during the halftime show or whatever, but no one really watches that or cares about that.
Nobody watches
because I'm going to watch another game at the same time that's overlapping it. So it doesn't matter.
So true.
But that's also kind of what I'm getting at here, and I know we're up against it, and the number, it's 888-957-9570 is, how are you consuming right now? And I want to ask the people because we have so many different people. Either they're texting in on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line, or they're commenting on YouTube, right? We got people calling in. So we do have different ways of reaching you and people reaching us. And obviously, the traditional fashion of just listening on the radio, on the FM dial, or you're on the app, the Odyssey app, which is free to download. It is awesome. We have all these different ways.
We're also on iHeart now,
We also are on iHeart. Exactly.
Which is
iHeart.
crazy.
We have a deal
so
with
if you're
them.
on iHeart, that's where you can catch us as well.
We're everywhere, right? And but at the same time is when it comes to the television broadcast these days and people cutting the cord, right? I don't find myself watching the Fox pre and post like I used to with the Kurt Menefees of the world and Howie Long.
Do you watch College Game Day?
Sometimes
I have it on in the background.
I like it when it came to Cal and it was regional. That was cool. So I was I'll tune in there. That's pretty unique, right? But not all the time. Now, granted, I say that it's on my phone. So there's I'm watching some clips of the what did Nick Saban say about Alabama? How's Nick Saban feeling about USC or what Ohio State?
It's not appointment television for you or appointment viewing.
I I don't know what is appointment viewing still when it comes to pre and post stuff for
Inside the
people.
NBA was for me still.
Still.
Is
it still for most people right now?
I don't know if I'm alone in that.
888-957-9570. What? Outside of the games for you people, our fans. I don't want to say that, right? What do you mean, you people? What is appointment viewing anymore in sports outside of the games? 888-957-9570.
The NBA Cup is.
Well, I mean,
that's a joke.
It's just, it's big time. You heard LeBron.
But why does the NBA Cup exist? To create appointment viewing
during a regular season.
During the regular season for your broadcast partners.
Which we don't care enough about during the regular season anymore.
100%.
It's all about the Benjamins. We know that. Shout out Benjamin Spadoni. He should be asleep right now. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We can actually touch on this with Ethan Sherwood Strauss, House of Strauss Substack. I'm sure he's talked about this ad nauseum, wrote about it ad nauseum, and I can't wait to talk about his latest piece in regards to big NBA money screw-ups. Talking about that in the CBA right now. And quite frankly, I think the NBA has a problem, and we're going to get into it.
I want to hear this.
And Dave Fleming is going to come up at 8:30 as well. Talk about Giants' second half, All-Star break, all of that. It's Spadoni, it's Jasky, it's the Morning Roast, it's 95.7 The Game.
morning roast. This is the morning roast with Joe Saboni and Joe Strauss. We'll be right back after the break.
I love that that's we'll be right back after the break as we just come back from break. It's my favorite part about that rejoin. It's like Inception, which I was watching the other day because I haven't seen it like in a decade plus. So it's still so damn good. Chris Nolan in his bag, Leo DiCaprio, Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
The spinning dreidel thingy?
The totem.
Oh, is that what he calls it? Okay,
yeah, the spinning top.
Yeah,
but they're called the totem, so they know if they're in a dream or out of a dream.
Yeah, it's so good.
What would yours be?
A dream within a dream within a dream. What would mine be?
Yeah, like you have your own little thing, like rolling dice.
No,
Either baseball, yeah.
I don't know. I don't like things in my pockets.
No, yeah, you'd have a football that keeps spinning. If not, that's what you would do, right? It's Spadoni, it's Jasky, it's the Morning Roast. We were talking ESPYs. We were talking just where we're at with sports media right now and what are we consuming as Fox Sports is trying to partner with Barstool. There's according to reports there that they're going to, be doing some stuff with the college football broadcast next year. We'll see what's going on with ESPN going forward. Obviously, these regional deals in the sports world. Front Office Sports had to sit down with Adam Silver, the commissioner of the NBA. Commissioner saying, we're not going to expand until we figure out these regional sports broadcasts. And when is that going to happen? We'll talk to Ethan Sherwood Strauss in about 27 minutes. House of Strauss, obviously former of ESPN. He was there during the heyday of the Golden State Warriors and their dynasty run. And he's talking about the NBA and where their finances are screwing up right now and kind of screwing some of the younger players right now.
I also think he's an interesting individual as we talk about, like, how do you consume stuff? He broke away from ESPN and went independent and chose to stay independent.
Right.
As we're talking about, like, different independent industries or independent companies coming together with these big corporations. There's just a lot going on. He wrote something about the NBA, and it's on his Substack. I follow him on Substack, and I just think it's really good. One thing that I saw is we're talking about all this money. Oklahoma City just spent like $1 billion on 3 guys: Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'm talking about the life of the contracts.
Good for them, right? Like I do want to say that I am happy to see those guys rewarded for winning a title and wanting to keep a young core together going forward. Continue.
Yeah, but at some point, because of the CBA and the restrictions, one of these guys will not be on the team 4 or 5 years from now. They're going to have to make a decision. You literally can't field the team.
Which is dumb, I think, first and foremost. Like, the whole point of drafting young talent is wanting to keep them and paying them and trying to keep them. And now we have a league that's trying to say, no, you can't do that. Then what are we doing here, right? Right? A little bit.
We have spent more time this offseason in the NBA talking about the finance of the teams and what they're going to do spending-wise and what they can't do spending-wise and who they can't trade than we have talking about team building and how your team can get better. It's about dumping, and it's about restricting. And I just don't think as a league and as a fan of a team, I want to talk about how we've gotten better. Like the Niners had a lot of holes this offseason, and they let some guys go. We could argue, hey, was letting Dre Greenlaw go the right move? I don't know.
We'll see.
Right? But there's a part of, hey, we got a lot cheaper in certain areas, and we think we got better in certain areas because of the draft.
Right.
And we extended Brock Purdy to keep him. We extended, Fred Warner to keep him.
Real quick, speaking on the Niners, I don't want to send this out there. Wednesday night, so last night, you might have been asleep, the 49ers reached a contract agreement with their second-round rookie defensive tackle Alfred Collins.
Good.
The rookie deal is worth $10.3 million over 4 years and includes $9 million guaranteed. That's per Adam Schefter and Adam Schefter's source, obviously. So the Niners are the third team, I believe, now to actually sign their second-round pick of this past year's draft. So I had to throw that in there. It's important. It's important right now as we're talking finances, right?
And I don't think anybody really cares. Did he make 9? Did he make 10? They're just like, oh, good. Our second-round pick's going to be there, right? And I think too much about the offseason this for like a basketball fan has been about salary dumping and who can't afford what and what restrictions are in place. And it's just really difficult.
I just want to talk about the teams.
Exactly.
Like, what was fun during like the heyday of the Warriors, the Cavs, LeBron, Steph? Like, all right, what team in the East is actually going to give them a run for their money? Which team in the West is going to legitimately be there? All right, I think it's the Rockets. And then, are we buying the Hawks, right? And the Raptors, I don't know. Like, let's talk about the actual teams in the game. Like, we're still talking about, it's July 17th, and we're either talking about Kaminga Or LeBron James.
Or the Phoenix Suns dumping a bunch of people.
There you go.
And the Boston Celtics dumping a bunch of people.
It's not fun.
No,
it's not fun.
I don't think it's great for the consumer, is what I would say. And so I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, like, let's just remove Jonathan Kaminga.
Yeah.
He's not the only one that's going through this right now. There's kind of like a musical chairs game going on in the NBA because of all these restrictions. You can only pay so many guys. And if you're not one of the guys that gets a big monster contract, those are the halves, you become instantly in kind of no man's land. And put Kaminga in there in the mix, but think about the guy who didn't get the contract from Oklahoma City. It's about Josh Giddey.
Yeah.
Now, a couple years ago, I think a lot of people thought Josh Giddey was going to be a part of their long-term future.
Oh, I did. I thought his stock was rising.
Yeah, and quickly he had a playoff series that was really ugly, and there was some stuff off the court that he was
big though. Like his image took a massive hit with those allegations with him off the court, and I think it was made people uncomfortable, and it was out of sight, out of mind. I don't need to pay attention to this guy anymore. And also with the rise of all those other young players, I didn't need to.
No,
and Oklahoma City told you this past offseason, we don't need you. Kick rocks. We'll bring in Caruso.
Yeah. So you're 100% correct. And so, like, I'm thinking about the way the NBA conducted business 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Someone like Kaminga or Josh Giddey, maybe they don't get a $250 million deal, but they would have got something that would have been somewhere in the middle ground that we all would have said, like, yeah, probably an overpay right now, but you're hoping he can live up to the contract over time.
Maybe like a 3-year 70, 75 million, something like that. It's like, I could see that, right?
It's all monopoly money to the normal Joes, but you know what I'm saying? Like, he is sitting here going, does anybody want to give me a big contract?
And he's clearly good enough to be like a difference maker on like legit teams. I know he was on the Bulls, but even when he was on the Thunder playing with those other guys, you could see the talent there. Hell, I'd take him on the Warriors right now because I do think he'd be a positive on the court now with all this off the court stuff. Will people still want to bring him in here? I don't know. But just we're talking pure basketball. I still think he's a positive player. He is.
And the reason why I bring him up is because him, like Kaminga, because these guys didn't get the mega max contracts of a Chet, Jalen, or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they're coming up on the end of their deal, they're kind of stuck in no man's land, and they become have-nots. And what Ethan Sherwood-Strauss, who we're going to have on in about 15 minutes, what he was writing about is that back in the day, the old way of conducting business at media, we would say things like this, and we were all guilty of this. How will money change player X? If I give this guy $100 million, what's he going to do? I remember when, like, Pablo Sandoval, everyone was like, he can't keep his weight now. When you give him $100 million, what's he going to do?
Just think of all the Happy Meals he's going to be downing. Oh, my God.
But, Joe, was that not a real concern?
No, it was.
How will money change this individual?
God, I can go for
now, like Ethan Sherwood-Strauss went to Summer League. He wrote an article. He says, now, you know how people are talking? How will not getting the money of a Chet, of a Jalen, affect the psyche of someone like a Josh Giddey, like a Jonathan Kaminga? I thought that was crazy fascinating.
I think that's a great point. And we're going to pick this up on the other side because we are up against it. Bruce in Ohio also wants to join in the conversation, talking about, we're kind of balancing this right now about sports consumption and how we're consuming sports. And ultimately, it does have a trickle-down effect to the actual players now going forward when it comes to these regional contracts, all this different stuff happening, and all the league finances getting tightened up, especially in the NBA. It's affecting players like Josh Giddey and Jonathan Kaminga. But it is time now for the strongest player of the game, because the Valkyries did have a game last night, and you know what that means the day after. It means we have the strongest player of the game. Brought to you by El Camino Health, our strength, your health. And I love, keep it up. Keep it up. Fly to the Valkyries. Give it to me. I always think of Bugs Bunny when I hear this. Every time. Yeah. They're struggling right now, though, Joey. Golden State Valkyries have dropped their third straight game yesterday afternoon against the Seattle Storm. But they did get 10 points and 4 rebounds from Janelle Solon. It's the second consecutive strong performance from Janelle. On Tuesday night, she had several clutch shots, including this game-tying jumper in the fourth quarter.
Hayes will be the inbounder. Hayes gets it to Solon. Solon, jumper. It's in! Oh, Janelle Solon tying it up and 77. Listen to the crowd at Chase. Janelle Salon, the rookie, coming up big here late. A huge three, and now a jumper from the left side on the inbound. Over the contest of Alyssa Thomas. She buries it.
All right, that sound courtesy of Deuce Mason right here on 95.7 The Game, where we are your home for Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, baby, basketball. And you can find it all on the Odyssey app, which is free as well. And that was the strongest player of the game, brought to you by El Camino Health. Our strength, your health. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Come on back on the other side. Bruce in Ohio will get to you, plus Ethan Sherwood Strauss at the top of the hour. House of Strauss, Substack, formula of ESPN. Guy knows his stuff when it comes to all things NBA basketball. And we'll discuss the latest in regards to what the hell's going on with Jonathan Kaminga and the Josh Giddeys of the world not getting paid. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hi, this is Dwayne from Concord. You're listening to the Morning Roast. Spadoni, the Italians love you.
Andy Shasky.
Shasky, you're pretty cool too.
He's an Italian.
This Italian loves Joe Shasky, Italian-American. By the way, this segment is brought to you by Golden State. They're in the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Ethan Strauss joining us in about, 11 minutes. House of Strauss on Substack, formerly of ESPN, and talking some NBA finances. What the hell is going on with Jonathan Kaminga and some of these other players that want to get paid and probably aren't going to get paid what they want? The dying of the NBA's middle class and how it affects these guys, the mentals going forward. Like, I'd feel some type of way if I'm Jonathan Kaminga right now, feeling like I was going to get somewhat paid, and now I'm not really going to get. Am I going to get qualifying offered? I'm going to make like $10 million this year?
I don't think it's just Jonathan Kaminga.
No, it's not. It's Josh Giddey. There's a bunch of people.
What about Klay Thompson a couple years ago when he could clearly see the writing on the wall? There was only so much money earmarked for him, and he wanted a certain number of years and money. And when he didn't get that status, it almost like, I'm not saying it harpooned the entire season, but he clearly wasn't in the right frame of mind.
What did he end up making? What was it?
He got a 3-year, $25 million.
$325, is that what he ended up making?
I mean, the rumor was, whether people believe it or not, but the rumor that was floated was the Warriors offered him 2 for $24 million each, which would have been 48 over 2, but he wanted the 3rd year.
Right. No.
Because of the status that comes along with that extra year and being able to align up with Draymond. Whether that's real or not, that was what was perceived by certain individuals who cover the team.
3 years, $50 million. It was a sign and trade. Yeah, $350. But I do believe, according to reports, the Lakers offered him more, but he turned it down. I could be misremembering that, but I'm pretty sure that's what happened when it came to Klay Thompson. Obviously, I think the pressure would have been so much more. They're playing for the team he grew up rooting for. Obviously, how it ended in LA in that second round series against the Lakers a couple of years ago just did not end well. But a guy like Klay Thompson, who probably thought, as you're saying, who's going to make more? Malik Monk, another guy we all thought was going to get broken off by someone. Didn't really get that money that he was looking for. So that middle class, as we're talking about, which is what Klay Thompson kind of found himself in, last year, it's kind of just dissipating a little bit. And I hate that I'm about to say this right now. And we're going to ask East and Bruce and Ohio will get to you in a second. I hate that I feel like the NBA is at this kind of crossroads when it comes to the coverage and the product slowly becoming more and more like this. I don't like where the NBA is heading right now.
What do you mean?
I don't like that we're hurting teams that are trying to get better. I don't like that we're going to punish Warriors, Lakers, teams that want to spend a lot, help the Celtics, teams that have been carrying the league, Joe, for 2+ decades. And they're getting punished now.
What about
not the Washington Wizards?
Okay.
Not the Atlanta Hawks. Not the Portland Trailblazers. Not teams that you and I and most people couldn't give a rip about. Talking about Rip City. No, I couldn't give a rip about these squads. And we're punishing the squads that we all actually care about. And we're going to have this fantasy notion of, but it's good for the league that we have all this parity. No, it's not. It's not good that we have 7 different NBA champions in a row. That's not a good thing.
Why isn't that a good thing?
Because
for you?
We pretend
the people.
Because we pretend that we care about parity. In reality, we don't.
No,
we don't want that. I want a super team. I want to root either for or against a super team. That is baked into the equation all the time. And who knows? Maybe the Thunder end up becoming that. But what did we just talk about last segment? You signed Jalen Williams, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Chet Holmgren to these massive contracts. Oh, well, you're going to have to get rid of one of them in a year.
No, that's insane.
Stupid.
And they did it the right way in the sense of they drafted and developed their own, correct?
Which is what the Warriors did.
Which they should be able to be rewarded.
Yes, absolutely. And now there was the whole KD on top of that aspect of it, but he was a free agent. And he should be able to dictate where he wants to go going forward, and the team should be able to pay him as such. I just hate that it's going to take another Joey Lightyears, if you will, another Joe Lacob to say, F you to the league, screw the second apron or whatever. I'm going to double and triple down on a super team. And maybe that's the wake-up call.
But here's the problem when you do that, is that you lock in all your draft cap. Like, they made it so difficult because it freezes all your other assets, and what you have is what you have for whatever 3 or 4 or 5 years, and so there's no getting out of it.
Totally, and it's going to take another Kevin Durant type of a signing that no one sees coming, I think, for it to change. Yeah. But it's going to take someone, because you're not going to be able to trade for him, to your point. You're just not going to.
I just think there are so many disgruntled individuals. At least the perception is that there are disgruntled individuals. And I think you know what the common fan's thinking? Why are you mad? Yeah. You're making a ton of money, right? But there's this status that comes along. It's not about the actual money. It's also the status, the playing time, the equity within the organization, the pecking order, if you will. Like, you know what their currency is in the NBA? Status.
Correct.
Amongst each other.
Yes.
Right? And I think that's similar to a lot of industries, like being the foreman versus being just a journeyman or an apprentice, right? There's a status with all of those things.
Well, that was absolutely at the forefront when it came to Jordan Poole a couple years ago. There was a big part. There was a big part of getting paid, and he hadn't gotten paid prior to the punch, right? But that was a big talking point and a bugaboo. A lot of people that were looking to get paid, the Klay Thompsons of the world, the Draymond Greens of the world, right?
Biggest bugaboo of this team. I want to defend the players, because what do you expect them to do when they're when the difference between like for example, Josh Giddey and Jonathan Kaminga right now, they're both making $8-9 million. Okay, yeah. The difference between signing a Chet Holmgren deal and one of these other deals, I mean, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollar difference.
Yeah, and I don't think they're hundreds of millions of dollars away from them as players. Like, that's a lot for me. Like, is Chet Holmgren to you? And he had a pretty good,
no, he's really good.
He's really good. Like, is he worth $250 million more than a Jonathan Kaminga type of player?
Probably not.
Not 200.
No, probably not.
100 plus? Sure.
Well, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. But again, you're even projecting Chet Holmgren going forward that he's going to live up to that.
And I think that's where I think the frustration lies. Hey, he is better than Kaminga right now and on that team. I agree.
He isn't.
But I don't think he is that much. Like, that's actually a really good point.
I don't think
I think you're 100% correct, actually.
It's kind of ridiculous,
yeah, he's not hundreds of millions of dollars better than Jonathan Kaminga. No, that I agree with. Like, and this, I guess, comes back to the CBA. You've set your players up for being mad at each other, for infighting about this status and then the money difference. And then you're also just creating locker room tension. It's a bad look all across the board. And so I think you're setting your league up. I remember when Adam Silver came on, I forget who he came on with, and he goes, we have a real problem with our league. Everybody's unhappy. The average player is depressed. And I think like the consumer was sitting here like, what?
Yeah.
How could you be depressed making $9 million? And it's like, no, because within their profession, they feel professionally unfulfilled.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because of the status not being reached, because of this, and they're fighting for money and all this stuff. And like, I kind of get where he was coming from now, but that's a bad thing that you have set up. As the system that you have created is bad.
Did you and Evan touch on yesterday at all Scotty Scheffler's most recent comments? Yeah. World number one, obviously in golf, the guy that's probably the favorite in the club.
And I basically told him that there's been times in my life I'm not pretending that I'm Scotty Scheffler, but no. You work so hard to get here, and then you get here, and you're like, is this all there is?
Right.
And then you win a month, and you're like, yeah, it doesn't matter. Win 5 months in a row. Win 10 books in a row. Do it for 20 straight years. Like, this unfulfilledness as you're chasing this dream and you're chasing these stuff. I think a lot of people, I think Kobe was tortured by chasing and grinding, and it's never being enough. I think Tiger was tortured by those things.
Tom Brady. I mean, the guy sacrificed his marriage because he just kept wanting to chase and chase and chase, and it was never enough for them. And we love those players, but at the same time, like, you look back and say, like, man, like, maybe they should have taken a step back for their own personal health. And I actually commend guys like Scotty Scheffler that are open to talking about it, because right now, it's one thing to talk about it after your career's over. It's another thing to talk about it. He's literally the number one right now. And he's telling everyone, it's like, yeah, I'm not really fulfilled. Even though I've won $100 million, I've won the Masters, I've won all these major tournaments. I am the best in my craft right now, and I'm not fulfilled. No, and I am married, and I do have a kid.
Yeah.
And it's just, and it goes back to the NBA and why we're talking about this, right? These guys not feeling fulfilled enough, and there's this different expectations for players in the ring talk and all of it, and what motivates you. I just found it fascinating. I find
it fascinating too, but I also acknowledge that, like, you know what the average fan's thinking? Yeah, I'm unfulfilled too. I go to work every single day and I make a fraction of what you make.
No, for sure.
You know, like Scottie Scheffler could retire today and he'd be fine.
He could.
Financially, okay? And he'd be fine financially. You know, and obviously he'd have to invest appropriately, but the average person is continuing to go to work because they literally have to feed their family.
Yes.
Right? So there's a big difference. And I think it falls on a lot of deaf ears, but you and I appreciate it and we see the truth in it and all that. I don't know if it lands the same way with the average fan.
Not that it lands the same way, but when it comes to motivation in life, there's different, obviously. There's the Scottie Schefflers of the world, and there's real life stuff. People are just trying to make ends meet and try to, get like power and water and running like all of that and just have a roof over their heads, right? By the way, I just want to mention this. We continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. That's every day this week. Each show, we're going to be giving out one of our awesome prizes. And today, we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock. Yeah, the Aftershock Festival.
God.
It's October 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, Discovery Park in Sacramento. So be listening starting at 7:30 to learn how you can win. Real quick, before we get to Ethan Strauss, I do want to get to Bruce in Ohio, who's been hanging on tight. Bruce, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
How we doing, guys? Good show so far. I just wanted to touch base real quick on the consumption of sports media. I'm a lifelong Bay Area sports fan, grew up in the Bay Area. My life has traveled me out to Ohio, hence the name, and I still want to consume all of my various Bay Area media sources. But I've also cut the cord on cable. So I buy the NBA package, the MLB package, the NFL packages, and then various, Netflix and whatnot for the kids. And it's really cool because now they give you, like, on the MLB stuff, they'll give me the pregame show, the postgame show, the broadcast from the Bay Area every time. And specifically with stuff like you guys with the sports talk radio, I've listened to the not-to-be-named station lifelong, as well as when you guys came into existence, hopped on over to 95.7. And now that you're on YouTube, I find myself watching it every morning instead of going to a Sports Center or a Fox Sports, because I feel like I just get more of a varied take that's not pre-programmed from guys that are just coming off the cuff with it. And shout out to YouTube, where I quite literally will pause it for like 10, 15 minutes when the show gets started and then fast forward the first few commercials. And it's been wonderful. So just wanted to throw my 2 cents out there. Continue the good work, gents. Talk to you later.
And I love
Bruce
that
in
call.
Ohio.
I really appreciate it. I'm fascinated by how people are consuming things because I know my habits have changed dramatically. And, I know we're going to have Ethan on. I can't wait to kind of, I'll start right there with him. But
got him right here, right now.
Oh, do we have?
Yep.
Okay, so like my cousin and I have talked about this a lot.
Yeah, let me get the legal real quick before we get to Ethan. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And now joining us on the River Islands guest line, Ethan Sherwood Strauss, House of Strauss, Substack, formerly of ESPN. You know the guy, and if you don't, you're about to.
Yeah, Ethan, a big fan of yours. I don't think we've ever had an opportunity to talk to each other. I follow you on Substack, and I know you're as fascinated with just how sports fans consume things and how we view stuff. And I've had these long conversations with my cousin who's not in sports media, but he's a finance guy, and he's obsessed with just like the ever-changing landscape of how we consume stuff. And he keeps saying, hey, there's national and then there's hyper-local, and it feels like there's no middle ground. And he really thinks that like the hyper-local focus is never going away. But at the same time, he understands that the business model, and I guess we're going just more broadcast for the games themselves. The business model is, hey, let's go national. Let's have everything on Amazon. Let's have it on Apple Plus, carte blanche. Let's get rid of blackouts. And you're seeing Major League Baseball and the NBA, like they've had a lot of financial issues because of these regional sports networks kind of going bankrupt. What's your thought on how the average fan consumes these sports these days in the modern era?
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? The NBA salary cap is less than what people thought it would be, precisely because of the collapse of the local media. All these headlines about the big national TV deal, and it is impressive, just all the billions that they're raking in. But they've got this other problem that isn't as paid attention to, which is just the collapse of all of these RSNs. And there just seems to be something screwed up here. There's something messed up. There seems to be demand. There are all these people locally who want their sports, but for whatever reason, it's just not being priced properly, or it's attached to all this other stuff, and the cable bundle's dying. I don't know if I can fix it all. It just seems like we're in this transition period where one model is dying, the other model isn't totally there, and it's just sad. It's really sad that we don't have as much certainty going on, and we can't just trust that things are going to be regular. And we almost have a false sense of it because the Warriors are a really popular team. The Giants are a really popular team. It is bleak out there. If we're talking about a Hornets or whatever, it's like public access television almost for some of these teams. So we don't even have a sense of how bad it is.
Talking with Ethan Strauss here on the Morning Roast. His latest on the House of Strauss and Substack. Big NBA money screws up careers of guys who don't get it. And Ethan, Shams Charania a couple months ago, we've been playing it and we've just been kind of laughing at it. He said a couple months ago on ESPN, obviously their lead insider, this is going to be one of the craziest off seasons in NBA history, right? And really, it hasn't been. We had Kevin Durant getting traded, which we all knew was going to happen. And we had a crazy trade deadline. No one saw Luka Doncic getting traded. Obviously, you had De'Aaron Fox on a lower level, and then Jimmy Butler getting moved as well. But, do you think even, Shams Charania is surprised about, the lack of all this movement? That's a guy that's as tapped in as anyone, you would think, right? So for him to say that a couple months ago and to fast forward mid-July, and it's been kind of meh, how do we miss the mark so badly this summer?
I think it's hard to predict how a bunch of people are going to act. You can predict how one person's going to act or one team's going to act. It's hard to predict how everybody is going to act because reality has set in. The CBA, it was ratified in 2023, but it takes a little while to adjust, and it takes a little while for teams to really know what's up. And now reality has set in. And the truth is the NBA has a hard cap by other means. They are basically like the NFL. There are some things that are a little bit different, but that's the situation. You can't just give an emerging rookie a huge contract anymore because he's promising. You really have to bean count. Otherwise, you're going to be up against that second apron, and it's going to be devastating. So we're seeing teams make hard choices, and we're seeing guys overprice themselves in the market and think they can test the market and get some sort of big deal that's not there. I think a lot of these young guys, they think these teams are bluffing. They think these teams are joking. And this is the first season where they've tested the market and they've gone, oh, they weren't joking. They're actually not going to pay us. This is the situation. It's not that the players are making less money. It's that it's getting priced more exactly. So the guys that are dependable, who are superstars, are getting crazy money. Crazy money. Jalen Williams getting $287 million.
Crazy.
But there's no middle class right now. And so it's just really top heavy. And there are a lot of guys who could have counted on getting money in the past, and they can't count on it anymore.
It's funny you bring up the bean counting because I first saw this with Hunter Pence and Pablo. Hunter was about to hit free agency, and the Giants paid him. And then Pablo was like, wait, that money was earmarked for me. And he lost it. And it was almost like everyone knew he was leaving the Giants because he felt so disrespected. I flash forward to the Warriors situation. There's a lot of people that have speculated, did Draymond Green count the beans? And you paid Wiggins and Jordan Poole. What about me? And then obviously Klay Thompson felt some kind of way because of the tightening of the belt and how much money was going to be there. And now you're seeing it with Jonathan Kaminga. You wrote an article about how, hey, it's not about, us saying, hey, if I give this guy this much money, how are they going to react? It's about the ramifications of those who don't get paid. Can you expand on that some more? Because I feel like the Warriors are a great case study on exactly what you wrote about in your Substack article.
Oh, man, you said a lot there. I want to hit one point and then get to the questions that you asked.
I'm long-winded.
No, you're great-winded. No, you said a lot of good stuff there. So the first thing, basketball players are more jealous of their teammates than baseball players. This is something we don't talk about, but I think it's important to understanding team dynamics. The Pence situation you referenced is interesting because that rarely happens. Why is there so rarely that jealousy? A, no salary cap, but B, when you do something great in baseball, it doesn't adversely impact your teammates' opportunities. In fact, it might even help them. You're protecting them if you're batting behind them. They get better pitches. If you're hitting more home runs, you're not taking home runs away from somebody else. Basketball, there is one ball. If somebody starts doing well, then somebody else is getting fewer opportunities. That's the nature of the game and why sacrifice is so important for these teams ultimately winning a championship. It's a jealous game. People go, why do all these old retired basketball players hate on the guys right now? Why, when I watch MLB Network, do I see the baseball players praising the young guys? It's because it's wired in. So now in the NBA, we've almost turbocharged that with a salary cap. It's not just going to be about the opportunities. It's going to be about zero-sum cash. I think you're going to see a lot more tensions in a lot more locker rooms because of the way things are. Now, when it comes to the guys who don't get the money, that's becoming a problem because these guys, they've got that expectation, and they're going to have that resentment when they test the market in the way that Jonathan Kaminga is doing, and it's just not there. I think a lot of the guys getting the money are going to handle it fine. You know, we had that too much too soon sense back in the 90s. I think it's a different situation these days. I think that it's a new NBA. I don't think Jalen Williams is going to go crazy with his $287 million. I think he'll be fine. It's about the guys not getting that windfall who think that they're nearly as good as those guys, or Franz Wagner, or Wagner, however we want to pronounce it, and they're going to go crazy that they didn't get that money, and that's really what's going to tear up the locker room. It's not going to be about the guys getting paid too quickly. It's going to be the guys who feel like they missed the boat, and that's going to be what really causes a lot of jealousy on these rosters.
Ethan, that was such a great response. I absolutely love that. And I want to follow up on Kaminga specifically. Like, I like Jonathan Kaminga. I think he's a solid player. I think he can help the Warriors. But I also know that, like, introducing just this whole thing creates daily dialogue. Steve Kerr getting asked questions. How many minutes? Why isn't he starting? Like, it's just this whole whirlwind. And it's nobody's fault. It's just, this is the reality of how this team is covered. I'm exhausted with the Kaminga thing because of no resolution. I feel like if they bring him back only to trade him, like, I feel like we're really going to bring drama that's going to maybe ruin the season. Am I wrong in feeling that way?
I don't think you're wrong in feeling that way, and it's frustrating. It's frustrating. Draymond said that his thoughts on the new contract situation weren't about Kaminga, but they might as well have been. I mean, there's reporting that he declined a 5-year, $150 million extension before the past season. God, if he just did that, then I think a lot of people on both sides are resting easier, and that would have been the move. And this is something else that was told to me when I was at Summer League by executives. These players, man, they are so focused on status. If we talk about the guy who doesn't get the money, and realistically, there's not going to be that much monetary difference for them day to day between $10 or $20 million. I know it's easy for me to say, but that's just the truth. That's just the truth.
Yeah.
And they're only going for the maximum they can possibly get because of that status and that competition and wanting to get more than Jalen Green or whatever. And it's a long game. You know, here's a crazy stat, and it's somewhat particular to Steph Curry's career. He has made 90% of the money he's made in the NBA after season number 8.
That's crazy.
So it's a long game. Jonathan Kaminga, he would be 27 after that 5-year, $150 million contract he turned down. The salary cap would be much higher. If he's truly great, then he would have proven it by then, and he'd get massive cash. Instead, because he's trying to maximize the right now, he's put himself in this contractual limbo, which has then put the Warriors in limbo. I think he's mismanaged it, and I think it's pretty frustrating.
Talking with Ethan Sherwood Strauss here on the Morning Roast, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. So, Ethan, let me just ask straight up, like, why do we do this? Like, they try to like cast a shadow, or do they try to like create this narrative, Adam Silver, the league, like parody, right? Parody, as if that's been good for the league, right? Because I'm just taking a step back. You're much smarter than I am. I'm an idiot when it comes to all the finances, all this stuff. Like, no, I am. It's okay. But like, I'm just looking at the league. Lakers have been good for the league. Warriors have been good for the league. The Celtics have been good for the league. Dynasties have been good. LeBron and his own entity has been good for the league. You either want people that everyone can root for or root against. I feel like we don't have that going forward, and the league doesn't want these quote-unquote super teams going forward. But I guess my question is why?
Okay, I might say something a little bit uncharitable, a little unfair to our dear friend Adam Silver. I don't think he gets people. I don't. I think he's smart. I think he's hardworking. I think he's competent. But it seems as though he's always trying to reverse engineer what he thinks works in sports, and he doesn't understand the particularities of fandom. Like when the NBA, and I know this was maybe more of a David Stern move, but it's a good example, brought replay review to the NBA as though that's what they needed to take from NFL football. That's why people are into NFL football. It's not the violence. It's not the scarcity of games. It's these endless replay reviews that we need in the NBA. It always feels like he's looking to some other sport and trying to apply what works for that other sport and think that it's going to really help the NBA, but it doesn't work that way. So he looks at the NFL, he goes, oh my God, they've got parity. We need parity. And the thing people should know is that people think it's the owners. People think that the owners did this. Yes, Adam Silver works for the owners, but he has power. There's a reason why these commissioners are in charge for decades. It's because that seat has a lot of security. You can play owners off of each other. This was Adam Silver's vision. This is what he thought the NBA needed to do. He was trying to address complaints about how there are only a few teams that can possibly win the championship, and he did it. This is his baby to have parity, and I don't think it's going to work. I mean, the early viewership returns would suggest as such. People might complain that their team it doesn't have a chance, but damn it, when the team they recognize and are familiar with over 5 to 10 years is playing in the finals, that's when they tune in, not when some upstart that they didn't think might compete gets in there as an underdog. That's just what we've seen.
Well, no, it's a great point. And the whole, I think it's a myth when it comes to the NFL and there's actual parity. If you have a good quarterback, you're going to be
Tom Brady was in the Super Bowl what felt like 10 straight years.
Patrick Mahomes is now that guy,
too. It was
You're right.
Roethlisberger, Manning, Brady for like 15 straight years.
Yeah, exactly.
Adam Silver, I rail on him every single day. Your point about emotional intelligence is spot on when it comes to him. I know you like to study the media landscape, and I obsess over it. Like, I'm on radio, but I'm also on YouTube. We do podcasts. Like, I consider myself very multimedia. I'm with my kid at the park the other day, and this guy goes, oh, what do you do? And I'm like, well, I do YouTube and podcasts and radio. And he looked at me like, radio, what are you doing? Like, because it feels like a dying medium. But I see someone like Grant Horvat, who is a golf guy on YouTube and has built up millions of subscribers and millions of views, telling the PGA Tour, no, I don't want to do the Barracuda because you guys won't let me bring my YouTube stuff to the tour. It's wild to me. And then I see Fox blow out all of their television shows, and there was a scandal involved, but then they're like, hey, we're going to partner with the rogue Barstool. The media landscape as a whole, as someone who was a part of ESPN and has now broken away and gone independent, like, I'm sitting here watching all these different ways of going about it. I want your perspective on this because you're independent, but you also work for the big corporation. I fret every single day of what's next? What should I be doing? Where am I going? What are we doing? Am I on a dying tree here? As you look at media landscape and these broadcast companies, what's your feel of where this thing's going?
You know what the weirdest thing about this is when you talk about it with kids and you recognize that TV means nothing to them.
Nothing.
Radio, probably the same category, but nothing. I told my son, I once got to do a hit on Colin Cowherd, and I told my son about it. I might as well have just said, eat some broccoli. It means nothing. But I tell my kid I have a YouTube channel, and he's going, oh my God, Dad, can I do a video? How do I get on? Oh, what do you do? Like, YouTube is what's real to them. That's what matters to them. I was just at NBA Summer League. They had YouTube influencers walking around Vegas with all these security guards and people from the NBA shepherding them around because the NBA recognizes that that's where the audience is. I don't know what the future is. I just know that TV means something to me, and I still think it means something to a lot of people that it just doesn't mean to younger people. That's what I see. I'm not smart enough to tell you where this is going or if FS1 is being smart and clearing the decks and trying to merge with Barstool to get this new audience. I can't predict it. I'm just generationally shocked by what's happening. And I think that there's this desperation in sports overall that's not talked about enough. There are surveys right now. There's a big one that I wrote about that says Generation Alpha, teenagers, that only 15%, that's not 50, that's 15% say that they watch sports. That's what they're scared of. These leagues, these channels, they're desperate to bring the new generation into watching sports because otherwise it all falls apart and we're just looking at a demographic cliff. So that's the thing that keeps these commissioners up at night, if not the people running these channels like Fox and ESPN.
You know, you bring up your kid, and I say this to my wife. I go, because I'm a big, like you see these artists, they collaborate with each other. Miss Rachel was so popular on YouTube. Elmo collabed with her, and then Netflix was like, we have to have Miss Rachel on. Not the other way around. Like that blew my mind that Miss Rachel did a Netflix deal.
I mean, her stock tank, you don't want to partner with Elmo these days. You see what he's tweeting? It's a horrible person, that Elmo. I'm kidding, everyone. I'm kidding.
But right, Ethan, like the kids, like you put that, I mean, the Baby Shark thing has 8 gazillion views on it. It's insane.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you what sickens me is that when I take a video of my kid, he looks at it, he looks at me while I'm filming him doing some with sports, and he says, like and subscribe.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. No, they know. Like these kids, they're my 2-year-old is well-versed on just how every iPhone and all the different mechanics of it works. It's crazy. Hey, Ethan, we really appreciate the time this morning, man.
Thank
definitely
you so
do it
much.
going forward. Enjoy your summer, man.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. Take care.
Definitely.
There he goes. That's Ethan Sherwood Strauss, House of Strauss on Substack, and courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And by the way, in about 10 minutes, we continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again. Every day this week, each show, we will give out one of our awesome prizes. And today, actually, we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock, which takes place October 2nd through the 5th, Discovery Park in Sacramento. Listen at 7:30. Again, 10 minutes to learn how you can win. We got Dave Fleming joining us at 8:30, voice of the San Francisco Giants and our Giants insider, talk about the Giants' second half as they get back underway in Toronto tomorrow. But your thoughts on what we just talked about with Ethan?
Well, let's go to the NBA first. It is interesting. We've obsessed for about, a decade? Supermax.
Yeah.
Like all these Supermax deals. In many ways, the Supermax is working against the entire NBA. You've got players pitting themselves against players because of status or lack thereof. You've got the hard cap and all these aprons that are restricting being able to fill out the roster and maintain the roster because you have to have the Supermax guys and you have to pick the right Supermax guys. You're limiting the amount of trades because there's only so many of these Supermaxes that exist. It is interesting that, it feels like to me where this has gone is the Supermax actually might do way more harm than it does good. Because think about it. Steph Curry is making about the same amount of money as how many other guys on how many other teams?
Oh, I mean, sometimes I feel like the entire team, it feels like he's making more than a time. Seriously.
Okay, he's on a Supermax, but we all would agree he's worth way more to the team, to the league, to the bottom line. So I think that the whole Supermax and the slots and the specific hard caps and it's all actually working against the league, and it's creating player dissension and issues in the locker room, which has bled over to the play on the court.
Right. It's one thing if it's the NFL and there's that many people on the team, so you understand a trickle-down effect of everything, right? Even with at the smallest level, like a Juwan Jennings, he's nothing compared to what Brock Purdy and George Kittle or Fred Warner were going through with their contracts. There's all different levels there, right? And different ages and different positions, what have you. But even he's going to be like, hey, yeah, I think at the minimum, a couple $1 million of a pay bump would do wonders for me. And again, I don't know what the negotiations are. Don't know what his team is asking for. We'll see as veterans start reporting next week. But that being said, my biggest takeaway from what Ethan was just saying was just the NBA. And we knew this, but just to hear it again, and Adam Silver in particular, you're not the NFL. You're just not. And you're never going to be the NFL.
And nor should you want to be the NFL.
No.
You know why? The NFL, everyone's got a face mask on, and the quarterback's really the only thing that matters.
Correct.
Big picture.
There's some wide receivers, some running backs, but that's really, it's the quarterback.
Joe, you could say in my lifetime, Magic and Larry, Michael Jordan, Kobe and Shaq. You know, you want to throw someone at LeBron
and
Steph Curry.
Yes.
It has been almost to a T. One or two guys, either foes or frenemies, you know, guys that were on the same team, carrying the league. And you know what? Even when my team wasn't involved, I still loved the league. I still watched.
Yes.
So did you.
Yes. Like, exactly. Are we Patriots fans? No. We were watching the New England Patriots because Tom Brady and Bill Belichick is one of the greatest dynasties.
Exactly.
And either you were rooting for it's like, wow, it's pretty incredible.
Or you're rooting against
you're rooting against it.
Like the Chiefs currently.
And there's a problem right now in the NBA. You don't really like the casuals, which, again, this is a thing. And we talk to a lot of quote-unquote casuals. I don't use that as a negative term, by the way. Some people say that's a negative term. I don't think it's a negative term at all. You should be catering to the casuals of the like girlfriends, boyfriends, whoever like doesn't like just casual fans. But like, we need someone we either collectively hate or love.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the Indiana Pacers in Oklahoma City, they don't care.
Halliburton was a great little story, but I don't know if that's. Yeah, I don't think that's like, again, if I were to say Indiana, most people say the Fever, Caitlin Clark.
There you go.
And I'm not trying to hate on Halliburton. It was a great story.
Yes.
But Caitlin Clark might be the biggest thing in that state.
And I don't think going forward, even they're signing these three big players, the Oklahoma City, their Q rating for the casuals, I just don't think they have a player or a brand of a player that's going to translate. Like Stephen Curry is unique. Well, the way he is size-wise and how he changed the league was unique. LeBron James physically was unique.
Can I hold out? Maybe they do 3 or 4 years from now if they rattle off 4 in a row. Like, I'm just saying, like, 'cause I will never say never in sports.
No.
You know, like you never know. But I would agree with you today. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander does not capture that same those other guys you referenced.
And that's why I brought it up. Like, and Ethan was talking about Adam Silver wanting to do this parody, kind of like what it is going on with the NFL. And again, I had to call it out right there. And not that Ethan was saying this is just what Adam Silver is trying to do. There is no real parody in the NFL. There just isn't.
No, it's quarterback. Like right now,
quarterback driven.
Joe, if I said to you, name the division winners today. Division winners.
I would go by the best quarterback.
Exactly.
Probably. But doesn't always mean that.
No,
but for the most part, it's the best quarterback. Yes. Why do you think Tom Brady dominated the AFC East for so long? It's because there's no other quarterbacks that are worth a damn.
NFC
There's the
East.
Ryan Tannehills of the world, please.
NFC East right now. We're all taking Jalen Hurts, right?
Yes, right now. But then Jaden Daniels is right there. Hell, if Dak can stay healthy, maybe the Cowboys do something. And again, I know we have to scoff at Dak. He's been a pretty freaking good quarterback for the most part.
No, I know, but
right?
but the best quarterback, it's going to be Jaden or it's going to be Jalen.
And why are we never going to give up the Chiefs in the AFC West?
Because of Mahomes.
Because of Mahomes.
Yeah,
right?
and then okay, the North, like Lamar, it's Lamar's until it's not. And if it's not Lamar's, maybe it's Joe Burrow's, right? That's what most people are thinking. What's going on in the East? Oh, it's Josh Allen. Like, we know who's winning these divisions.
Yep. And on the other side, we know who's winning an All-Star Week prize blowout for the day. We're going to talk about that. It's going to start on the other side. And it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
You're weak, you're out of control, and you become an embarrassment to yourself and everybody else.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
How much more betrayal can I take, Paulie? How much more?
I still can't get over Steph Curry made 90% of his entire career NBA earnings after year 8.
It's pretty incredible.
That's unbelievable. It shows you how much the league has grown and how the salary cap has exploded.
Well, and now is it like reverting back to the mean? Has it gotten too far? And now we're trying to like reel it back in as this NBA's middle class is dying. We are just joined by Ethan Sherwood Strauss, Substack, House of Strauss, formerly of ESPN. And if you missed any of that interview, I urge you to go onto the Odyssey app or on YouTube where we are streaming live. You can see these beautiful faces. And yes, the nose is real and it's spectacular. No, Shasky has not gotten a haircut recently, but I'm sure he's going to get one very, very soon. By the way, it is time to give away today's prize, a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock, I should say, which is October 2nd through the 5th, Discovery Park, Sacramento. And here's how it's going to work. Sometime over the next 30 minutes, we're going to give you 3 clues. After that, we'll play a sounder.
Big summer blowout.
And at that time, you'll have to tell us which former All-Star we are talking about. So stay tuned and listen for those clues. Plus, in about 26 minutes, we're going to be going through another part of our bracket of the best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century. You and Evan crushed it yesterday. You start off with the top right quadrant, and if you don't know what we're talking about it, I'm holding it up on YouTube, and you can also find it on our social media channels, Twitter, what have you, etc. It is everywhere. And we're going to be going through the Mac Jones or Trey Lance topic. That was a fun one. Remember that draft? Turns out that entire draft class might have just sucked, by the way. The Tuck rule, which is, I want to use replace the T with another letter because that's really what it was. The Tuck rule, which spring-forwarded the dynasty that we now know as the New England Patriots, and it might very well be the reason why the Raiders are no longer in Oakland anymore. The Madison Bumgardner dirt bike accident heard around the world. Another great topic, Joey. What was his alias's name for Mason Saunders. He had a fake name.
Yeah, that's pretty lame.
Oh, man. And then the Draymond Jordan Poole punch heard around the world.
After having the conversation that we just had, we're having these different sports conversations. How much did we talk about in that Draymond Green, Jordan Poole thing? Kind of the pecking order within the locker room about who was getting paid, when they got paid, how much money was left. Like, it's kind of like what we're talking about now, but obviously very extreme because there was other stuff that led to it. But wasn't a big element money?
Absolutely. And Ethan Sherwood Strauss, what you're alluding to, what he just told us last segment about the jealousy in the NBA more so than Major League Baseball, NFL, because the rosters are so tiny in comparison, there are this feeling of, the prince and the pauper, the haves and the have-nots going on in the NBA locker rooms right now, and jealousy, and that's a natural part of life in any industry. And you think these guys, with their egos, it's going to be any different? Absolutely not. So here's Ethan Sherwood Strauss talking about that jealousy over contract aspect you're alluding to with Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson. It's a real thing.
Basketball players are more jealous of their teammates than baseball players. This is something we don't talk about, but I think it's important to understanding team dynamics. The Pence situation you referenced is interesting because that rarely happens. Why is there so rarely that jealousy? A, no salary cap, but B, when you do something great in baseball, it doesn't adversely impact your teammates' opportunities. In fact, it might even help them. You're protecting them if you're batting behind them. They get better pitches. If you're hitting more home runs, you're not taking home runs away from somebody else. Basketball, there is one ball. If somebody starts doing well, then somebody else is getting fewer opportunities. That's the nature of the game and why sacrifice is so important for these teams ultimately winning a championship. It's a jealous game. People go, why do all these old retired basketball players hate on the guys right now? Why, when I watch MLB Network, do I see the baseball players praising the young guys? It's because it's wired in. So now in the NBA, we've almost turbocharged that. with a salary cap. It's not just going to be about the opportunities. It's going to be about zero-sum cash. I think you're going to see a lot more tensions in a lot more locker rooms because of the way things are.
Pretty crazy, right? That's Ethan Sherwood-Strauss, who joined us last segment. And I do agree with him when it comes to just the nature of the team dynamic being so much smaller than it is in Major League Baseball. Now, there's the element of the game itself. International player pools are a lot different in Major League Baseball. It's just different. It is. That being said, like going forward here, are there going to be some people within the Warriors locker room, like Jonathan Kaminga this next year, Joe? I don't know, feeling some type of way about not getting the money that he wanted, and how's that going to affect the team, right? I think that's why a lot of Warriors fans are like concerned right now about bringing JK back. Are we going to get a disgruntled JK of how things went in the offseason?
I don't even know if it's disgruntled JK. What if I just said like unnecessary tension for the final couple years of trying to accomplish something? What are we talking about with the Niners? I can't believe Juwan Jennings is holding out. We need no distractions, no issues, no nothing. Like that was last year, and look what it did to the season. The last 3 years for the Warriors has been a lot of unnecessary stuff. Questions about playing time, role, status on the team, contracts. So like if you bring back Jonathan Kaminga, all right, and let's be fair here. This isn't anyone's fault. This is what's going to happen every single day. And I've been thinking about it long and hard. Like JK comes back on the deal he's at right now, or he signs a multi-year extension. Is JK going to start? Okay, he's not going to start. Well, what does that mean for his future long-term, coach? Well, I don't know what it means. I'm talking about the daily conversations. Us, the media, the team, everyone, okay? Every time Dunleavy steps to a podium. So let's just say he's on a multi-year deal. Forget what the number is. Does he start? Okay, he's not starting now. What about when you go through a winning streak or losing streak? Does it change? Does he go from I was a starter to now I go to the bench? Or, now that we're on a losing streak, he goes from the bench to being a starter? How many minutes does he play? Is he closing? Is he defending? Is he rebounding? Let's say he doesn't get the contract. Well, you're not playing him. You're trying to suppress the amount of money he's going to get. You're squeezing his opportunities. Every single day, it's going to take up so much oxygen in how the team is covered, viewed, how the questions that are peppered at them. I'm not even blaming anyone. I'm saying we need a resolution one way or the other, and it needs to be very definitive for everyone's sanity.
Yeah. No,
the coaches, the players around them. Joe, they're going to be asked ad nauseum about the situation.
But at the same time, and I hear what you're saying, I don't know if there's ever going to be like a time where players aren't jealous of other players. But that also comes within the locker room dynamics of having the structure in place to deal with that stuff. I don't think the Warriors, in hindsight, and obviously during the time we were talking about it, they did not handle the Jordan Poole situation well at all. I think when it's all said and done, when we have these documentaries in 15, 20 years about, the Light Years documentary, Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, all these players are going to be sat down. Maybe Draymond's never going to admit that he did something wrong. I don't know. But they're all going to be like, yeah, we probably could have handled that differently. Yeah, we probably could have handled that situation differently. Maybe Jordan Poole feels like he could have handled himself a little differently. I don't think he's just apologize for anything. He's like, why should I apologize for getting punched in the face, right? But there's going to be there's going to be an aspect. There's a lot of different things baked into it, but it just goes back to egos in general. And that's why I have such a big amount of respect for the dynasties that have been able to win multiple years in a row, and being able to have a collective buy-in. That is so damn important. You need a buy-in from Jonathan Kaminga. If you want to accomplish anything this year, if we all think JK is coming back, you're going to need a buy-in from him. And that's going to be incumbent on the other players around him to be able to foster a good environment for the team itself.
But I want to take the pressure off JK.
Yes.
Even if he buys in, I'm not blaming him. I want to make it very clear. Even if he buys in, the inherent issues that will arise on a minute-by-minute daily basis because of the media doing their job, because of the team and how it's constructed, JK didn't make that pass to Curry. He was wide open in the corner. As we talk about, if you get yours, I don't get mine. That's kind of what Ethan was getting at. Oh, but why is Pods allowed to play through mistakes and JK can't? Like, JK's going to eat into, I don't know, Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green's minutes. And like, there's this whole dynamic. And I think because it's the same guy, Jonathan Kaminga, and a lot of the same guys year after year after year, it's an exhausting exercise. If I replace JK, and I'm just going to use this player because we talked about him earlier, I put Josh Giddey in there. At the minimum, it would feel different because it's a different player.
No, yeah.
I just feel like we've had the same conversations with the same guys, the same dude with the same coach, and the same thing. And so something's got to give here. And I think it's for all parties involved.
We're going to get to KC in San Jose. He wants to join in the conversation in a second. But in the meantime, here are your 3 clues for the contest, the All-Star Week prize blowout contest. 3 clues right now. All right. Clue number 1. I am a pitcher, and I was an All-Star 4 times in my career for 3 different teams. 2000, 2004, 2010, and 2014. Clue number 2. I was born in Columbus, Georgia. Clue number 3. I pitched and played the outfield in college for Auburn University. Those are your clues. Hold your guesses until we tell you when it's time to call. You're going to hear the sounder soon, and at that point, call in to guess and try to win the $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock, which takes place October 2nd through the 5th, Discovery Park, Sacramento. All right, Casey, San Jose. What you got on this topic, Casey? Good morning.
Morning, guys. Hey, Shasky. I mean, you're old enough to remember this, man. Like, we lived through the Chris Cohen, Rowell era for like 20 years, right? After Weber. You know what annoyed me, and we're all some of our experiences, what annoyed me the most about players was not when they were underpaid. It's when we had to overpay the Corey Maggettis to come here. Steven Jackson just getting an extra $15 million out of Rowell. So I'm okay if we have haves and have-nots because of Steph Curry and SGA. Mathematically, they might not be 10 times better than a JK or whatever, but it's okay. Hey, JK, you're not good enough to be the guy. You don't get $25 million. Take your 11, and that's the market. The top guys are game changers. They'll be remembered for 50 years from now. You're just a guy. And that's how it should be. That's how it is in real world, right? We don't worry about our teams that we're managing. We worry about the top performers. We pay them. We take care of them. They do good. It's the low performers making too much money. That's what causes more tension because they don't deliver the output.
Casey, San Jose, appreciate the conversation. 888-957-9570. It's the same number to call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. This is something else that I found interesting in regards to, the players making all this money. Because they're making all this money, Joe, like the incentives to like do a lot of commercials, be a part of a lot of endorsements. Not saying they don't have a lot, but there's not really a huge incentive if you're making all this cash to go out and do stuff in front of a camera and have to, like, if I'm a Jokic of the world, right? I don't need to do all these commercials. I don't need to do anything. Why? I'm making $250, $300 million. I don't need to do that. Now, Jokic is Jokic. He's going to be in Serbia. He doesn't care about all that. Guy didn't even want to go to his own championship parade, for God's sakes. And it was a little tongue-in-cheek, but you get what I'm saying. Like the Devin Bookers of the world, or, the Shea Gilgeous-Alexanders. You're going to see them, sure. But, like, I don't need to go on Jimmy Fallon. I don't need to go on Jimmy Kimmel or Conan or whatever. I don't even think Conan's a thing. But you get what I'm saying, right? It felt like at a time we used to see these guys front and center doing a lot of different things because they wanted to build their own brands. Well, I don't need to build my own brand if I'm making $300 million. And I think a huge part of the NBA is getting to know the players and the personalities and the fits. Like Kevin Durant, hate him or love him, you know what he is. He's going to be on social media and he's going to be tweeting, and that's his thing, right? Russell Westbrook, to a degree, he's going to get into it and he's going to be disgruntled and he's going to be that play. Steph Curry was doing a lot of commercials, and you could think he's kind of like this corny family man, if you will, but even that is something, right? And it's Steph, and he has a big smile on his face. LeBron, to an extent. I'm not really seeing that with the Jaylen Browns, Devin Bookers, Jason Tatums, of the world. Hell, even Jimmy Butler, right? Like, I don't know. I do think there's something there with promoting the player perspective and the player product, because that is what the NBA is at the end of the day. It's a player-driven league, unlike the NFL. But even in the NFL, I'm seeing the quarterback doc every summer. I'm getting to know Jared Goff. I'm getting to know Joe Burrow. I'm getting to know, hell, if it's a Marcus Mariota of the world.
Well, football's just different, Joe. Like,
I'm saying, like,
culture.
I know.
No, but I want to make this point.
Yeah.
Football culture is just very different. You have to go to college, right?
Yes,
like,
you do.
So there's like not a frat boy, but there's this like, for example, when you watch the Oklahoma City Thunder and they win the championship, not one guy on that team drinks. Which I don't drink. I personally find that relatable. The average person does drink.
Yes.
Like, just look at our society. And then they watch the ACC tournament, which is the one up in Tahoe, and you got Kittle, slamming beers, and you got Kelsey slamming beers. The NFL guy just feels like the common dude because they went to college. They had more of those, fraternal kind of relatable instincts. I do believe that they're just different. The NBA player is dramatically different than the NFL player, and I don't think that they're very similar. And I think that the NBA player views it as, Jimmy Kimmel. Like, that is outdated, doggy. I have my own social media account. I don't need Jimmy Kimmel.
No, I'm not, and I'm not saying you don't need that. But what I am saying is, I do think we're getting to a point where these guys are making $250+ million. Jalen Williams making that much. What incentive does Jalen Williams have to do anything else and be in front of a camera in the offseason or during a regular season? I'm saying, because all these stars are making so much damn money, I don't need to promote the league. It's not my job. I don't need to. Okay. I don't need to do all these big endorsement deals with Nike and being all these commercials. Why should I? I want to do my own personal thing. Not saying that some of these guys aren't. Obviously, LeBron and Steph, but those guys they're getting old. They're going to be phased out in a couple of years. And I am very concerned as we talk about this future face of the league thing. People poo-poo it. Oh, well, the fans will the reason we keep bringing that up is because we don't have one. We don't have a future face of the NBA right now.
Luka is going to be it?
No, I don't right now.
I think Luka has an opportunity to be it.
Has an opportunity. We keep thinking
I mean, he's on the Laker brand, and he's one of the most, recognizable faces on the planet.
Sure. And you know what? If he signs all these endorsements and becomes like a funny guy and he goes on all these podcasts and he sits down, like, something I'll give Draymond Green this is the podcast withstanding, him being a part of TNT and that broadcast crew that has the respectability factor, as you mentioned earlier in the show. You still tune into Inside the NBA. Yeah. I think fans do still too. Him being a part of that helps his image. Now, all the other stuff, the antics on the court, I think, it's a Draymond Green experience. But I do think his Q rating rose exponentially when he started doing those playoff broadcasts and being a part of that. I do believe that. Now, Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, they might just be like boring individuals, quote unquote. And they may not care, but I do think the league needs to start looking at these guys and promoting some of these people going forward, because they're going to realize once Steph and LeBron are out of there, they're in trouble.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, yes. Bronny has a higher Q rating than a lot of different people. No, of course it is. But his dad's also one of the most popular, famous people of all time. But I don't think this is, to your point about like doing stuff. Tim Duncan never did anything.
No, but I had Kobe there.
No, that was where I was going. Like Tim Duncan didn't do anything, actually. And
nothing.
And I would never have called him the face. Like, he might have been the best player in the league, but he wasn't the face of the league.
He's what Jokic is right now.
Exactly.
He's the same. They're the same guy.
Yeah, but you had Kobe, and even people forget, but Tracy McGrady
Dwayne
and
Wade.
the franchise, TV franchise, and Yao Ming, and you had a variety of different people who maybe weren't the face, but were at the come up. Yeah, I don't know where we're at right now. I think that there's. I think a lot is up there. Giannis, I think, had an opportunity to be the face of the league. Had he, maybe won another one, maybe we view him even in higher regard.
Right.
I think he's well liked. I think he's a character that people absolutely love, but his star pales to Steph's.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm just looking at the AAV, right? The average annual value of all these contracts. I'm just going through the names, top to bottom. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. All right, he was there yesterday at the ESPYs. Great.
But here's what I say about Shai. Give it a couple years on Shai. If they win a couple championships, our opinions might evolve.
Maybe, or he'll just be Tim Duncan too, right? He might just be.
That could be it. He just doesn't resonate.
Correct.
That could be it.
Devin Booker. I think he's most famously known from people outside of the NBA for dating a Kardashian. There you go.
Yes.
Devin Booker makes a lot, $66 million. Jason Tatum.
That's crazy.
Jason Tatum. He is literally personified as the guy that is Chat GPT when it comes to celebrations. He literally, like, his whole celebration of winning the title was like Kanye West quotes, Kobe Bryant quotes, like, or like images. Like, it was crazy.
He literally copied Kevin Garnett.
Just inauthentic. That's exactly. He copied Kevin Garnett.
I don't think he ever resonated, and even though he's on an iconic brand, the Boston Celtics, he's just kind of a blah.
And another year where he's not going to be there, which sucks because he had the soft tissue injury in the playoffs, but he's going to be out of sight, out of mind for a year, and I don't think he's going to resonate, even if he does like broadcasts or podcasts or whatever. Joel Embiid, guy's hurt all the time. That's what I think of him.
He's got big star power, though, online and resonates. And I think the stature has something to do with that.
That's funny.
Can I ask you guys something? Does it feel like to you guys that Tyrese Halliburton took such a big step toward being the face of the league this playoff, more so than maybe any of these other guys have in the past 2 or 3 years?
Had he won that championship Game 7, after the calf injury and everything that happened, his dad running on the floor, all the game winners, being the face of faceless basketball coming out of Indiana, I do believe he would be somewhere. I still think, I'm telling you, and I know we can disagree on this, Luka being on the Lakers, I believe, is setting him up to be the face of the entire league.
I think
biggest brand, biggest player. Yeah. You know, I really think he is set up to be that. Now, whether he takes that mantle is up to him.
Right, and I think Adam Silver obviously would love for that to happen, but I don't know, and Ethan Sherwood-Strauss, who joined us last segment, he kind of alluded to this too. Like he's not the guy right now going forward to like grow this league. And I think we've all been kind of like jumping on that. And I think this summer it's come to the realization of like, what the hell are you doing with the league?
What about Victor Wembanyama?
Can he stay healthy?
Well, no, I'm saying like this happens. I remember when Jordan was at the end and everyone thought Iverson will take over as the face of the league. Like that was the thought process when Jordan was ending with the Bulls. And there was like, there's going to be a huge vacuum. What are they going to do after Jordan? And then the league kind of figured it out and they got Kobe. They got lucky. They got Kobe. Yeah. But you didn't know that though, Joe. No. You didn't know Kobe would be that. We knew he would be exciting and fun, and you know he was a rookie on the All-Star team, which was because of the popular vote. But we had no idea he would be that.
There it is right there. That's the sounder. It's time to win the $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock October 2nd through 5th, Discovery Park, Sacramento. The first person to call our contest line and guess the former All-Star player correctly will win. That's the first person to call 415-523-4652. Again, 415-523-4652. You win. Thank you to the Valkyries and Danny Wimmer presents for providing this awesome prize. All right. So the Aftershock tickets, by the way, are still available at aftershockfestival.com. Steiny and Goo giving away the next prize at 12:30 today.
A lot of leagues have had these conversations about who's going to be the next face, where is it going to go, and sports finds a way to settle itself. Didn't see Patrick Mahomes coming in and saving the league. Didn't see Lamar Jackson coming in and Josh Allen coming in 6-7 years ago and being what they are today. We thought, oh my God, what are they going to do post Brady and Manning?
Hey, you know what I'm excited about? The best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century. And I love this conversation. We can revisit it later on the show. But coming up next, we got another part of this bracket, but it's going to come after the injury report. And I will say this, in the NBA, I don't know if an international player can truly resonate and be that face going forward. I don't know. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm questioning if it can be. Giannis would be that guy, but it's definitely not Jokic, and I don't think it's going to be Wembanyama. So I don't know.
Shohei, you can make an argument Shohei is for baseball.
Different sport, again, but I hear you. 49ers training camp is just around the corner, and the team will be without one of their backup quarterbacks. According to the team, quarterback Curtis Rourke will open camp on the non-football injury list as he recovers from an ACL tear. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Dave Fleming, 8:30. But before that, the best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century. Touched on it yesterday with E-Dog and Shasky. We got some more coming up on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Really is halfway home here on a Thursday in the Bay. It's an overcast Thursday here, whether in Oakland, San Francisco, wherever the hell you are. And you know what's great? We're international here because we're on YouTube, we're on Twitch, we're on Twitter, we're on the Odyssey app. So we can be like Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide here on 95.7 The Game. Shasky, good morning. This has been fun, man. We're talking about the real problems within the NBA. We're trying to solve them. We had Ethan Sherwood-Strauss, House of Strauss, the Substack there, formerly ESPN. Guy knows his stuff. Very smart. I just feel smarter whenever I'm talking. That's why I said it in the interview. I was just like, I'm an idiot when it comes to stuff. You're smart. Explain this to me like I'm a 5-year-old, right? And I think he broke it down pretty well about the problems happening in the league right now. And we're going to get into our best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century here in a couple minutes. But a lot of good stuff with Ethan there. If you missed any of it, find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. As I say, good morning to you, Carter, Steven Risotto, Matt Negan, and all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work.
You don't have to say good morning to Matt.
Why not? What did he do?
I mean, it's just the guy gets mad when I go in there and I'm all like huffing and puffing. It's like I've been up for 3 hours, dude.
Real quick, when you start yelling at him at 5 in the morning.
I'm not yelling. That's how I talk.
What are you, Samuel Jackson? Like in the Dave Chappelle? No, I'm not yelling. That's how I talk.
It is.
Samuel Jackson beer.
The amount of times that I'm talking to some sort of a customer service individual and they're like, sir, if you continue to raise your voice, I'm going to hang up. No, this is how I talk.
I do get frustrated too when I say my name Joe and they say Jeff immediately. I was like, no, when did I say that at all? By the way, shout out to those watching on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. You can see these lovely faces, and yes, the nose is real and it is spectacular. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Dave Fleming joining us in about 26 minutes, courtesy of River Islands, our 95.7 The Game Giants insider and voice of the team as well. And we can get his thoughts on what's going on with the Open right now, or I like to call the British Open.
Carter's declaring it over.
Why?
It's day one. I don't know. Somebody's 4 under, and he's like, it's over. The Open's over. So
already.
Thanks.
Wow.
That just started.
Scotty Scheffler is tied for 4th right now, 3 under par through 18. So that's why he's saying it's over. If Scotty's there in the top 5, it's done. It's cooked, no matter what.
Only one he lost, I think, was when he was arrested and thrown in jail, was when he was in the top 10.
True.
That's the only one I can think of.
I think he came back and still shot under par that day after
he did.
Released. It's insane. Insane. The mug shot heard around the world. And the people that printed out the shirts immediately and put the mug shot on there and went to Valhalla in Kentucky. It's so great. That was honestly a crazy sports talk moment that we touched on golf. The longest we probably ever touched on golf.
Well, that and the Tiger accident.
Well, that goes without. Yeah, I mean, Tiger. I mean, there's so much there. My wife went through my phone. I mean, do we still have all those drops? They got to be somewhere.
Well, I was talking about the accident that he had recently when he almost lost his legs.
Well, you just said Tiger Woods' an accident.
Yeah,
you can go through so many of them, right? But there was another accident that took place here in the Bay Area as we're kind of going through our best Bay Area best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century. So you and Evan yesterday, you did the top right quadrant, the Jimmy versus Brock elite quarterback conversation, right? You did that one. Mm-hmm. The Barry Zito contract, you touched on that one.
God, that was fun.
Alex Smith, Aaron Rodgers, right? And then the Kevin Durant saga.
The whole thing.
The whole thing. That's great. I'm sure you guys...
Which is still being written.
It's still being written. Hell, we just had Ethan Sherwood-Strauss. Was he not a big part of that whole thing, that whole dynamic, right?
Who are you?
Yeah,
that was KD to Ethan Sherwood-Strauss.
And we're doing Twitter polls on this, correct? That's how you guys broke it down yesterday.
Yes.
So we're going to have a Twitter poll up on this.
And we didn't pick numbers. We just said, hey, these are the best topics. We left a lot on the chopping table of the last 25 years because we wanted a lot of the teams to be represented, and we didn't want to, leave any big ones out, but inevitably something gets left out.
And we don't want to seed it. Kind of like NBA players. There's a lot of sensitivity when it comes to East Bay versus, South Bay, North Bay, San Francisco versus Oakland.
Too many Warriors, not enough this.
Exactly. And we wanted to show some love for the East Bay and the teams that no longer here, right? And I thought the Barry Zito contract played part in that too with the A's and then going to the Giants and all of that. And as we were talking about NBA for most of the show, we'll start with NBA here. Because we got Madison Bumgardner dirt bike accident going up against Draymond Green, Jordan Poole, and the punch heard around the world. And we'll start right there, Joe.
That might be a number 1 seed all time. I mean, geez Louise, if we did do seeds. I'll I'll never forget when we found out, Bob Myers is crying at a press conference because he's talking about what happened at practice. And we were at the old studio.
Not the first time Bob's cried at a presser. Kevin Durant injury on line 1. There you go.
Yeah, but it was bizarre. It's like there was a fight at practice,
yes,
or an incident. It was, I think, what it was labeled.
Yes.
And then at like 6:55 or 6:50 in the morning, you were on the show, correct?
Yes, I was running the board.
We were at the old station.
I was the one that showed you guys the video.
All of a sudden, TMZ's breaking news video of a grainy footage of Draymond punching Jordan Poole, and we're on live radio, and we're like, well, this happened. I didn't even know how to describe it.
Well, I have the TMZ right here. I pulled it up. October 7th, right? 2022.
What time in the morning?
Let me see here. I'm pulling it up.
It was 6:50-ish our time.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right here. It doesn't give me the timestamp here, but it says new video. This is TMZ because they had it. New video shows Draymond Green violently punch Jordan Poole at Warriors practice.
I shouldn't laugh. I remember Bonte came in that morning, right? And he's like, I heard from some people it's bad. It's bad. He'll do this to us, right? He'll like tease us with knowledge he claims to have that we're not allowed to go to air with.
Correct.
And he'll be like, you can't tell anybody, Shasky. You got a big mouth. I know you're going to tell people. You can't tell anybody. And now I'm giving away some of Bonte's secrets.
6:35 a.m. So it was literally the second segment of the show.
There you go.
For you and Bonte.
There you go. And I remember him like, I heard it's bad. We had never seen it. And then it came out. And then instead of like reacting to the video, everybody, all of America was like, well, what did Jordan Poole do?
My favorite is they had an update 4 hours later, 10:52 a.m. This is from TMZ, the update. The San Francisco Police Department tells TMZ Sports it is not investigating the incident and had no involvement
I'm now
in the matter.
My Uncle Danny like, hey, you want to charge felony charges on this one, Jordan Poole? Nah, I'm good.
Dude, and the thing with this is we had legitimate callers saying he should be investigated and arrested.
For a felony assault.
For a felony assault. And it was bad.
We did take a lot of, and then some people were like judging like how Jordan Poole should have backed up. He got into his face. I mean, God, that was insane.
Well, I remember the topic before we saw the video.
Dre really wanted to hurt him. He'd have done this.
You guys...
He eased up. He could have jumped on him.
Oh, no. My favorite part is I'm watching the video right now. He punched him, and then, well, you guys don't watch after he punched him. He actually tried to catch him because he felt bad for him falling to the ground. It's like, what? What is this? What are we doing running around in circles?
Did that lead every single show locally?
Months. We're still talking about it for years. We still bring up the dark cloud.
Draymond can't stop talking about it either.
Like you see, well, he tells Jordan Poole to get over it. That's my favorite
Can
part.
we play the podcast sound? I don't even remember it this way. It's funny how our brain does like tricks on us.
Well, first, before we get to the podcast sound, let's go to the reaction.
I still can't believe he did that.
The morning roast, the different iteration of the morning roast.
Our reaction?
3 years. I can't believe it's been almost 3 years.
I also think there's another piece of this, guys, which is prior to this, the Warriors were looked at as like the gold standard of culture.
I thought they were going to win the next 2 or 3 titles. I was like, oh, we got all the young guys coming.
They literally just won.
What did Bonte say? The summer vibes.
Yeah.
Where did they go that year? Did they go to Europe?
No, didn't they go to Japan?
Japan.
Yeah, they played in Japan.
They went to Japan.
Yeah.
Next dynasty coming.
Oh, dude, we were like, Wiseman didn't even play.
Yeah, like
Kaminga didn't even
We're
play.
Wiseman to this.
I'm dead serious. Everyone's laughing. That's what we were thinking.
No, you're a couple months off of winning a championship. And then, this is the reaction, you and Bonte a couple years ago.
95.7 The Game breaking news presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, folks, bear with us here. We're going to try to explain this as best as possible. TMZ just released a video of Draymond Green hitting Jordan Poole in the face. And you know what? There may not be much Niners content on the show today. Video has been released by TMZ at practice. Draymond Green and Jordan Poole saying some words. Draymond Green walks over to Jordan Poole. They have some words. We can't hear the audio. We can just see it. Poole shoves Draymond, and Draymond slugs Jordan Poole, nearly knocking him out. And thank the heavens, Jordan Poole did not get hurt. Team Z, it's on our Morning Roast page, at Morning Roast 957. This does not look good. This does not look good. I have so many thoughts. Who leaked the video?
No clue.
I mean, like, how did TMZ get this video of practice footage of Draymond Green hitting Jordan Poole? This official. It's there. It's on TMZ. So, boy, 888-957-9570. What's your thoughts now about the situation?
Where's Edward Snowden in the leak job? That's what I care about. Bonte, I love you.
The first thing was who leaked the video?
Could not care less who leaked it.
Thank the heavens Jordan Poole's not worstly injured.
Oh, he was hurt. His emotions were hurt, and I don't think he ever get over something like that.
My God.
That's so good.
Hey, I have to say, his description of it was like on point.
But the tone as if like someone like legitimately got like there was like a death in the family. That's how it was delivered. Because you actually, in hindsight, it was the death. It might have been the death of the dynasty. And that's why he was delivering it the way he was. The season at that point, you kind of knew there's no coming back.
How did that guy score 20 points a game that year? I'm dead serious.
Well, falling like every other play. It felt like falling. His shoelaces were untied.
God, hey, that is, wow. BetQL, those were the days.
Honestly, though.
You bet or you bet. What was the guy's name? Come on, what was it?
Oh, Nick Costo's here. You bet or you bet. He still does his thing. I give myself a 4 for that, by the way.
So good. Do it one more time.
But it's BetMGM now. Nick Costo's here, guys. If you want all things parlays, you got to.
Don't listen to Fortball. Listen to me.
That's right.
That's right.
That's all with love, by the way. It's a great voice. It's distinct.
What was the show that Dibs and Guru did for a half an hour once a week?
Oh, God. I don't know.
I don't know.
Seriously, I don't know.
So, okay, like Draymond, Jordan Poole, and the punch. I felt like, and I'm going to just be 100% candid, it was one of the most insane sports stories I can ever remember. Imagine, Sprewell choking out the coach with video footage. That's what we got.
Yeah.
And then they had, because they deactivated Latrell Sprewell for the rest of the year. They basically Keyshawned him. They TO'd him, if you will. Draymond didn't even get suspended because of ring night. Remember the whole ring night thing? What do you do for ring night?
He didn't get suspended. Insane. That just stop right there. Zero punishment for this guy after that video was released because you needed to celebrate ring night. And the amount of people, it actually sickens me as I'm getting more serious about the Bonte tone here. You know what sickens me? Is that people blame Jordan Poole. We had hosts at the station prior to the video being released that were blaming Jordan. Well, what did Jordan Poole do? Well, let's see if it was a slap or I don't know what it was. Well, was it a push? Was it a shove? Oh, who knows? Maybe Jordan Poole had it coming. We had hosts here at the station.
My favorite was there was somebody on the other station. He's like, this happens all the time. All the time in professional sports. And then Chris Mullen goes on television. Mullen's like, never seen this in my life. Been in an NBA locker room my entire career.
Part of the dream team.
It was one of the greatest. He was like, never seen it once in my life. To roll right. Never seen anything like this. These are guys who played in the league for 15 years. They're like, never seen it. And the guy on the other station, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. He's like, happens all the time in professional sports.
Warriors GM Bob Myers.
That guy also covered Tom Cable, so what do you expect?
Oh, my, well, yeah, that's this whole level
As a
of
thrower
right
of the
there.
football.
I mean, oh my God. Bob Myers, quote, "These things happen."
They literally don't.
Nobody likes it. We don't condone it, but it happens.
Can we play
That's literally what he said.
Can we play the Draymond pod stuff?
Oh,
I guess, God, it was never ending.
Draymond Green on the Draymond Green show talking about it.
And I'm in practice like, damn. They called me from the side, put him out. Yo, you're not putting him out of practice. Let me go in this locker room again. Yo, come back out here. We got to practice. And we move on. It just happened. We're not about to, what we doing? It's my teammate, fine. Yeah, you got me. We move on. And I've had a bunch of situations like that growing up. Sometimes I was the guy, sometimes I wasn't. Regardless, we move on. And so that's how I've always approached it. So when that situation happened, I'm like, all right, cool, we move on. And then when we couldn't, I was like, huh? And for a while, it made me think man, this dude nothing like me. Because when those things happen, you just move on. But it taught me so much because it taught me you're right. He may not be like you. He ain't from where you from. The things you went through, the way you had to come up, he may not have came up like that. So for that 5 seconds, I forgot where I was at because I immediately went to what I know. But what you know don't really work here. Yeah. And everybody say, oh man, but you was 10 years in, you should know better. You're still learning, 9 years in. But it's them lessons like that that ultimately make me who I am to this day. Because, man, I f***ed that up.
The masterclass that was that entire minute 30 of acting like you're taking responsibility without really taking any, trying to blame yourself, but also explaining why you shouldn't be blamed for it was insane. I just say I shouldn't have punched him. Oh, for that 5 seconds, I blacked out. Yeah, that's what happens. And you get in trouble for it. That shouldn't be a thing. Joe, I'm still, 10 years. What have you been used to? Yeah, I'm still learning. You're still learning that you shouldn't punch your teammate? What?
This thing that he's not like me. We move on. I don't care what neighborhood. I grew up in Excelsior. It's not the greatest neighborhood. It's not the worst. Trust me, I knew plenty of kids from Sunnydale. I played ball with plenty of them. Right. I don't care what neighborhood you're from, St. Francis Woods or the Swampy D. No one gets over getting punched in the face. You don't just move on like that.
And you don't get to tell someone else to move on. That is not on you. You were the one that punched him. You get the consequences for it. And if they're never going to look at you the same again, don't want to be your friend, that is on, you know what? That's on them. And it's also on you, dude.
I honestly can't believe that sound.
Change their mind. You can't.
Joe, I can't believe that sound in retrospect. It sounds more absurd today than it did then, and I thought it was absurd then.
You don't get over getting punched in the face, but you also don't get over getting punched in the face and then having it be released to the world on video.
No, seriously. That's embarrassing. Like for Jordan Poole. And that's who I felt bad for and still do. Like, that guy got so much hate and anger and vitriol towards him because of all the Draymond Green fans or stans and the amount of people that still call in at 888-957-9570. What did he say? Well, he might have said so. You don't really know. I don't care what he said.
Well, they could both be at fault, right? That I always said, hey, look, we could, again, to your point about we don't know what's it. They could both be at fault. That doesn't mean one is more or less, but you did punch the guy in the face.
No, there's one person.
Right?
Yes.
Like again, Jordan could have culpability and probably does have some culpability because we have no idea forget what happened minutes before, months before, weeks before, years before. Usually when two guys go at it, there's a buildup, right? It's never like one incident. Now, sometimes things get drunken and out of hand and you have an incident on the late night or something like that. But sometimes things just build up over time. Who knows? Who freaking knows? But you did punch the guy. You got to have a little culpability there.
I blacked out for 5 seconds. I don't know. Imagine just saying that on radio and just say you go on this tirade and rant. All the F-bombs.
Move on.
Hey, but we moved on, I just, the way I was brought up, that's how I talk in my house.
I should do that to Michelle. Get caught cheating. Hey, but we move on. Well, you move on, right? We just move on. I guess we're not cut from the same cloth.
Don't go to a Coldplay concert. You might get caught cheating. I don't know if you guys saw just the latest that's dominating.
I can't believe
everything else. There's just
Joe, the sound is we have any more Draymond sound?
Oh my God. I mean,
who's he going up against?
What do you mean?
What this topic is going up against which one in our bracket?
The Madison Bumgardner dirt bike accident.
And that one was insane, but it pales in comparison to this.
This might be a Patriots type of dynasty. This might be the Warriors dynasty, KD dynasty.
Well, it's not Hernandez, but it's definitely, there's something there. I think this is way worse than the Jimmy G, Tom Brady dynamic.
Well, we might look back on this being like the reason they don't win another title potentially. Like this might be the very reason, you had Jordan Poole here. Now, the player he is now, I'd still love to have Jordan Poole on this team, absolutely, but it didn't work. You moved off of him from the year that was, and then immediately when the season ended after this punch, what did everyone say? Oh, it's just the dark cloud that was on the organization. I mean, I don't know how we got this far.
You know what we need? We need, remember when KD and Draymond did a sit down and then blame Bob Myers for their on-field fight? Or on-court fight? I need Draymond and Jordan Poole, a year from now, to sit down and blame someone else for their fight.
Who are they going to blame, you think?
I don't know. Just
the media?
Circle it around.
The media made it a bigger deal. Who leaked that video? That was the real problem. Monte. I love
what a great sports radio topic. That lasted forever. I would argue, though, our station, we went We almost talked about it too much. And it's not that it wasn't it was a factor, but at some point, kind of like the Kaepernick situation, there are certain sports topics. The Joe Paterno one.
Sure.
I remember telling Damon, Damon, I don't want to hear about Joe Paterno. They're awful human beings.
Yes.
I don't want to hear about Sandusky anymore. You're right. Yes, you're right. But I don't want to hear about it anymore.
Yeah.
And I feel like the same thing with the Jordan Poole thing. We reached a point of I'm tired of talking about it, but everything always pointed back to it, so
Correct.
it felt like we kept reverting back to it.
It was always a trickle-down effect.
I
Everything
hated it,
led
though.
up to it. The Chris Paul, like you couldn't talk about Chris Paul as a player because it kept going back to,
you had to trade Jordan Poole.
There you go. It always went back to that.
I know.
And then you end up losing in a play-in game.
Before we get Dave Fleming, because he's going to be coming on in about 5 minutes, the Madison Bumgardner dirt bike incident, we got to spend at least a minute on this.
Well,
I'll never forget.
Talk about Dave too. Yeah.
I'll never forget where I was when I got the alert on my phone from Bleacher Report that Madison Bumgardner, sprained his AC joint, whatever it was.
It was on 4/20/2017.
I was at Bodega golfing. I think it was a Friday or a Thursday. I was golfing at Bodega with my brother, and my brother goes, dude, I just got an alert. Madison Bumgardner might be out for the year. Out for the year? What do you mean? We were coming off the playoffs. He's like, he fell off of an ATV or a dirt bike or something. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
And I go, no way that's true. And because you're in Bodega, I have no service. And I go, season's over.
And basically it was because he missed nearly 3 months, returned July 15th.
3 months?
Yeah. The Giants' record at the time of the injury was 6-10. They finished 2017 with a 64-98 record, second worst record in baseball. And was that the moment the dynasty truly ended? Was that season, basically? Because that was that last
it
year.
ended on day one. The Mark Melanson save that never was.
Oh, no.
When he had 2 home runs, in the game, and then Mark Melanson blew the game.
He did. Melancon, as my dad still calls him to this day. Sprained AC joint in his left throwing shoulder for one Madison Bumgardner and bruised ribs as he was riding a dirt bike in the Colorado foothills, as one does, right? As they're visiting Colorado, go on a dirt bike. Why not?
What's worse, Bumgardner destroying the season on a dirt bike, Monte Ellis destroying his ankle and the season on the moped,
or Jeremy Affeldt trying to open up a frozen steak?
Yeah, but that's a reliever.
Slicing his hand.
That's a reliever.
No,
Jeff Kent washing his car.
There's been the most,
even though he was like doing wheelies on a motorcycle.
That's a great one. The most ridiculous sports related injury, because pitchers always have the funniest ones because they get a blister, right? You're out for like a week. Like it's just blisters. You can't do it. You can't. Your hand's hurting. Carpal tunnel from playing too much video games when it was David Price as a Boston Red Sox.
I respect
Might
it.
have been the funniest thing.
That's a Kyler Murray injury.
That's a Kyler Murray, the Call of Duty. Sorry,
Who
Coach.
hasn't gotten carpal tunnel from playing video games?
Right, or
who among us?
Or getting mad at a video game and punching something, or a pitcher punching something for getting frustrated. Oh, sorry.
Well, that was
bruised
the
my
Hunter
hand.
Strickland. He broke his wrist after the kid from the Marlins, Lou Brinson, hit a sac fly.
Jesus Luzardo did, I think, in the A's dugout. He punched like a chair or something, and he's like, oh, fractured my pinky.
I was so mad at Monte Ellis for ruining the season with the moped. And Bumgardner.
I don't know if Dave, what's the sports talk radio equivalent of doing that? Is it yelling at a concert and you can't do the show the next day?
Oh, I do that all the time.
Well,
but
let's
not
ask-
concerts. It's at games.
That's at games. Let's ask if Dave Fleming has ever had
Coaching.
something like that. That's what's coming next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
we got Rafael Devers, we got Adames, we got Wilmer Flores, and this is all for our Latino base here for 95.7, but wanted to sign off with this. Soy Adán en el Ciudad y estás escuchando al Morning Roast en 95.7 El Partido. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Adam in the city. And thank you to all the lovely people that are listening right now, whether it's on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. We're going to be joined by Dave Fleming here momentarily. Voice of the Giants, get his thoughts on the All-Star game, the All-Star break, and expectations for this team going forward. We'll also ask him about what we were just talking about heading into the break, the Madison Bumgardner dirt bike accident, as we are discussing our best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century. We've got a bracket going right now. We did 4 of them yesterday. We touched on the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole punch. That right now is my leader in the clubhouse to win the whole thing. But it's going up against the Madison Bumgardner dirt bike accident, Joe. And that kind of was... as we were talking about the dark cloud of the punch, that was kind of the dark cloud of that 2017 season for the Giants. Was it not?
No doubt. And it kind of harpooned everything. Even though I don't think Denard Span and Mark Melanson and the team that they had assembled was going to be a great one, it felt like Posey's power was zapped, his legs were shot. But Madison Bumgardner going down at that particular point in time, I mean, really, his career hasn't really recovered since.
No, and that was your ace. Was McCutcheon the year after 2018, right? So he wasn't that year. That was the last year with the Pirates. So, yeah, the Denard Spans, the Melansons of the world, all of that. And they're still trying to get back to, where they were at 2016. I know they got back in 2021, but it never really felt real. I still think that 2016 team, had they gotten through the Cubs, they had the moxie, I think, to go all the way.
Well,
but you'll never know, right?
They lost that 1-0 game, and it's just...
Well, Jake Arrieta, remember, that whole thing, they were riding that wave. And then, Cubs were down 3-1 in that World Series to Cleveland, right? And then Cleveland blew their own 3-1 lead, and they got made fun of, right? I remember LeBron was in the stands, Rajay Davis with the tying home run.
Rajay Davis, ex-Giant,
ex-A. Yeah, I love me some Rajay Davis. He's a fun player. I also love me some Dave Fleming, who joins us now, courtesy of River Islands, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. I hope he's been enjoying his All-Star break this week. Maybe he's watching some of the Open Championship this morning, as Scotty Scheffler is 4th right now. What is he, 300 par, Carter? Is that what he is? He's been crushing it with the fairways, so I'm sure Dave has been locked in on there. Dave, good morning. What's up, man?
I do. It's a good little tradition to get up early on a British Open day and watch some golf at 6 a.m. I enjoyed that.
We're having a little fun today, Dave, talking about just the best Bay Area sports topics of the last 25 years or so. And one of the ones that popped up that we put on there was Madison Bumgardner and the dirt bike incident and just everything that happened there. It was just... I was stunned. I remember I was golfing at Bodega with my brother. He got the alert on his phone, and I didn't believe him. I was like, there's just no way. I can't believe it. Do you remember when you found out about that incident?
I mean, I now that you're saying it, I'm kind of picturing where I was. I think I was on a team bus, actually, when I heard for the first time. Maybe I'm mixing that up. There've been a few moments sort of like that over the years. Yeah, and look, I mean, all of us. It was an excellent debate, I think, for all of us. That guy did so much for everybody who ever cared about the Giants. Not that it was like, oh, who cares? It wasn't like that. It was a gut punch moment, but it also wasn't as judgy as everybody else, I think, on the outside was, just because we cared about the guy so much.
Yeah, it just feels like the team, him, for a variety of reasons, they just never recovered from that, and it's
it was true. It was definitely an inflection point in his career in the arc of the Giants. That was a. Who knows? You don't know whether all of that stuff would have sort of happened anyway. The performance tails off, the winning stops, the change of leadership. You never know. It's hard to play that game, but that definitely was a moment where things changed for the Giants.
All right, I like to play this fun game, and I want to ask you, since we've talked about Bumgardner here, you have to choose one. Your life is on the line. 2014 Mad Bum or 2010 playoff Lincecum? Who are you giving the ball to finish the game out?
Well, I'm giving it to Bumgardner, and that's no knock on Lincecum, who I love and who I think is one of the all-time greats. But Bumgardner in 2014, I think, is the greatest playoff pitching performance of all time. And so I think we should choose him. And if any other franchise had a choice, a fan of another team, I think they should choose him too. 2014 Bumgardner was on a different level. And, some of that was the stuff and the ability, but Tim Lincecum's stuff was better than Madison Bumgardner's. Bumgardner's playoff approach and attitude was just something I think that it'd be hard to replicate. That he just was an incredible, all-time great sort of big moment clutch performer, and Lincecum was that too. But I'm going Bumgardner.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. Spadoni and Chasky here in courtesy of River Islands. And Dave, speaking of that performance, some might say that this past All-Star game was one of the greatest All-Star games they've ever seen. What did you make of that? And then the swing off that happened afterwards heading into extras.
Well, I have a test, and it goes like this. If my mom is texting me about it, then something happened that was worth, talking about, considering. My mom was like, "Are you watching this? Are you seeing this, the home run, whatever they called it?" And I think that's a good test for all of us who care about the game. If people who aren't fanatical baseball fans, who wouldn't ordinarily really be paying close attention to the All-Star game, are talking about it, thinking about it, texting their friends, putting it on, then you're on to something. And look, most baseball purists would hate that idea, but you watch it play out and the reaction and how fun it was. I think we do in baseball need to be more. It was definitely great for the All-Star setting. And I'll take it a step further and say in baseball, we need to be more open to stuff like that. Not necessarily, changing the way the game is played day to day, but we need to be open to ideas like that better than we have been in the past. We haven't been very good at that. The other sports are clearly better than baseball at adapting and changing and trying new things. And baseball has done a great job the last couple of years. The pitch clock has been transformative for the sport. And there should be a lesson in that too, all the resistance to that and how well received that's been. And I would say that the home run derby at the end of the game the other night would be another example of, let's talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I love the ghost runner. I know a lot of people don't, but I think it's injected strategy at the end of games. I think about the Sunday right before the end of the whatever it is, the first half, the 2/3 mark for the Giants-Dodger game. I mean, that 10th inning, you shut down the Dodgers, you get to the bottom of the 10th, you can't get the bunt down, you rip one to center field, you don't tag up, you don't put pressure on them to be able to maybe balk on a third base situation or a missed ground ball. Like, there's so many elements to talk about that 10th inning in both directions. I love the strategy that's been injected with having that kind of in the game now. And I know a lot of old heads hate it, but I'm with you. I think we need more of that stuff.
I like it too. I mean, to me, it's almost like the test, the litmus test I was talking about before, where if a game went to extra innings before the new rule, and you just sit in your seat in the ballpark and look around, the game would go. The ninth inning would end, and 30% of the people in the ballpark would get up and leave. And okay, I'm in charge of baseball. I'm in charge of this sport. I'm in charge of how we feel about how the game is played and our fan experience. And I look around and what does that tell me? A tie game going to essentially, it's not sudden death, but going to an inning by inning scenario where in theory that should be the most exciting thing for your sport. And half, 25%, whatever it is, people get up and leave. And I don't think that happens at all anymore. In fact, I think it's the opposite. I think people are more geared up when the 10th inning comes around. People turn their TVs back on when the 10th inning comes around. So, Is it pure baseball? Is it, is it gimmicky? Sure, it's a little gimmicky, but is it making the game more interesting for the people who are the ultimate priority here, our fans? I think it is.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. And Dave, we're 2 weeks away from the Major League Baseball trade deadlines, July 31st, 6 o'clock Eastern time, so 3 o'clock our time over here on the West. And the Giants right now, the season ended, they're a half game out of the third wild card spot. So they are right there. Obviously demoralizing to lose to the Dodgers. You wanted to make some ground within the division. Not totally ruling that out yet, but I think obviously it would be disappointing at this point if you do not at least get a wild card spot. So that being said, what's the biggest need for this team right now as we are 2 weeks away officially from the trade deadline? Got a couple weeks to show Buster Posey. Obviously, he knows what this team is at this point, but offense, right? You're probably not getting what you wanted from Devers early on here. He's dealing with some injuries. Adames is getting hot as of late. Chapman, been streaky. But the biggest need for this team right now, Dave, is what if you're going to shore it up prior to the deadline?
Well, they need to score more runs, but I don't think the trade deadline is the avenue where that's going to happen. I think they mostly have their offense set, mostly. You probably need, now maybe Gerard Encarnacion can be this, maybe Matos can be this. The problem with Matos is he's just miscast as a bench platoon player, and he hasn't learned how to do that role successfully. But Mike Yastrzemski is a lot of great things for this team. He has really struggled against left-handed pitching. And so part of the Giants have to be better against left-handed pitching. Part of the way to do that is, hey, Casey Schmidt's in there every day, and Matt Chapman's healthy again, and Adames is more like his old self. But part of that is to find somebody to help Yastrzemski out. And, they had Slater for all those years, and he was the perfect complement. They need somebody. Maybe it could be Encarnacion, maybe it could be Matos, but they got to get, to me, that's an easier. I'm not saying it's easy, but that doesn't have to be a superstar player. That doesn't have to be a big name player. You can find somebody who can play a corner outfield position and take some at-bats against a lefty. That, to me, is one sort of easy one, low-hanging fruit that can make this team better in specific matchups. And I think the other thing that they are looking to address and will look to address is an extra starting pitcher. I think, there's enough concern about the young guys, and Root's been excellent. Birdsong's been mostly excellent, but struggled lately. But it's not just the performance, it's also the workload buildup and whether there's going to be a fatigue wall. And when you have to make the decision here in 2 weeks, you don't have the luxury of, say, waiting until, let's see in September if those guys run out of gas. You don't have that luxury. So I think somebody to help take some of the burden away. I think they believe Verlander can still really help this team, and I do too. But maybe a little insurance against Verlander getting hurt again or not ticking up the performance. Again, I don't think that you have Webb, you have Ray, you have some high-end starting pitching, 2 all-stars of your 5, but somebody to take a little bit of that workload away, I think, would be important. They dealt Hicks, they dealt Harrison. Carson Wisenhunt has not pitched as well lately. I still think he's somebody we're going to see this year, but maybe there's a little less confidence that right now he's ready to come into a pennant race and perform. That tells me they probably need somebody who can pitch some starters innings for them.
How do they navigate the rest of the year with the Devers injury and just his physical situation currently and get the best out of him?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a hard question, and I don't know. I think he wants to play. Devers has always been like that. It's one of the reasons why the Giants like him is he's got a reputation of, among all the players in MLB, there aren't many who have more of a reputation for just wanting to be out there than Devers does. He played a full year with a really bad elbow and just played and said, I'm getting paid. I'm going to be in there. And so I think that's an admirable quality. He has not been his normal self here in these last few weeks. So we'll see. I think this weekend is big. Just let's see how it looks. Did a few days off help? If he really continues to struggle and he can't run, I guess at some point you consider shutting him down for a while. But I think that seems less likely to me. I think it's just manage it and see if a little extra rest can help, and otherwise he's just going to try to grit it out.
When you watch a guy every day, you notice some of the things that they do really well that aren't on like the scouting report or anything like that. And then some of the other, maybe the flaws. What are some things that you've noticed from Rafi Devers watching him closely for 3-4 weeks here?
Well, I do think, it's taking him, because his Fenway swing, he's got so much power to the left side, and we saw that early. And I do think there has been a tendency, I think we saw it maybe from Adames a little bit early in his Giants career. You come to this ballpark, and there is a tendency to try to change your approach and change the way you do things for the ballpark. And I don't think that, ultimately maybe you do that a little bit, but I think that's hard to do in the moment. And so I think one thing about Devers is we haven't yet really seen that left center field power that we're going to see at some point. So I think that's one thing that's been missing. Teams do like to attack him up. So he's definitely a guy who, there is a game plan against, it seems to me. Fastballs up seems to be right now the way most teams are trying to go after him. He's always been a good breaking ball hitter. I think he's a really smart baseball player. I think you see that all the time. We're not seeing that at all on the bases because he just can't move right now. But he is a very high IQ baseball player. Then I would add the other thing just off the field is this is a guy who we heard all this stuff about coming over and his dispute with the Red Sox and what was going on and all that. This is a guy who really fit in well and is enjoying being with his teammates, seems to really like it here. Seems to be very comfortable here. I think long-term, that's a really good thing.
So before the year, I had a lot of questions on this team. Like, who is Willie Adames? You know what I mean? Like, what's going to happen with Matt Chapman? And does Robbie Ray have it for a full season? And what does this rotation look like? And we've got a lot of answers. You made a great trade in the first half to get Rafi Devers. We'll see how he performs moving forward. Camilo felt like he righted the ship. I know he's been up and down as of late, but boy, I didn't see that coming. You gotten a great year thus far from Logan and Robbie Ray, and look what you've done with Landon Roop. All in all, I feel like it's been a great year. And my expectations heading into the season was like, I want to make the playoffs. Now you got the Rafi Devers deal, like, wow, we found our middle of the order guy. What should the expectations be for the second half and to make this a great year? Like, what's realistic now that we've seen this team about 100 and some odd games?
Well, it's definitely, playoffs are the barometer for this team. And if they don't make it, it's not been a successful year. That doesn't mean that they haven't done some good things like you've pointed out. But if they don't make the playoffs, this year will not have been a success in their minds. And I agree with them. And so I think that is the barometer now. And they've been super aggressive, which is fun. Like, how fun has it been this year to be a Giants fan and watch them go for it? Sign Adames, trade for Devers, be aggressive, be different than all these teams that are so scared to do anything. So many teams in baseball right now are so mistake averse that it's just tinkering, and that's all you get. And the Giants are going for it, and it's fun. That's the whole point of like running a team and being a fan is like, let's go for it. That part of it has already been a big success, but this team is set up for the playoffs. They're a veteran team. And so if they don't make it, that nobody's going to be happy about that. Nobody's going to be saying, wow, well, we made that trade. That was cool. They're going to be disappointed if they don't make the playoffs.
Yeah, I think I will be too. To make the playoffs, you obviously need all these guys humming, right? They need a top-of-the-order guy so bad to just set the table. They need Jung-Hoo Lee to be more consistent and Ramos to kind of get out of his little slump and Chapman and Adames to continue playing well and Rafi to wake up. I'm giving you the chance to say one guy has to stay hot for them to go into the playoffs. Who would that one guy be for you?
Well, Devers can take him. I mean, Devers can be that guy. If he is healthy and can get healthy, he can carry an offensive team. He can. But the problem is we just don't know whether he's going to be healthy. Of the guys who are, I think Jung-Hoo Lee is the biggest wild card factor on this team. He's got the talent level. We've already seen it. to be a really high-level player, and it hasn't been consistent enough, and it's grinding on him. And I think part of what's going on is he is so prideful. He is so team-oriented. Jung-Hoo puts a lot of pressure on himself, a lot, to be perfect and to be the best version of himself. And it's hard. And he's going to have to, that's part of the learning process of playing at this level, is he's going to have to lighten up in that way a little bit. Like, you can be focused and intense and care so much, but there has to be a little outlet, at some point. It's hard to beat that hard on yourself. And just a little extra success, a few balls falling in, can help that happen. But I think we saw early in the year, the Giants offense was great. Jung-Hoo Lee was great. The Giants offense has struggled when he has struggled. And you're right about they don't have a classic leadoff hitter. They're right-handed heavy, although Devers has balanced that out somewhat. I think he's the guy who can carry this team to a higher level.
Dave, great stuff. We greatly appreciate your time, as always, each and every week. Giants in Toronto tomorrow. Underrated ballpark up there? Was it Rogers Center, right?
Sure. Underrated. Well, I think it's about properly rated. It's fine.
Well, people say it's kind of cool because they got the roof there, right? Can't you also, they have a hotel connected in center field or something crazy, right?
Yeah, the hotel's inside the ballpark. You can rent out a room and watch the game from your window. That's kind of cool. The CN Tower's there. The roof is cool. I mean, yeah, it's a wonderful city. In the summertime, Toronto's great. They're playing well. I do think that starting tomorrow, this is a real test for this team. You got 6 games against 2 talented teams. I know the Braves haven't been winning a ton of games. You're still going to Atlanta to play that team. There's no doubt that's a challenging series. And we have seen over the last decade way too many times the start of the second half for this franchise, and they have fallen flat. It's happened way too often. And they have to have an edge and an urgency to come out and sort of set the tone for how this stretch run is going to be. And you can't let the break lull you into a state where you're not your best. You have to use it as all right, we're fresh, we're ready to play our tails off and go out there and play on fire and put pressure on teams. That's the best version of the Giants. And I think they're going to do it. I do. But this is not an easy. The Blue Jays have been one of the best teams in the sport over the last month. So it won't be an easy, soft landing. But I think it's a really important week for the Giants that doesn't mean they have to go 5-1, but to play well and not, it happened. Part of what happened in 2016. I heard you guys talking about that team. Remember that series in San Diego after the All-Star break? The Giants were so great in the first half that year. And they went into the All-Star break. Bumgardner pitched that game against the Diamondbacks. And it was like, oh, my God, they're going to do it again this year. They're winning it all again. They look like the best team in the sport, I thought, by far. And we went to Petco after the All-Star break, and they played terribly. And the bullpen imploded a couple times, and they could not get that righted. And for some reason since then, this part of the schedule has really been hard on the Giants. And I don't know why, and I think it's an important week to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Absolutely, and we'll be listening. Dave, great stuff this morning, man. We greatly appreciate it. We'll do it next week.
Okay, talk to you guys soon.
See you, buddy. Dave Fleming, 95.7 The Game Giants Insider, and obviously voice of the San Francisco Giants, courtesy of River Islands and the River Islands guest line. Dave Fleming, some good stuff there. And that was when I asked him about, it's the Rogers Center, right? That's what it's called, or Rogers Arena, whatever it's called, center, because they do everything there. I asked him, underrated? Because people tell me that go to Toronto, it's really fun. And I just asked him, he's like, I guess.
Did you know that, when I know it's a kind of quiet fishing type of a day, is when Matt Steinmetz opens the door to the studio room and he's in there, fishing for any sound? Is there anything good? What are these guys talking about? Look at him looking at me.
Dude, he is staring at you.
He's going to kill me with his eyes.
He is so mad at you right now because that's exactly what he just did. He closed the door.
I'm taking people behind the scenes. Steiny comes strolling in around 9 o'clock. He opens the door. He looks for a little like, is there any bait? Any bait on this ride?
No, because I've been a producer back there. He'll ask, what have you guys been talking about today? That's exactly.
No, he was literally looking for sound. That's right.
There you go. So,
you know what, though? I do it, too, when I come in. Carter, what's the first thing I do when I walk in?
Ask me for sound.
Or give you some fire hot take that I have.
Sure.
Or give me sound.
Or give you sound.
Yes.
Well, but that's good because Steiny, he actually is tapped in for the morning show. Him and Guru are always listening. But we may have cut some stuff that they haven't heard yet. So they want to hear. Maybe they can formulate their show off that. See, the luxury of a Mark Willard and a Dan Dibley in the afternoon, they get to take all the content that we had earlier and take a show from that.
Well, so and they get all the best guys.
I was listening to what Shasky said this morning, or I was listening to what Steiny.
Here's why he's wrong.
Exactly. And then they formulate an entire show off that, which is great. We don't get that luxury. I'm not going to sit here and say, I was listening to Mark Grandy on the best of the game last night, and I disagree with what Mark said. I was like, what do you disagree with? You literally played your segment from earlier in the show. Yeah. It's like, we don't get that luxury. So it is what it is. We have to set the tone. Talking about Dave Fleming telling the Giants to set the tone in the second half. You got to set the tone every day, Joe.
I think Chris Bassett might be starting game 1 for the Toronto Blue Jays.
Slapping the Bassett? Let's go.
I wonder if the Gauze is going to make a start.
Oh, Giants legend.
I love
the guy that got away, right?
The splitter plays well in our ballpark.
Who do the Giants miss more, Carlos Rodon or Kevin
Rodon's
Gausman?
throwing more pitches now than ever before, and they were talking about that actually during the broadcast that, you know, he's a guy who fell in love with the 100-mile-an-hour fastball. I mean, he is a power pitcher. I like Rodon a lot.
I do, too.
I know he's always injured. I get it. But, like, if you ask me between the two, who would you have been more comfortable paying? This is going to maybe sound controversial. I actually trust Rodon more than Blake Snell, even though I know Blake Snell can go on runs where he is maybe way more dominant than Rodon. I just like the way Rodon pitches. I'm a big Rodon fan.
Right.
Snell drives you nuts. He nibbles. He's going to walk a lot of guys. He's a very good pitcher. I'm not denying Blake Snell's excellence. And when he's on, he is unbelievable. I'm just a big fan of Rodon. I like the way he goes about it.
He's a red ass too, a little bit. He gets fiery, he gets angry, he gets upset, which sometimes you need from a pitching staff. That's why we love Madison Bumgardner, right? Shout out the dirt bike incident as it all comes full circle.
Sure.
Give it to me again.
Sure.
There's me laughing at the end there. You can cut that part out. If you could just get the part too. Oh, good stuff.
Keep him in there.
That's called producing in the background right there. That's called Carter doing his job and crushing it. Steven Risotto crushing it, filling in for Sam Lubin this week. So the Giants have yet to announce their pitchers starting tomorrow, but it's going to be Bassett for the Blue Jays, Eric Lauer on Saturday, and on Sunday, Jose Berrios.
So we're not going to get Gausman.
No Gausman.
Yeah, okay.
No, there you go. Bassett sneakily, I think he has like the worst ERA amongst the pitching staff. He has the most strikeouts, but he has a 4.12 ERA. But he's a guy he's a grinder. Even if his best stuff isn't there, he'll give you 4, 5, 6 innings. He'll try to grind it out there. But the Blue Jays, man, atop the AL East. Did you see that?
Nobody saw that coming. We thought they were going to be selling the Bo Bichettes and the Vladdy Juniors of the world.
Hell, I mean, I remember there once upon a time.
George Springer will be available.
The amount of Giants fans that were pissed off that they didn't trade for Bo Bichette the last couple of years. Go get Bo Bichette. We need him. He's the missing link. Like, Bo Bichette, relax.
They are. They're playing really well right now.
They are. So are the freaking red-hot Boston Red Sox, 10 in a row right behind them.
And I'm not a royal blue color for your jersey fan. Like, this is why the Warrior jerseys, I like when they accentuate the yellow way more than the blue. I don't like, because royal blue, or whatever you want to call it, Dodger blue, like that's what I think of. I don't like blue for my jerseys.
Dodger blue darker than the Royals blue, but it'd be more of a royal blue color, if you will.
Yes.
So yes.
Now, the Royals blue, I like the baby blue that they do. I think that Toronto has some of the coolest jerseys, all of them, all of their various, the red one, the baby blue ones, the royal blue ones, the dark blue ones during the Roy Halladay era. I don't think they have a bad jersey.
I'm a sucker for the maple leaf hats too.
Oh, they're really cool.
Those are awesome.
So cool.
And they don't lean into, because obviously the Canadian flag, it's only red and white. They don't have a blue aspect to it, but the fact that they adopt it and make it their own and have those different shade of hats with all the different colors, it's awesome. They are talking about uniform matchups. It's going to be a crisp one over this weekend.
I think that their fonts for the numbers, where like it's like the outline and then the inline is white. I don't know. I've always loved the Toronto Blue Jays uniforms.
What'd you make of Dave saying Jung-Hoo Lee, maybe the most important giant.
Is he wrong? I mean, this is a guy you thought was going to bat at the top of your order, and he's batting 6th and 7th right now. Everyone thinks I'm being too critical of Jung-Hoo Lee. I don't think I am. I think I'm just asking the guy to be a little more consistent. If you watch the at-bats game in and game out, he is a very frustrating player because he refuses to adjust to them pitching them inside. Pitching him away. They're going to continue to pitch him away, pitch him away, pitch him away, pitch him away. And if he's going to try to pull everything, he's going to have, huge stretches of no success.
By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. This or that, we'll tease that in about 10 minutes time here, this or that. In the meantime, we were talking about the Draymond Green, Jordan Poole punch, Joe, leading into Dave Fleming. We were talking about that punch, and then the Madison Bumgardner dirt bike accident. And Dave, he's done so many different games, so many different years. He's been a part of this franchise for almost 20 years now, maybe even 20 plus. He's been around for a long time. So the fact that even he remembers some of the crazier injuries in and of itself just speaks to how many have happened with this team. But he even said, he's like, I learned when I was just riding on the team bus, like everyone else did. I didn't know what was happening. So that was an interesting one. So we did that matchup. And again, if you want to vote on it, it's on our Twitter poll we have up there. Go on YouTube. We can find all this stuff happening there. So we got Madison Bumgardner v. Draymond Green there. Do you want to shift to the other two? Would you like to do that at this point?
Fire away.
All right. It's going to be Mac Jones or Trey Lance.
Oh, God.
And that was the topic of conversation
for months,
dating back a couple years ago with what was dubbed the greatest quarterback draft class of maybe all time. And you think back then it was Trevor Lawrence, it was Justin Fields, it was this kid out of North Dakota State, Trey Lance, you had Mac Jones out of Alabama, and you had Zach Wilson out of BY freaking U. And everyone knew it was going to be Trevor Lawrence.
Year.
It was the COVID year, and everyone knew it was going to be Trevor Lawrence. He was the guy was the chosen one from his freshman year at Clemson. We knew he was going number 1 overall to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We didn't know what was happening after that. Whether it was Trey Lance, whether it was Justin Fields, whether it was Zach Wilson. And then slowly but surely, we knew who the Jets were going to take. It was going to be Zach Wilson as the number 2 guy taken. All right, so we got that. So what's going to go on with Justin Fields then? What's going to go on with Trey Lance? Mac Jones, all of a sudden, Alabama, national championship. That team was stacked, but Mac Jones, look, I got to be honest, I was a Mac Jones guy too in college. I thought he looked incredible. I know he didn't have like the craziest big arm. He wasn't, everyone thinks of that picture with his shirt off in the locker room with a cigar. He had the gut, which I also kind of respected. I was like, I love me some Mac Jones. And obviously he also had the mugshot once upon a time too. Everyone made fun of his name. It's like, the Niners can't draft a guy named McCorkle Jones. It can't happen. People were losing their minds about going from potentially Jimmy Garoppolo to Mac Jones. And then this guy out of nowhere, Joe, Trey Lance. Who? North Dakota State? I guess Carson Wentz went there. No one knew who this guy was, but what did we see? We saw big arm.
The highlights.
But the highlights, and we saw this guy moving around.
I
and he had
watched
athleticism.
every single passing snap he took because somebody had chopped it up on YouTube. I watched every single drop back. I'm not kidding. Of his entire college career. Because those were the COVID years when we were doing shows from home, Joe.
I know.
And then I watched every single drop back from Mac Jones.
Right.
Trust me, Bonte and me were going way down the rabbit hole. He yelled at me for not watching the film, and I told him that I did watch the film, and we were like outdoing each other.
You were not a Mac Jones guy.
I saw Mac Jones throwing 2 wide open wide receivers in college, and I did not think that it was going to translate, and I didn't like that he couldn't make plays outside of structure. I thought that his ability, that was kind of why you moved off of Jimmy, right? And, what I underestimated about Trey Lance was that when you're going up against, and I think now that we know, he probably would have transferred in the NIL world that we're in now. He probably would have transferred to a bigger school, and maybe he develops better or gets exposed or whatever.
Yeah.
But like the guy literally did not put a ball. If you look at him in college, he did not put a ball in harm's way. He had like 1 interception of the year and some change, because the other game was like a straight fugazi of work. And look, Carson Wentz, say what you want about Carson. At one point, he was going to be the MVP of the league.
He was. And
he was dominating the league physically.
And
so
then,
I was like, well, this is going to translate.
And
I was wrong.
Yeah, no, Nick Foles took over.
So was the entire Shanahan regime.
Honestly, everyone was wrong about that 2021 draft. Let's keep it a buck.
No.
Everyone was wrong.
Of course. And like Justin Fields, I never really loved Justin Fields because for our system, because he turns his back to the field and runs around too much. I knew that wasn't going to be a Shanahan thing.
See, the difference was with the Mac Jones and Trey Lance conversation, as we're talking about the best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century. Mac Jones or Trey Lance was a big talking point for a lot of people. I was actually in the Mac Jones, you should draft this guy. And I still believe in the conspiracy theory that Kyle Shanahan actually wanted this guy all along.
I have no idea.
What drove a lot of Niner fans crazy about that was, well, then why'd you trade 3 first-round picks to move to number 3 pick when it's not going to take that to get Mac Jones?
Well, that was my whole point on why you don't take Mac Jones.
Right.
It's stand pat and take Mac Jones.
Yeah.
If you're going to move up, well, then swing big. You know what I mean?
Unless they thought that Mac Jones did so much and improve his draft stock that much to, vault himself in the top 10, where, quite frankly, no one was talking about him in the top 10 until the Niners traded up. And then what happened? Chris Sims, who's linked to who? Kyle Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
Teammates where? Texas and college. They have matching tattoos.
Yeah, I don't know how much that. I don't even know if they're buds. Though.
No. Well,
Still.
I think they are. They're friends.
I know, but I don't think he's giving them away all the secrets.
They're not. But that was the big talking point, was it not? In 2021, Chris Sims,
Florio's still mad,
and Florio, they brought it up and said, you know what? I think he moved up here to get Mac Jones. I immediately thought Mac Jones. Why? Because he's a prototypical quarterback for Kyle Shanahan, who at the time, who did we all link to Shanahan? Kirk freaking Cousins.
And now Mac Jones is on the roster.
And now Mac Jones is back up. And we had people and hosts at this station say, well, you know what? Maybe if the Brock Purdy, if the negotiations go sideways, it's a holdout. I could see Mac Jones taking his job. What? Mac Jones? He's making what? $6 million? And by the way, there's going to be a conversation, and I hope this doesn't happen. If Brock Purdy misses a game or two and Mac Jones looks good, there's going to be some chirping. There's going to be some fans saying, oh, well, I don't know. I mean, Kyle Shanahan wanted Mac Jones all along. I don't know. He's not making this much money.
Dude, if Sam Darnold somehow beats Brock Purdy one more time, people are going to go nuts.
We have sound on this? Where is it? Where do we got? There we go. And this is from the Morning Roast circa 2021.
Uh-oh.
Let's go to it.
At number 3, if it is indeed down to Jones and Lance.
It's really interesting. I think if this was a couple years ago, with the way that the NFL is formatted, I think Trey Lance would be the pick. You allow Jimmy Garoppolo to be the starter for the next 2 years. He plays out his contract. And then you get Trey Lance accustomed to playing in the NFL, taking a lot of practice reps, and having that time to learn from a veteran and learn Kyle Shanahan's offense. And Mac Jones, he had 2 sets of first-round wide receivers playing with him at Alabama, Jerry Jeudy and Henry Ruggs, and this past year, Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle, whereas Trey Lance, he's really only had 1 full year as a starting college quarterback, and that's not to take anything away from him, but he does need some time to develop. San Francisco is a team that is ready to win now. They were in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs just 2 seasons ago. I think given the fact that Mac Jones is more pro-ready, he's likely going to be the pick for the Niners at number 3.
That was not voices of Bonte Hill and Joe Shatsky. That was a Sports Illustrated article clip, but that was just kind of a summation of what everyone was talking about at that time. Back in April of 2021, 4 years ago now, and we all talked about it. That was the big talking point. It was small school guy, but the high upside, right? And we were tired of Jimmy Garoppolo and this limited physical nature of his noodle arm, the Jimmy O no throws. He can't scamper away anymore. Torn ACL, all of it. He couldn't stay on the field. And the irony is Trey Lance couldn't get on the field after you drafted him, and there was that whole thing with that. But Mac Jones, let's not get it twisted. Mac Jones had a really good freaking rookie year. He was incredible his rookie year with the Patriots.
Incredible strong. He was really good.
I thought he was
incredible, I say, for Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels had an incredible rookie year.
Listen, he was not coming right after Brady because there was a gap in between there because Cam Newton obviously was there.
We played them.
Yeah, and you played him. But he was supposed to be the guy that is the next Brady, if you will. Not that anyone's the next Tom Brady.
They won a game with Mac Jones throwing twice.
Well, it was like a blizzard.
I'm just saying.
It was a blizzard.
Like, the team had great success.
Yes.
Belichick did some really good things. And then they lost Josh McDaniels, and everything changed for him.
He did. I'm going back to his rookie season right now. Let me see if I can. Yeah, let's see. Mac Jones in his career. And he did have a really good rookie season. Right here. 67% completion percentage. 3,800 passing yards, 22 touchdowns, 13 picks.
That's what Brock did last year.
Right? Pretty good.
No, it is good. It is good.
And now he's the backup in San Francisco. He's only 26.
I mean, but you get what I'm saying on incredible. Like, incredible would be what Jaden Daniels did last year. I mean, that was incredible.
Sure. I think still, because we are such in this era of rookies being like ballers, like immediately coming in these expectations, I don't scoff at rookie quarterbacks starting from week one and then getting to the playoffs. It's pretty, for me, incredible. You might think it's too strong of a word. Like CJ Stroud, the Jaden Daniels, those are unbelievable. Hell, Brock Purdy when he came in, soaking wet off the bench. I know we're up against it. We got a break here in a second.
Yeah, that's fine.
And we'll pick this up on the other side. We do got this or that still, Joe, too. Plus, what Mac Jones or Trey Lance, that sports topic, is going up against, because there's another juicy one on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, putting a bow on this Thursday show on the other side of 95.7 The Game.
shut up. Sure.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadoni and Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Can I get a water though?
Oh, no, you can get a from Dave Fleming. It's an all-timer. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, our Giants Insider, joined us last segment. If you missed any of that, Dave touched on the second half of the Giants, what he expects, the expectations of what they should be, and some of the players he's going to be looking for to potentially break out. So if you missed that, find it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. By the way, this or that coming up shortly, this or that. The boys in the back have a topic. Could be sports related, could be non-sports related. I guess you'll never know until they'll reveal it to us because it's a surprise for the hosts. And by the way, we're talking about our best Bay Area sports topic of the 21st century. We have a bracket out right now. Find it on any of our social pages, Twitter, Instagram, what have you. Join the conversation, 888-957-9570. Earlier, we touched on the Draymond Green Jordan Poole punch, and that's going up against the Madison Bumgardner dirt bike accident. And then last segment, we started touching on the Mac Jones versus Trey Lance draft debate from 2021, and that's going up against Joe, the tuck rule. And that is still today, I think, one of the biggest con jobs in the history of sports. Yet a rule that no one knew about, that was just instituted in a playoff game where we all saw it. It was Charles Woodson and the Raiders taking on this guy that no one really heard about, Tom Brady, New England Patriots. It was a snow bowl. It was looked like they were in a snow globe, right? All the snow were at Foxborough Stadium. And they called it on the field a fumble, a recovery by the Raiders, went to review, ended up being called an incomplete pass, and that the quarterback's arm was going forward, and we have the play right here. You want to take a listen real quick? Mm-hmm. You know, it was a bad radio host of me to not introduce you first to speak.
No, it's all right.
Because what does Dibs say? Bros before phones, or cuts, if you will, in this case. So I'm supposed to let you talk before throwing to sound.
Talk.
Okay. There it is. I think we're good. We're good, Dibs? All right. Just let me know. You can send me a text. This is how it sounded.
Blitz. Lost the football. It's on the ground. Covered by the Raiders.
His college teammate, Charles Woodson, on the blitz. Tom Brady never sees him coming from the front side. Greg Biekert recovers the fumble.
Look, and here comes Charles Woodson.
Top of your screen, Charles Woodson untouched.
And Biekert picks himself up.
Charles Woodson.
Well, they are going to, under 2 minutes, review whether or not Brady's arm was in motion or whether it's an incomplete pass or a fumble. That'll be an automatic review from upstairs.
Yes. First time today I've seen him come on a blitz.
Oh. The question is, did he pull it down? His arm was going forward, but was he throwing the football?
And this is what Walt Coleman had to say after it, a guy that's named I will never forget.
First of all, Walt, thank you for correctly ruling this on the field. I appreciate you getting the call right.
It's an incomplete pass. It's an incomplete pass when it happened, and it's an incomplete pass 20 years later.
Oh, my God, this guy. No, it's not. He literally had two hands on the ball when it got knocked out of his hand. I'm sorry. It's still, to this day, Joe, 23 years later, because it was the 2002 AFC Divisional Playoff game, I for the life of me, it changed everything in the NFL. We look back at that point and that moment, which was the catalyst for Tom Brady and the Patriots to go on to win that game. They go on to tie it. They go to overtime. They win the game, and they go on and win the Super Bowl, the first of 7 for one Thomas Edward Patrick Brady. And to this day, it's still one of the biggest and most controversial plays ever.
Similar to the Bartman play, I think a lot about woulda, coulda, shoulda. The Raiders woulda, coulda, shoulda stopped them twice, not just on that particular drive after that play happened, but also in overtime.
Yeah.
And I think about their missed opportunities against Baltimore with the Siragusa belly flop, their missed opportunity against the Tampa Bay Bucks in the Super Bowl itself. There's just so many different things that could have happened differently and how history would have changed. And Look, that moment is a moment in time. The fact that Brady ends up getting knocked out the following week and Bledsoe comes in, and then Bledsoe ends up being, removed again in the Super Bowl for Tom Brady. Like, there's just so many different things that woulda, coulda, shoulda happened differently, but they all happened the way that they happened, and the history of the NFL was written.
It was.
And cast.
And it was the end of John Gruden with the Raiders. They ended up moving off from John Gruden. They trade him for a first-round pick to Tampa Bay, and then they end up playing. So they do get Bill Callahan to replace him, and obviously Bill Callahan, I think, is most famously known with that rant, "We got to be the dumbest team in America." Remember that when he was the Raiders head coach? But they did get to a Super Bowl. And they got absolutely waxed against one of the greatest defenses we've ever seen, quite frankly. Derek Brooks, Warren Sapp, John Lynch, right? They were just so damn stacked, but it didn't help that you didn't change any of the offensive verbiage when you were going into that game. Jerry Rice was obviously a part of this Tucker game as a Raider. Charles Woodson, just some of the names in this game alone. The Brewskis, the Vrabels, the Tom Brady's. It was incredible, right? And then the fact that all the snow was happening, it took it to another level. And obviously on the call there for CBS Sports, rest in peace, Greg Gumbel and Phil Simms right there too.
Yeah, Simms, the Kentucky twang. He's always got the twang.
As we're talking about his son Chris Simms and him and Kyle Shanahan being besties.
Yeah.
Phil Simms, that was before he was on the 8 broadcast with Jim Nantz, obviously.
Look, the Raider fans have a gripe. I'm not here to say that they don't. They clearly, they got hosed. There's no doubt about it. But there's another element of this that, Raider fans act like they were, and I'm just saying how I feel. Well, Raider fans act like they were robbed of a dynasty because of this moment. I'm not saying you do, and I'm not saying every Raider fan.
Oh, sure.
But to me, I do laugh at, you guys have 2.5 decades later, and it still feels like you're crying about this moment in time when for years they've just been so inept. But I do give them this. You got hosed. Yeah. There's no other way around it. You definitely got hosed. But I always bring up all the other stuff. Like I said, the Siragusa belly flop, that moment happened. You guys should have won that game too. Should have won the Super Bowl.
Right.
You guys are a great team. You should have had something. You should have walked away from that era of football with something. And you didn't. And then it's just been an absolute nightmare.
It's not just a play. You were reminded by it for 2+ decades. Every single time Tom Brady was in a Super Bowl, it felt like they had to mention that. Oh, well, remember how it all began in his first ever playoff run, and they would show the highlight.
You still felt like that?
Well, no, they would show it.
I know, but not like 2017, 2018, by then.
No.
But early on, definitely.
Which makes it funny
definitely.
Now. It's funny looking back now because who is now a minority owner of the team?
That's just crazy.
It's Tom Brady.
Which
is insane.
I personally still feel like the Immaculate Reception is of the egregious things, to me, is the more egregious one. Because you would have won the game, you'd have walked off, it's over, you move on.
And they probably, and that
you
team,
got completely, I mean, both of them you got jobbed. But in a weird way, I feel like the Immaculate Reception is way more of a screw job, if that's even possible.
Well, no, and, the Immaculate Deception, as some call it.
Well, it was not a catch.
It wasn't a catch, and also they went to review and they knew it wasn't, but they were so afraid because the fans already
garbage.
The fans already stormed the field. The refs were afraid. Had they reversed it, a riot would have happened. Which is, come on.
I think it's garbage.
I think so too. 888-957-9570. Tuck rule versus Jones and Lance. I love that.
Just to clear up, guys. So the original ruling on the field, NFL Rule 3, Section 22, Article 2. When a quarterback is holding the ball to pass it forward, any intentional forward movement of his arm starts a forward pass, even if the player loses possession of the ball as he is attempting to tuck it back to his body. That was the rule that was written prior to the tuck rule. So that's what they were going off of when they made that rule.
Yeah, but that rule means nothing to me when you touch the ball with two hands. You have two hands on the ball. It was just Tom Brady had, which at that case...
He was bracing it because he was holding it for the hit.
Correct. And Charles Woodson talked about it as well, talking about that 30 for 30.
I feel like I've heard everything I needed to hear today. I heard you admit that you were bringing the ball back to your body.
The intention.
With the intent, because the ball was coming back.
Absolutely.
Which means it was a fumble. That's just it. You want to talk about interpretation of a rule. You just gave me the interpretation.
And ChatGPT is on the Raiders side on this. What did they say, Carter? They said it was a fumble?
Yeah, if you ask ChatGPT its opinion, taking everything into account, it says, my opinion, it was a fumble. The rule was badly written and the spirit of the play was clear. 100%. Brady was done passing.
100%.
That should have been Raiders ball, and we might be talking a very different NFL dynasty if that call goes the other way.
As I've always said, Carter, AI, they know everything.
100% right.
So there you go.
I would disagree. I do not think you would have had a dynasty. I think that discredits a lot of things.
No. I don't think
that part at the end I would disagree with.
Yeah,
but
no.
I agree 100%. It's a fault. Look, my common sense, eyeballs, spirit of the rule versus letter of the law. It's a fumble.
In no way was that Raiders team going to be a dynasty. They were relying on way too many veterans on that team, first and foremost. Hell, your MVP was Rich Gannon, like age 34, 33, like one of the most improbable MVP seasons you've ever seen. It was the year after, I believe. But you had an old man Jerry Rice, you had old man Tim Brown,
Dana Stubblefield,
Bill
Charlie Garner,
Bill Romanowski, right? Charlie Gardner.
That team was sick. That was the Balco squad.
I think ChatGPT.
What? They were all on the Balco thing.
I think ChatGPT is more referring to the Patriots dynasty, maybe not starting.
Oh, the Patriots. Gotcha.
Correct.
I thought you meant that the Raiders were going to have a dynasty.
I knew what Carter was talking about there. Definitely not there, and that's why it was so impactful and important of a play because of what happened with the Patriots after the fact. The Raiders, I do think they wouldn't end up winning the Super Bowl. It would have been a great show because I do think their defense, like the Patriots, would have gotten to beat up Kurt Warner in the greatest show on turf. I do think they were able to do that, and I think Rich Gannon was good enough, and I think he was a better, and obviously it would have been in a dome at this time. He would have been able to light it up like a Kurt Warner had it been a shootout type of a game too. I don't know if Tom Brady, that iteration, was able to do that. And it had to have been a more physical, hard-nosed game, and they relied more on their defense at that time. I think people need to kind of reverse how they think about Tom Brady recently as opposed to early in 2000s, because he transformed into just kind of a game manager in those early iterations.
Yeah, but that game against the Rams, because I was rooting so hard.
He made some big throws.
He was incredible. I mean, even John Madden's telling you, like, I don't know, I think I might just go to overtime here.
For sure.
And he marched down the field. I mean, look, Brady was, even back then, he was an assassin late in games. It's just, history doesn't remember those things.
No, they don't. Bob in San Francisco wants to touch on the Niners and the Tuck rule. Bob, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
Good morning, guys. It's a great topic. Yeah, definitely that was a fumble. I agree with Chasky. I don't think it was going to change the Raiders' plight over the next few years. And I don't think it changed the Patriots' dominance either. I mean, they were going to be dominant regardless. But here's my question. The Niners have since lost 3 Super Bowls, and they're pulling my hair out over that, right? So which is worse, to shine at that time and never get back, or to be there perennially and never win it? So I just don't know.
We're the bridesmaid, never the bride right now. And I think that's the harder thing to deal with. It's one thing when your team sucks. Like when the Warriors just sucked, it was misery, but it's not the same misery as getting so, even though it's more fun along the way, getting so close and losing in overtime to Mahomes, blowing 10-point leads to Mahomes, losing to the Ravens the way they did. So, like, here's a great example. Jimmy Smith was holding Crabtree. Oh my God. Look, yes, I think he was. I also think that totally lets the Niners off the hook for how poorly they played in that game and giving up a special teams touchdown, to start the second half, and how the defense got shredded and how Anquan Bolden destroyed Chris Culliver. So that's why when I like the Tuck rule, for example, I'm using my own fandom prism. We could argue about a play, but I'm always the believer of like, dude, you play the full 60 minutes of a game. You play the full 48 minutes in basketball. And a play here and there, yeah, you got screwed, but it also lets you off the hook for all the other plays that led up to that play and what happened after that play.
And you can't let that one, because there was still a game to be played after that moment, right? And they fell apart and it was tough. And you just go back to that moment, though, and the game would have been essentially over. But it wasn't. You had to play on, and they had to tie the game, and they did, and they ended up going to win it. Adam Vinatieri in the snow.
What's harder to come up with? The ref screwing you, or Sherman making the play of his life in Seattle, and Malcolm Smith happens to be trailing the play? It's one of the most incredible plays of all time. What's harder to come to grasp with?
Honestly, it's probably the Sherman one because of all the smack talking you did after the fact, and the fact that they were your division rival. That hurts more to me because at that point, the Patriots and the Raiders were in a rivalry. It was more so not even the Patriots. You hated the refs at that point. It had nothing to do with the other team. The Sherman and Smith one, like you hate the.
You have to swallow it.
You have to swallow it and know that team is probably going to go on and win the Super Bowl. That game was for the Super Bowl for me.
If you close your eyes, and no doubt, if you close your eyes and you say greatest Seattle sports moments of all time, on a short list, it's the Sherman play. It's probably the Beast Mode's one on there somewhere. It's got to be the Griffey sliding in home on the Yankees in the playoffs.
There's not a lot of them.
Sherman's on a short list.
The Sherman's probably number one, right?
Because they did go on to win the Super Bowl.
They did. Hell, it might be the opening play of the Super Bowl when Peyton Manning gets the ball snapped over his head and they get the safety to start it off.
Still to this day,
you knew as a Niner fan watching that Super Bowl.
It was over.
Right after that.
Right, it was over. Game was over.
They're cooked.
Game was completely
We got this or that coming up after Franchise in Oakland who wants to chime in on the Tuck rule. What's up, Franchise?
Oh, hey, guys. How we doing today?
Well, we're opening old wounds, Franchise. That's how we're doing.
Yeah, you definitely are, man. I hadn't tuned in for a minute, and I hear you guys are talking about the Tuck rule, and Chasky's talking about it's not a big deal. Oh, man.
He didn't say it wasn't a big deal.
Out. Can you listen? Because I never said it wasn't a big deal.
Okay. All right, fair. Okay? If you didn't say it's a big deal, listen to this. The game would have been over if they get the tuck, if they get that fumble. Game over. We scrutinize every single play, every single season, every single game, every single defining moment. And Tom Brady winning the Super Bowl after that, I mean, come on. A million things could have happened if the Raiders win the Super Bowl instead of Tom Brady in that situation. Everybody starts to question, is Tom Brady the right guy? Maybe he doesn't become the starting quarterback for the next 20 years. But putting that aside and the implications for the Patriots for just a second, how about the Raiders? We have no more team in Oakland. Rich Gannon was amazing that year. Our whole team was stacked that year. And just kind of saying like, it wouldn't have worked. Okay, look, you said also that it gives you an excuse for the rest of the game, like not winning the rest of the game. That was an incredible play by our number one player, Charles Woodson, ending the game on a fumble, and it would have been
Can I ask you a
game
question?
over.
Can I ask you a question? How old are you?
36, bro.
Yeah, okay. So, do you remember what happened the very next year for your Oakland Raiders?
We went to the Super Bowl.
You went to the Super Bowl and lost. So I'm not saying that you're making it out like we would have won the Super Bowl and then we would have won the you went right back to the Super Bowl and could have won that one as well. I'm not saying it's not it's a humongous deal, right? Brady got knocked out in the very next game and Bledsoe went in there and he won the game and then Belichick went back to Brady in the Super Bowl. Like, a lot of wild things happened in between the tuck play and when they eventually ended up winning the Super Bowl, the New England Patriots. What I'm saying is we could do that throughout history if this didn't happen, if that didn't happen. Do you know what happened after the catch? Danny White threw a dime to Drew Pearson, who got horse collar tackled by Eric Wright, which should have been a penalty. The very next play, Danny White fumbles the ball. But history doesn't remember those things. These are all the little things that happen in a game. After the tuck play, you could have stopped. I'm not saying that you obviously the game would have been over. You could have also stopped them on downs. You didn't. Vinatieri could have missed a field goal to send it to overtime. He didn't. You could have not won the coin toss, right? Like, there's a zillion different things that could have happened.
Even if you won that game, you could lose. Who was it, Pittsburgh in the AFC Championship? You could have lost to Pittsburgh. You could have lost to the greatest show on freaking turf.
Yeah.
Like, that's a good. And then we're talking about Kurt Warner having a couple with the Rams. All of a sudden, his career looks a little different, don't you think?
It looks
right?
totally different.
Totally different.
And then he takes the card. Maybe he never leaves the Rams if he wins 2 in a row.
So exactly. So there's things that are trickle-down effects. And listen, I hear you on maybe they never leave Oakland. Maybe you're right. Maybe they won the Super Bowl. Who knows? And it sucks. And we're always going to have that what if. They're in Vegas right now. But I will always come back to this. Bad ownership's going to be bad ownership. And Al Davis late.
That was kind of where I was like, look, you literally went to the Super Bowl the next year.
Yeah, exactly.
So this thing that like, we would have still been in Oakland. Let's pump the brakes a little. Like
maybe it could have helped. It could have helped.
Yeah, maybe.
You never know.
Maybe. I don't know. Like, or they still could have left. Who knows?
Right. So we got the Tuck Rule versus Mac Jones or Trey Lance, and this is the best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century. So they're going head to head there, and you can vote on it on our social media on Twitter, Find it there. At 957 The Game. We have it retweeted there. And then Madison Bumgardner dirt bike accident versus the Draymond Green Jordan Poole punch heard round the world. I think I know which one's going to win that.
And like, look, whoever wins these individual matchups moves on in the bracket so that we can determine what you, the audience, thinks is the greatest Bay Area sports conversation topic over the last 25 years.
Absolutely. 888-957-9570. That's the number to weigh in.
I hope I don't sound like a hater to Raider fans.
No, I don't think you're sounding like a hater
I'm
at all.
sounding like it's like the Niners. I think about what we sound like.
They've gotten so many heartbreaking. You've lost 3 Super Bowls in the last decade.
And we sound like there are times I hear my buddies, I'm like, you sound like a whiner. Like, if Ahmed Bradshaw gets called for a fumble in overtime, we win. Like, you're right. I agree with you. But if Kyle Williams doesn't fumble twice on punt returns, we win that game. If Brett Swain isn't the wide receiver and it's Ted Ginn Jr., and if Alex can hit someone on third down, we win that game. There's like 50 things I think of how we could have won that game.
It's one thing if the Raiders hadn't had any Super Bowls. They've had 3. Like, they are one of the more accomplished franchises in the history of the NFL. I would understand it if a Cleveland Browns fan could never get over that. And maybe there's a part of Raider fans, and there is. They're not going to get over the Tuck rule. But it helps knowing you've actually won the big one before and you did get to the Super Bowl the year after. The Cleveland Browns, they've never even gotten to a freaking Super Bowl. So, like, they look at, like, Red Right 88, I think, is one of them. And I think that is... The drive,
John
right?
Elway.
Exactly. They look at those moments against the Broncos or the Raiders as their lowest points, but those were also the highest points because they've ever gotten to them as professional sports fans.
Chad Henne coming in the game against Cleveland when Mahomes got knocked out, and I can't believe Tyreek Hill was wide open on that little in and out play.
Who wasn't rooting for the Browns in that game? I was rooting for
Speak
them.
of the devil, we have some NFL news that's kind of relevant to this. Adam Schefter's reporting that a Dallas County judge has sentenced Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice to 5 years probation and 30 days of jail time that can be served during those 5 years, stemming from his role in a multi-car crash in Dallas during the 2024 offseason.
Okay. And we'll wait to hear what the NFL is going to do in response to that and their suspension.
He also is recovering from an ACL, PCL, MCL injury. Ugh.
Right. I know. There's a lot baked in there.
When I think about what I like, again, I'm trying to be fair here. When I think about like Niner fans whining and crying, because we all do. Every sports fandom does this.
Yes.
The 2011 game, we got hosed. Ahmed Bradshaw fumbled. He did fumble. And so did Kyle Williams twice on punt returns. Okay. So and they went 1 for 11 on third down. Okay. They couldn't sack Eli Manning. He was incredible of evading the sack. They couldn't move the ball on offense. All right. There's 10 reasons why they lost that game. That doesn't mean that they were then going to go and play. I think they would have, but that doesn't mean they were going to go play New England and beat that New England team.
Correct.
Julian Edelman could have cooked them in that game, hypothetically. Who was going to guard Gronk? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who was going to guard Gronk. Like, I'm not really sure.
In hindsight, I have a hard time like Alex Smith beating Tom Brady. But that being said, Eli did it twice, and so did Nick Foles.
Yeah,
so
but
you never know.
But Mario Manningham made a sick catch, and
Eli was really good in those games,
he was, and that defensive line was awesome. I liked our defensive line's chances, but again, I don't know. Then I go forget 2012 because I've already gone through that 1,000 times. 2013. Frank Gore got concussed in the first quarter. Mike Iupati broke his leg. Navarro Bowman had his career altered forever at the goal line, where he literally stripped the ball from Marshawn Lynch in one of the greatest plays ever, and Eric Reed blasted his knee and it exploded. Okay, Alden Smith stripped Russell Wilson on the second play of the game, and we ran a 3rd and 7 Kaepernick keeper. Greg Roman, to this day, makes no sense. I'm telling you, one of the sickest highlights I've ever seen in my life. He looks like a shortstop throwing a jump throw like Derek Jeter. Kaepernick is sprinting to the line, jumps in the air, and fires a laser 40 yards in the air. And Anquan Boldin just catches it in the end zone for one of the sickest plays no one ever remembers, ever. Michael Bennett was offsides on a play where he strip sacked Colin Kaepernick. We lost 45 seconds of game clock. No one knows how. No one knows how. Do I think the Niners got screwed in that game? No, they fell short.
Exactly. But when it
drives me nuts.
When it comes down to one play, and I think the reason why the Tuck rule is so captivating is because no one knew what the hell we were talking about. It felt like a rule was made up in real time, And what's baked into it, we haven't really touched it.
They got screwed. I'm admitting it. They got screwed.
And also, Al Davis, in his standing in the league at the time, there's a lot of Raider fans that feel, rightfully so, that the league was always against Al for him being a Maverick, him suing the NFL and winning. I'm sure a lot of people saw the 30 for 30. There's a lot baked into the Raiders and how they feel at the league being against them, and specifically Al Davis, rest in peace, at the time. So there was a lot baked into that equation. And another one that's like a what if, Derek Carr, when he broke his leg, that's another one I feel like we don't talk about when it comes to the Raiders moving. Now, the ball might have already been in motion there, but what if Derek Carr doesn't break his leg and that offense and that season, and they go on a run in the playoffs? Del Rio. Dude, he was the gambler that year. So it's like everything was working that year. But they might have gotten humbled in the playoffs. You never know.
Who
knows? But those are just one of those things. And I think what we're getting at here and why these conversations are so fun in these Bay Area sports topics, it's the what if scenarios. And that is what we live for in sports talk. What if this didn't happen? What if this did happen?
What's the one for you that you're tired of hearing of in terms of we got screwed by the whatever, the circumstances, the refs, the officials? Because the one I hate hearing from everybody is, and look, it's true. LeBron whined and cried and got Draymond suspended, but Draymond also had done enough things stupidly, I don't even know if that's a word, that led up to him being in a position to get suspended. We also got screwed, and then we also fell short. And all of those things are all true all at once, but I also hate hearing from Warrior fans like, well, if Draymond doesn't get suspended. Well, he did. He DDT'd Michael Beasley for no reason. He kicked Steven Adams in the groin. Yes, he did. And it just, we saw it coming a mile away.
Oh, man. For me, I guess it just goes to refs in general. And it always happens in a basketball series is you start setting the tone for, oh, well, this team gets all the calls, so it's going to be really hard to win this series because Team X gets all the calls. It's like, that's just such a loser mentality that I'm just not here for as any fan.
But there is some truth to it. I mean, Kings fans, when I say Kings, Lakers.
Tim Donaghy is that's a different one. There was Kobe even referenced
everyone,
it.
But also Robert Horry hit one of the wildest shots any of us has ever seen.
He did.
Sports, man.
Sports, man.
You know which one was not talked about enough to me is, do you guys remember the Fail Mary with the Packers versus Golden Tate in the end zone?
No, that was in the regular season.
That was a Monday night game.
I know. It was. I think it was the opener of the season, but that was unbelievable.
The best part was Pete Carroll in the end zone, standing right near the ref,
incredible.
and then they do, it's a touchdown, and Pete goes, yeah, it's a touchdown. He's just right near him, too.
It was incredible.
Pete Carroll, elite troll, by the way. One of the all-time troll head coaches of all. He's so good. Oh, man, I love these conversations.
I will say to this day, you hear this a lot, like Steelers, Ravens, hard hitting. I truly believe the hardest hitting game of all time is the NFC Championship game, Seahawks, Niners. Oof. I will go to my deathbed. Deshaun Golson didn't even play in that one. It was Eric Reed and Dante Whitner as your safeties. Yeah. It was Marshawn Lynch, Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas, Sherman. I don't even know.
Bruce Irvin.
Well, who was it? Was it Browner? Was it Browner? Was the other corner? That was one of the most physical games I have ever seen in my entire life.
Michael Bennett. Yeah.
Every inch of that field was getting hit. That was unbelievable.
Cam Chancellor was incredible.
That whole
I hated him. He was so
incredible.
good. He was so good.
Who's my guy that flipped off the bench when he got hurt?
Earl Thomas.
Earl Thomas, from
Earl,
Texas, the safety. So sick.
Cliff Averill, remember that name?
Cliff
Averill, big boy.
Raider legend.
Oh, God, stop. What are the update on the polls, by the way, with some of these brackets?
Yeah, let me give you an update here. We have an absolute blowout with one of them.
What is it?
Draymond's punching pool is at 97% over Bumgardner dirt bike.
Number one seed.
I think it might win the entire thing.
It's going to win the whole thing. Keep going.
And then Trey Lance, Mac Jones versus the Tuck Rule. The Tuck Rule is at 62.5%, while Trey Lance and Mac Jones are at 37.6%.
I think the name recognition of the Tuck Rule is very important with all this, too, because it transcends. It became a national topic.
Well, it's national. It's way more national than it was even local.
For sure. No, it was. Cliff Averill, by the way, never a Raider. He was a Lion. You remember?
Then who? So it was Malcolm Smith, and who was the other random linebacker.
Well, Bruce Irvin was there. Bruce Irvin. That's why I referenced that. Bruce Irvin was
Bruce
good.
Irvin. Okay.
Is Bruce Irvin still in the league right now? I think he low-key was in here
Malcolm
recently.
Smith, dude. I still to this day,
Dolphin a
if
couple
he's
years
not
ago.
trailing that play, we get one more down. It was a perfectly thrown pass till it wasn't.
There's a lot of heartbreak in the Bay Area. I think that's what we're learning here as a society. There's the Bay Area when it comes to championship or playoff losses around here. Oh my God.
I'll never forget my dad and I. We leave LA after the Niners blew a 10-point lead to the Rams in the NFC Championship game. And me and Rocco and my dad and Bonte were out front and we're doing a live stream on Periscope or whatever the hell it was, Instagram Live, I don't even remember.
Facebook Live, yeah.
And like random fans are coming up and like crying and hugging us. And I was disgusted. My dad and I hopped in the car, didn't talk for the entire 4 hours driving back up I-5. It took us 4 hours. He was doing like 120.
It's a boring drive,
I'm watching the game back on the iPad, okay? And at one point at the very end, we broke the silence because we just started laughing when Joe Buck and Troy Aikman goes, I think at one point it's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'm not sure about that. And my dad hated Jimmy. Drove him nuts. Jimmy drove him nuts. Tell me you got it. Tell me you got it.
Hold on. I got it somewhere
I
here.
worried that this game's going to come down to Jimmy Garoppolo. We just started laughing.
I got it right here.
The pain was so bad.
I'm putting it
We
right
just started
here.
laughing.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
I'll never forget, there was like 2 minutes to go. We got the ball back, and the whole place is standing. Everyone's going nuts. And I look to my left, like, where's my dad? I look down the aisle. He's got his full bag packed. He goes, let's go. I go, this is his Joe Montana moment. I'm yelling that to him. He goes, it's Jimmy Garoppolo, Joe.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
Fast five, Carter. We ready for that? Real quick.
The play, it's not even the
I
Jaworski
love the
play.
dad move. It trumps all. No matter
He knew.
what. He knew. Dads just want to leave. Let's beat the traffic, son.
No, it wasn't. He has zero faith in Jimmy Garoppolo. He goes, this guy cannot complete a forward pass. First play of the game, he's got him. Kittle's wide open, and he airmails him. And he goes, that's the game. I go, that's the game? It's the third play of the game. He goes, Joe, that has to be 6. I'll never forget it. The other thing, people always talk about the Jaworski Tart play, and they're not wrong. Like, that was the play. He's sitting on his knees, and the Jumbotron is just staring at him. Jimmy threw a pass to Jawan Jennings on second down with no timeouts, inbounds. It's one of the worst passes you could possibly. You have to throw that ball into the ground. Time is your enemy. And then he's getting wrapped up for a sack and just flips the ball to Aaron Donald.
You know what I remember about that game, I should say?
Shanahan, God.
I couldn't watch the game at my house because Comcast had an outage in East Bay, Oakland, because a bullet from a gunshot hit something at like one of their towers, and most of the East Bay couldn't even watch the game. So I had to watch it on my phone through like my not even like my 4G and 5G was connected to it. So like that was out. Like I'd like listen to it on like, yeah, it was awful. It was awful. And it ended up coming back on that like final drive. And then what happened? Strip sack fumbled. Night. See you later. Aaron Donald, Rams going to win the whole damn thing, Carter.
Odell Beckham destroyed them in that game.
He did. I felt bad for Odell in the Super Bowl too, because
he was great.
Yeah. Never recovered from it, Carter.
Kaminga crisis.
It's the greatest thing ever.
We have a little update, so I'll give that as my final take. According to Jake Fisher, the Phoenix Suns are the latest team to show interest in Jonathan Kaminga. Sources say Phoenix, meanwhile, is the latest team to express exploratory interest in a Kaminga sign-and trade, challenging as it would be for the Suns to make such a deal, fresh off completing a buyout of Bradley Beal this week, enabling the Suns to waive and stretch the hefty contract possessed by the three-time NBA All-Star. They have contacted both Kaminga's representation and the Warriors to make their fondness of the bouncy swingman known.
If we could get somehow Devin Booker, shut up. Let me get Devin Booker.
Jesus.
Somehow. No, because I want him. I know what you're going to say.
No, I wasn't even going to say Devin Booker.
I want him.
Shut up.
Just let me get Devin Booker in my dreams somehow, some way.
No, you shut up because you know you're going to get. You're going to get Grayson Allen. That's what you're going to end up getting back for Jonathan Kaminga.
If there's a way that you can get Devin Booker.
Oh, actually, is there somehow it's financially feasible to get Dylan Brooks? I would not hate that.
Actually, I wouldn't be mad at Dylan Brooks.
That's a wild idea.
I actually wouldn't be mad at that. I'm dead serious.
Dylan Brooks and Draymond and Jimmy.
Well,
my God.
It'd be the ultimate Bash Bros. The Suspendables adds a third
Oh my
member.
God.
The Suspendables.
Oh.
You know who would hate that? Bonte.
Well, they also got
Hey, Dylan, your hair looks so good tonight. Same old Dylan Brooks to me.
Can you
you're doing great.
Can you get Mark Williams, or do they just sign him so you can't, kind of a thing?
I think they just acquired him. But Brooks too, so who knows?
Hey, Brooks, though, is the perimeter defender you're looking for. I actually don't hate that at all, the more I think about it.
Maybe we'll discuss it more tomorrow. And thus concludes
Kaminga Crisis.
I still want Devin Booker. I mean, he's the one that we've been flirting with since the Dream Team scenario of last summer.
I wish I could learn how to quit you, Devin. My final thought today is there's a lot of Bay Area sports heartbreak we're just never going to get over. And you know what? The Tuck Rule, Trey Lance, Mac Jones, it's never going to. And again, like some of these, the Trey Lance versus Mac Jones one, in hindsight, I love sports topics that in real time, it felt so important. And then 4 years pass and it's the worst quarterback draft class in the history of the NFL. It's just funny. We don't know anything. People, we don't know anything. I do know this, though. That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all your devices. Matt Steinmetz, he's going to have some sound on his board, and Daryl the Guru Johnson's going to talk about it, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack.
Oh, my God. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Call it like you see it.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Goo?
What's up, man? Got some new shoes yesterday, Steiny. I'm juiced.
Well, put them up to the camera so everybody can see them.
You know what? I'm going to do that right now. I thought they were Nike Air Maxes, but they weren't. And my son, what did I tell you, Evan?
You got knockoffs, as they say?
No knockoffs.
Vomeros.
Vomero 5s, baby. Yeah.
How much? How much were they?
Now, that bothers me.
Why?
Because Mia could be listening. But I'll say
she
this.
Doesn't know?
Yeah, I'll say this. No, she doesn't. Saturday, we're having the Yoon reunion at Alvarado Park.
Okay.
I would love for you, Evan, and anybody here at the game to pull up. About 2 o'clock. You'll see all Kane, Reg B, Rutherford, Mel, June, Ron T.
Well, I appreciate the invite.
Yeah. Evan said he might be in these
Let's get nuts. Let me check my schedule.
Bring some new vodka if you show up. Yeah.
I can probably do
right.
that. You know what? We got a little theme today. We got a little theme to the show.
And we have a theme every day.
Not really. Not like this.
It's arguing. That's right. Go ahead, Snotty.
The theme is chemistry. The theme is chemistry. So I'm listening to the morning show today, and they have Ethan Sherwood Strauss on. Great writer.
Yeah.
Has his own Substack. Loves sports, the business of sports. And Ethan Sherwood Strauss is talking about the Kaminga situation. And he throws in that it's been reported that Jonathan Kaminga last offseason not only turned down a contract extension offer from the Warriors, Ethan Sherwood Strauss says it was a 5-year, $150 million contract.
Oh, man.
So the original reporting was done by Jake Fisher, who works with Mark Stein, and he was the guy who said Kaminga turned down $30 million a year at 5 years, $150. And I'm just listening to Ethan today, and I knew the reports were out there that he obviously they didn't come to an agreement. But if Jonathan Kaminga turned down $150 million before the season started last year, I can see how it just, what do you do? And I know what you mean. You're probably saying, what do you mean? What do you do? If Jonathan Kaminga turns down $30 million last year, how are the Warriors supposed to feel about his future?
Listen, I know you've been in the game of reporting, writing for years, Steiny. I am sitting here looking at you when I heard this news and told you and Evan, I am the biggest supporter of Jonathan Kaminga. But if this report is true and he turned down $150, I'm disappointed. And then now I feel like if you follow the money, he probably was getting looked at sideways last season by probably his coach
and his
teammates, because what hurts to me is, who do you think you are if that wasn't enough? The Steph Curry, 30? So, Steiny, I'm still holding out hope that's not true, but it looks like it might be. And now, to me, shout out to the trucks, you got to get out of Dodge. You can't, nothing can fulfill you moving forward because you're not getting 30. And if you come back, you're probably coming back looking like Steiny. I hope this isn't true, but if it is, this is up the Dennis Schroeder alley of blown opportunities. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, look up Dennis Schroeder, who turned down a contract offer from the Lakers and got much of nothing compared to it. But, man, this would explain a lot.
So Mark Stein is somebody who used to write for the LA Times, maybe it was the Daily News, New York Times. He's been an NBA beat writer forever, and he's always been clued in on the Warriors. He goes way back with a lot of guys on the in the organization, and he's reporting that Kaminga right now is open to a short-term deal, and he's willing to take $25 million. And the Warriors are reluctant to go that high.
I believe it.
So I actually now, I believe, like I remember Slater said this on our airwaves. I don't know if he ever wrote it, but I remember him saying Kaminga wanted 35, the team wanted 30, and they were far apart. And I thought, is that really that far apart? But I guess it is. I now believe that. I believe he turned down 150.
Wow.
Because, and it would make sense that now he's looking at 25. But did he?
No, I'm blown away.
I don't, just let's put it this way. If the Golden State Warriors players, you say people got to stay out of everybody's pockets. I get all that.
All right, because that's what I think that's what I was taught.
But if you're telling me that they get back to training camp and, the team basically knows Kaminga turned down $150 million, I got to believe some of his teammates are saying, what's he doing?
That's why Draymond wrote that essay and had to end it saying, oh, this ain't about JK, but if this is true, Steiny, it was about JK. And he was in the future JKs. What are you doing? Who do you think you are? And this is not a personal attack on Kaminga, but dog, that should have sufficed. 30. So real quick, back to Klay and that Phantom. What was it, 2 for 24 or the 2 for 48, the $24 million that he allegedly took? Do you believe that was fact?
Yes.
Okay.
What was it, 3 for 48 for Klay?
I thought it was like 2 for 42.
Yeah, okay. So, and he ended up taking less at Dallas. And so if that's true, Kaminga, man, Steiny, and I understand the Warriors not wanting to pay 25 now, the quarter.
So what I'm thinking more about in terms of Kaminga, rather
how it
than just
affects the
getting
club, the locker room.
Exactly. And now I'm convinced you cannot bring this guy back. What has derailed seasons around here? Last year, the 49ers went 6-11. There's a lot of people that believe, and I'm one of them, that the offseason issues with guys' agendas and wanting to get paid set a bad tone and was partly responsible for why they stunk. All right? Draymond Green punches Jordan Poole.
Now that's
affects
different.
chemistry.
Yes.
It affects their whole year. I'm thinking about sometimes the Giants under Gabe Kapler. There was always talk about the vibe wasn't great.
Well, they were playing Pasoy. Gambling.
Well, there was also issues about guys going up, getting called up and having to go back down to Sacramento.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
And the vibe wasn't good.
Yeah.
So what are you can't, can you really bring him back? Can you and even if you bring him back and then we're going to try to move you, good faith. It's like,
I'm going to read this to you.
We can't do this.
I got you, but I got to read this because part of me feels this way too, Steiny. But I got to be real. Don Dada on the YouTube chat. Goo, if you know where JK came from, if you think he's going to turn down a $150 million contract from the Warriors, come on, man. There's no way. And there is a lot of me that feels this way, but if the reports are the reports, I would tell Don Dada, what do I do with that information? Because it sounds like fact. And that would explain why we're at this stance or the stalemate right now. Because he's saying, man, I messed up. But we'll get to it. Because you talked about chemistry. What if I had a contract negotiation going on and I messed up? You wouldn't get mad at me, though, as long as I showed up to do the job.
Well, I mean,
we'd go to the cafeteria and you tell me, Goo, you messed up, but it wouldn't affect, I don't believe, how we do our show.
I mean, if I found out that got offered $390,000 and didn't take it, I'd be like, what are you doing?
Okay. All right.
And that's what life's about.
Right. I wish. Yeah.
All right, listen, we continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. Every day this week, each show is going to give out an awesome prize pack. Today, we're giving one lucky listener. Oh, no, it's not a Warriors prize pack. Today we're giving a lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock. Listen at 12:30 to learn how you can win. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
I wanted the ball.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, Mom. I have a mom. You know what I'm saying, Goo? I have a mom. I'm fortunate enough to have a mom.
She's beautiful, too, and she loves you. But when you brought up Mary, I was fat-mouthing about stopping by the house, and my wife tells me it's not always about you, Goo, but I didn't come by, so I ain't going to say nothing. I think I made them in your house. I didn't.
That's okay.
Shane Gillis last night, my new favorite comedian. He went in.
On who?
On the ESPYs, on every athlete.
How was that?
Everybody's complaining he was too mean. It was too political. Everybody got it. Trump, everybody, boy. Michael Irvin, real quick, said, if you can't laugh at yourself, you're losing. You know?
Well, it depends what the joke is.
Well, I remember at Shaq Comedy Jam, Mike Irvin's in the front.
Okay.
Mike had gotten in trouble, and the comedian goes, Mike, where the hookers and cocaine at?
Yeah, yeah.
Mike had to laugh. Like, wow. But he laughed. Dude, imagine that. Anyway. No.
So let me take you through the timetable.
Because set them straight. Don Dada in the YouTube chat.
Well, let me just tell you what's been reported. So last summer, Jake Fisher, who works with Mark Stein, covers the NBA. Last summer, he reported Kaminga turned down a 5-year, $150 million deal. That's $30 million a year. Anthony Slater of The Athletic, came on our radio station and never talked about the years or the specific dollar amount, but he made a reference to $30 million as an AAV, and that Kaminga and the Warriors had a gap that was too big, but 30 and 35 million were what was going on in the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Now we got Mark Stein, who works with Jake Fisher, and knows what's going on. He's reporting right now that Kaminga's open to a shorter-term deal, but he wants 25. And the Warriors are reluctant to go that high.
And that would explain why it's been crickets.
So
to me,
I think that does. I think we got to start talking about where we're at and whether or not there is a positive way out of this for the Warriors, because I can't imagine. Like, if Jonathan do you want him back playing on an $8 million a year salary with a prove-it contract?
I would not.
He cannot.
But they wouldn't disrespect him like that.
Who?
Like the Warriors.
No, but apparently they'll disrespect him to say, we'll give you 3 for 60.
Okay, so this is where I get out the car with you. Steiny, I don't believe this is going to affect the chemistry.
Are you kidding?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Like you said that with the Niners, I just wanted to fall out my chair. No, that was bad football injuries. When guys get their chicken, that I feel like it's a separate entity, man.
Okay, well, let's be honest. All right. If you're a 49er fan, I think the majority of 49er fans feel like what happened in the offseason leaked into the regular season, and it was a sign that, to me, guys didn't have the same priorities they had in years past. That's me. You can say, Ayuk and Williams and McCaffrey and all that stuff meant nothing. I believe that it matters. If Jonathan Kaminga has to come back here or comes back here on an $8 million contract, I don't know how you incorporate him. I mean,
they're having problem doing that anyway.
Right, but
okay.
he still thought or is thinking that he can get a contract from the Golden State Warriors. And I'm just saying, if he takes if you don't want him coming, and Evan used this term, I don't want him back here if he feels lesser than. And he's going to feel lesser than, I believe.
And I don't think this will be, Steiny, I'm being real, because I do agree with that. I think he's been feeling lesser than. Just take the money away, just how he's been utilized or underutilized.
I think you're probably right there. And this is the morning show had Ethan Sherwood Strauss on this morning, NBA writer, business writer, and he was just fascinating. And it all plays into Kaminga, and it all plays into restricted free agency, and it all plays into where the NBA is right now. This is Ethan Sherwood Strauss on jealousy in the locker room.
Baseball players. This is something we don't talk about, but I think it's important to understanding team dynamics. The Pence situation you referenced is interesting because that rarely happens. Why is there so rarely that jealousy? A, no salary cap, but B, when you do something great in baseball, it doesn't adversely impact your teammates' opportunities. In fact, it might even help them. You're protecting them if you're batting behind them. They get better pitches. If you're hitting more home runs, you're not taking home runs away from somebody else. Basketball, there is one ball. If somebody starts doing well, then somebody else is getting fewer opportunities. That's the nature of the game and why sacrifice is so important for these teams ultimately winning a championship. It's a jealous game. People go, why do all these old retired basketball players hate on the guys right now? Why, when I watch MLB Network, do I see the baseball players praising the young guys? It's because it's wired in. So now in the NBA, we've almost turbocharged that with a salary cap. It's not just going to be about the opportunities. It's going to be about zero-sum cash. I think you're going to see a lot more tensions in a lot more locker rooms because of the way things are.
Very interesting.
Oh, wow.
And I never thought of baseball and basketball like that, but I think there's something to it.
And, I don't have a muzzle on. Nobody told me what not to say, but there were reports that Jordan Poole was popping off about him getting his bread, and that's why Draymond gave him a knuckle sandwich. I'll just leave that there, but with this second apron, you really think Steiny. So I'm looking at my teammate like you're in the way possibly of me getting my cash.
I mean, I think we've got to start acknowledging that the NBA, it's not a hard cap, but it's a hard cap. You don't want to go over that second apron. The NBA has set it up so that if you go over that second apron, you are penalized to such a degree that you're just at a disadvantage. Like you can't really do it without self-sabotaging. And that's why they wanted it like that.
And maybe that's why Miles Turner's a buck, Steiny.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly right, Gil.
Wow.
And so
that stinks.
And so if Jonathan Kaminga has to, I don't see anything good coming of Jonathan Kaminga getting having to come back here on that play on the qualifying option.
Wow, man.
Let's go to AJ in LA. AJ, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
Hey, just listening to the call and just, with this pay thing, it's been an obvious smear campaign aligned with Jonathan Kaminga to suppress whatever value that exists. Here's my thing, man. It's clear, even with Kevon Looney from his last conversation, that the Warriors does bad business. That's basically what he was saying. They do bad business on the business side. We saw Andre Iguodala go through some business issues with the Warriors. And then back to the Jonathan Kaminga, ever since the reported decline of whatever extension existed, all we know or assume to know that it was a $30 million annual, extension. And I'm going to tell you guys, I don't believe that extension existed. That's just me. I believe that information, let me just say, I believe that information was leaked from the Warriors side because no one heard anything from the player side about what was leaked to the media. That was leaked from the Warriors, and it was all designed to suppress. And now we get here with this baseline salary issue where the sign and trade is only half the amount. Now, all of a sudden, they're trying to pick up the slack to figure out what's going on. Not to mention, and let me end with this, not to mention, in the middle of the negotiation, Steve Kerr run over to the Monty Pooh show and humiliate the kid in the middle of the contract negotiation. Now you expect that it's supposed to be a warm relationship and an easy process? Man, you must be crazy. That kid wants out. And it is more to do not with the business, but what's going on in that front office. And I guarantee you it has nothing to do with the business. He wants to get away from that franchise. And I'm out of here.
Thanks, AJ. Good call, man. Don't be a stranger.
Yeah, Steiny, I am who I am every day, right? When we chop it up from 10 to 2, I get it, but and this is no shade at any report. I just don't believe Jonathan Kaminga thought he was worth more than 30 M's. And had you signed that contract for those years, this would have been your team, or you would have been a big part of who was driving the vessel after Steph, Dre, and Jimmy. I find that hard to believe.
I actually don't. I don't find it hard to believe because of what Franz Wagner got.
And his whole class.
And guys in that class.
Yeah.
And
Barnes. Remember Barnes got paid.
Exactly. And would they get the max? What was that, 200 bills? Something like that?
240 or somewhere around there, man.
I mean, like, you can look at it through Jonathan Kaminga's eyes and say, if this guy's worth 50, then I'm worth at least 30. But you could also go to the other end of the spectrum and say, well, if this guy's only making 25, he's better than you, Jonathan, so you shouldn't make that much. So they're in a tricky spot. He's in a tricky spot. And it's just, if I'm going to assume he turned something down. And you know what? At this point, it's almost irrelevant, because if he turned a 5-year, $125 million deal down, that was dumb. If he turned 5 for 30, that was dumb. Like, he's 22 years old.
Yeah.
Like, and this is another, listen to this. I'll just say this. Ethan Strauss brought up a thing about Steph Curry's contract. It was unbelievable. Do you know that Steph Curry has made 90% of his career earnings after year 8? After year 8.
Wow.
So,
wow.
Like, I don't understand why Kaminga can't. He made, 6, 7, and 8 million. What's wrong with taking 60 over 3? Get your 20 million this year for the next 3 or 4 years.
Ball out and then get the big money.
Because you can't, the Warriors are not going to pay him right now on potential. And here's the other thing, and this is just human nature, and I can totally see it. But if the Warriors feel like Kaminga turned down an offer that was more than fair, and he wanted more money, 35 or something like that, and he comes into training camp, I'm sorry. What do you want, Steve? That has to factor in to Steve Kerr.
Oh, there's no doubt.
It has to.
Yeah. And that's why I went backwards, saying it might have manifested last season. Because who does this guy think he is?
I'm just presenting this side right now. Because if Kaminga turned down $30 million a year, now if I'm the Warriors and he comes back, what am I supposed to do? He just turned down $150 million to play on our team. Now he wants to come back and what's it called? Prove it or gamble on himself.
Well, Jimmy's in the way now. That ship has sailed, but they need him, Steiny, and what he thinks, and he's kind of said it a million ways, what he wants to play out or how his role is just, it's not here on this team, but there's a role for him, but he thinks that role, and I'm speaking for him, Steiny, is kind of basketball beneath him.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. I think if
you would have signed that $30 million, that would have been like, dude.
Well, how would that, I don't think that would look good right now, but, they're between a rock and a hard place.
Well, I told you, what if he had signed that? Would Jimmy Butler be a Warrior?
That's
I
fair
keep
question.
going to that. Had he signed that, if that was offered, Jimmy would probably even be in his way.
Maybe. I think you're probably right there.
So it's a double whammy if this is true. My 2 cents,
No,
man.
I mean, this is more Ethan Sherwood Strauss on Kaminga and his agent.
Here's a crazy stat, and it's somewhat particular to Steph Curry's career. He has made 90% of the money he's made in the NBA after season number 8.
That's crazy.
So it's a long game. Jonathan Kaminga, he would be 27 after that 5-year, $150 million contract he turned down. The salary cap would be much higher. If he's truly great, then he would have proven it by then, and he'd get massive cash. Instead, because he's trying to maximize the right now, he's put himself in this contractual limbo, which has then put the Warriors in limbo. I think he's mismanaged it, and I think it's pretty frustrating.
And that was a guy that put his name on it. He just, for the ones that are saying this is not true, it's fictitious, we're making it up, my goodness, man, he said it. And you got me thinking now, just from a Kaminga standpoint, the Scotty Barnes, Wagner, watching those guys get that bread, if you're thinking you're in that, you hadn't proved it, that's why you would turn down 30.
I mean, the 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, Jalen Green got 3 years for 106. Jonathan Kaminga's agent probably thought his fellow Ignite teammate should get the same or more. I agree. Like, Kaminga, you got to understand, Kaminga's looking at this from his side, which is, look at these guys who got paid. They're not that much better than me.
Well, yeah.
And that, he has a point.
Well, their negotiating game is better than him. What do you do now, Steiny?
They're also on different teams.
What do you do now?
I mean, to me, the way the Warriors mismanage this is if Jonathan Kaminga really did turn down what they thought was a fair contract, whether it was 25 or 30, and he turned that down, I'd have to move him. I would have moved him as fast as possible.
Wow.
Not out of malice, not out of anger, but again, he's 22 years old, and he turned down, according to reports, $150 million, $30 million a year. At that point, if I'm the Warriors, I don't know what to do. Like that is a more than fair contract for Jonathan Kaminga. And now, as we talk about chemistry, they can't go into next season with this kid on the roster.
Well, I'm going to say this to that.
Can they? 888-957-9570. And like who? I mean, do you guys out there, Warrior fans, look at it like Jonathan Kaminga's made a big mistake? Or if you believe he turned down 25 or 30 million, do you feel like, you know what? Whatever he gets, he deserves now. Or do you feel like the Warriors have kind of pinned this guy into a corner? 888-957-9570.
Well, I'm just trying to put myself in Kaminga's shoes as a basketball player. This happened, if it did, last year. How the hell do you go out and concentrate and be the best version of yourself knowing you made a mistake? Jimmy Butler's here now. So now I just go real quick to the Minnesota series. I'm blown away more now that mentally, if this is all true, how you were able to compartmentalize and go out there and ball. But Steiny, he got injured, and every day he had to be thinking to himself, oh, I really effed up, or we effed up, talking about his agent. So again, I know he's Sherwood Strauss is putting his name on it, our guy. I hope to God this is wrong for Kaminga. But the bottom line now, Steiny, as I hold this baseball in my hand on this Thursday, is this is what's happening. What do you do? What do you want if you're Kaminga? Because you ain't getting 30 from anybody. That's the love boat. It has taken all. It's left the dock.
Well, and the part that I know people may get hung up on the 30 if he turned down 30, but again, I don't like, to me, that number is less important than they couldn't reach an agreement with him. And the way I feel about Jonathan Kaminga is last year he should have taken 20 if they were giving him 20, 25 if they were giving him 25, or like he's making $8 million this year, and he would have gotten bumped up to 18 and then 20, 22, 25. Then he's 27, and are you balling, a star?
Yeah, I got
now you get that money.
Right.
So, but I do blame the Warriors, because if I'm the Warriors and he turned down what I believe is a fair offer as a Warrior, not me, Matt Steinmetz, as the Warriors, and he says no, I got to move him. I've got to move him.
But you still needed his services.
Well, and you know what? That's a credit to Kaminga, who
up until he
bet
got hurt,
on himself last year or this past year. He was doing fine.
Yep.
Then he got hurt.
Missed 31 games.
Then they got Jimmy Butler, and now he's screwed in a way. But I would have tried to deal with this last year after he said he didn't want to sign that contract.
And for the people saying get Slater on, Steiny, you're saying that he had mentioned not the years, but the number was correct. It was around that 30, 35.
Yeah, I'm just telling you the three things that have been reported in the last year. One by Jake Fisher, one on our airways by Slater, and then Mark Stein. Let's go to Steven in Oakland. Hey, Steven, how you doing, man?
Hey, how are you guys doing? Haven't checked in a minute, but just wanted to tune in on this because I've been watching other media platforms that have been covering the Kaminga thing. And, you know, I have a kind of like step back approach to this whole thing.
Okay.
Yes, Kaminga messed up. He was trying to get that 35 number, and he wasn't able, and the Warriors smartly didn't give it to him. Think about it like this. If Kaminga has $35 million a year, he's about $5 to $10 million away from max player money. Is Kaminga really a max player? And no, the Warriors didn't make a mistake. I'll point to Harrison Barnes amongst other players where we've let them go. They've gotten more money, but it ended up getting us, let's say, a Kevin Durant or let's say a Jimmy Butler, who's a much better factor for the longevity of the team. I think Kaminga got advice from Andre Iguodala, who's at a different point of his career and was able to leverage a championship run to kind of strong-arm the Warriors into his last contract, whereas Kaminga can't really do that. And, Andre hasn't been 22 for the last 40 years. So, it's just different points in their career. And I think Kaminga should have, gotten advice from, more agent-minded people instead of more player-minded people.
I mean, thanks, Stephen, for the call. Appreciate it. And that's one thing where sometimes the answer's staring you right in the face.
Man, story of my life.
Everybody knew there was no money out there this summer. Everybody. Or so I thought.
But this is just me. You're not telling me how to feel. This is who everything Draymond wrote on that piece about not reading the chessboard or read the chessboard better. He was talking about Kaminga, Steiny.
I know.
There's no doubt he was. So for the people with their hands over their ears, like that was not the that's what Dre was talking about. You should have signed that. It'll be greater. But man, now look. And he might have been trying to stop the future Kamingas. Every second that goes by before we finish this show, I am more convinced now because when we started this, I didn't believe that offer. I really don't believe he turned that down. But that's who Dre was talking to.
I mean, I again, the number to me is less important than the fact that he's a restricted free agent right now and they're stuck. I blame Jonathan Kaminga 50%, and I blame the Warriors 50%. And you may think that's a cop-out, but I think Kaminga made a big mistake. But I also think the Warriors made a big mistake thinking that going restricted free agency would be an advantage for them. It's not an advantage for them, I don't believe. And it's causing it's causing them to be stuck.
Yeah, their off-season's hijacked.
They're stuck right now until they give in or Jonathan Kaminga gives in. And this is all, to me, this all falls under the umbrella of chemistry. It does. And how's it going to affect this team next year? All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What have the Warriors gotten themselves into? We continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes. Today, we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock. Listen at 12:30 to learn how you can win. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. It's also brought to you by Safeway.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
You got a little cop to you.
It's the Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Guru, Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, some new things are being reported about what's going on with Jonathan Kaminga. Mark Stein, he has a Substack, longtime NBA beat writer, worked on both coasts, tapped in particularly to the Warriors.
Everything.
Is saying that Jonathan Kaminga is open to a short-term deal, but he wants $25 a year. And the Warriors, quite frankly, are reluctant to go that high. So that's the latest that's being reported about Jonathan Kaminga. And, here's how I want to kind of start this segment, Goo. And maybe this will help, and I don't mean it in a patronizing way, I swear, but maybe this will help Warrior fans a little bit. This is not personal with Jonathan Kaminga.
Then why are so many people just acting like it's not even a possibility that he turned down 30?
Well, what I'm talking about is this is not personal. This is about restricted free agency. There's 4 restricted free agents this summer. Cam Thomas, Jonathan Kaminga, Josh Giddey, and Quentin Grimes. None of them have signed a deal. Josh Giddey apparently wants $30 million in Chicago, and they're not giving it to him. So this is more a result of the collective bargaining agreement than anything personal with Kaminga. He's just one of these guys who has fallen through the cracks, and the Warriors are in a position where they don't have to pay him more than they think he deserves.
Listen, as a father, we both are, Steiny. You try to lead and you try to make your kids avoid the mistakes and the pitfalls that you've, gone through in your life. I have to read something to you, and I want to read something to you all, but I am telling you right now, my respect for this player that I'm about to read this expert from, Steiny, is Draymond Green. He is can I read it to you real quick here? July 7th. I'm sitting in my man cave having a conversation with my wife, baffled at the fact that NBA free agency is over. Quite frankly, it never really started. Listen to that. The level of anticipation leading up to the 1st of July were exciting as the fireworks on the 4th. It was the excitement of the NBA Finals, yet only a week after watching a team spray champagne and ride on floats, one can only point to the new CBA and the second apron hard cap for absolutely putting an end to free agency as we once knew it. Sadly, I sit here and watch so many players overplay the market and not understand what they're up against with the new rules, which leads me to try to understand the unstaggering percentage of guys that have no idea of the business they're a part of. And as a vet in this league, I watch players mismanage their careers before they know it, look back like, damn, where to next? I can go so far with this, but really I don't feel like typing it all right now. And that to me applies to the 4 guys you just mentioned. Right or wrong, it's a part of what's going on, and I believe Kaminga put himself in this if he actually turned down that 150.
Yes.
The game has changed.
Yes. But what I'm saying is the Warriors must get blame because, again, if they offered him what they thought was a fair contract and he said no, okay, what do you do then if you're, okay, go out, have a year, we'll give you more? That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And so I think the Warriors were a little cavalier, if you will, about going into restricted free agency. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like back in December I was thinking, there's no money out there. The Nets don't want Kaminga, and nobody else has money, so this thing's not going anywhere.
He should have known that, though.
I know he should have known that.
His agent.
That's what I'm frustrated with.
And that's what Dre is talking about.
But I want to be clear. That's why I'm frustrated with the Warriors, too. And what I really think is the Warriors knew. They knew this was a possibility. They knew it because they understand restricted free agency. And now they find themselves in that spot, but it's not an advantageous spot.
How do you fix it? Or is there a fix?
There is no. I don't believe there's a fix at this point.
Wow, man.
Is there? 888-957-9570. You've heard all the Kaminga news today that's come out. What's the fix? Because every solution has things that aren't tied together perfectly. Well, just get him back here, okay? Well, there's still no role for him.
Right.
Okay? Just overpay him to get, they're not going to do that. Okay, sign and trade him. They're not going to get value for him. Okay? Let him play on the qualifying offer. Well, he's going to have to agree with that. I don't know what the fix is right now. I really don't.
That's scary. And I think you, Evan, during the break said you think this could go, or you said it on air to August?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think so. Now, again, you never know. The Warriors could just say, or Kaminga could just say, the hell with it, I'm going to do something. But I don't see any urgency right now. This is more Ethan Strauss on what the play, and this is another part, I believe, of the locker room and the risk you run if Kaminga's not happy.
These players, man, they are so focused on status. If we talk about the guy who doesn't get the money, and realistically, there's not going to be that much monetary difference for them day to day between $10 or $20 million. I know it's easy for me to say, but that's just the truth. That's just the truth.
Yeah.
And they're only going for the maximum they can possibly get because of that status and that competition and wanting to get more than Jalen Green or whatever. And it's a long game.
I couldn't agree more. I do think the league is more focused on that kind of stuff. And I said it yesterday. The ultimate sign of respect is what you're paid.
Hello.
But there are things that can accompany that. Like LeBron James gets to also be the pseudo GM of his team. And Kawhi Leonard gets to load manage himself, essentially. And I'm convinced that's part of this whole status thing. Are you a guy that can be load managed? Because if you're load managed, that means you're a great player. Because they need you so much, you don't have to play in all the games. Yeah. That means you're atop the pecking order in the NBA. And I do think that there's something. It's almost like I don't think Kaminga can go into that locker room and not function and have a great year if he's making $8 million and never got paid. I think that's asking too much out of a player.
And I think that's highly unlikely. That's to me, the unlikeliest scenario of all this. And it's bad excitement, but it does add to, man, Steiny, how is this thing going to end up and impact this Warrior team and Jonathan Kaminga's future, for that matter, coming up in this next season?
888-957-9570 is the number. Listen, man, I ain't going to kid anybody. We talk a lot about Kaminga, and we've talked a lot about Kaminga. But to me, it's now reached the point with, this reporting on what he ostensibly turned down last year, what he's looking for this year. What's hitting me is that I think this thing's beyond repair at this point.
And what's hitting me, Steiny, is I hate this second apron. And this is just the first batch of players that are going to be, I don't want to say victimized, or maybe you got to step up your game on, again, just going back to what Draymond was saying with your representation and read the chessboard better.
And with all due respect,
all right,
I would have liked to seen the Warriors read the room a little bit better.
So with that, I
think they went into restricted free agency like it was not that big a deal. We'll figure it out. And look, no team's figured it out with a restricted free agent yet. I got to give the Warriors some blame in this. They had an opportunity. If they didn't like the way this thing was going last offseason, they should have done something. And because what ended up happening was the worst possible thing that could have happened. The kid played early, then he got hurt, then you got Butler, then he got DNP'd. Yeah. It's all bad for everybody.
But when you say there's not a role, I know you're going to scoff at it, but I'm going to say it. I just jotted it down.
Mm-hmm.
He could be a starter. He could be your 3, and Pods at the point, Curry at the 2, Jimmy at the 4, and Dre at the 5. Or he could be your 6th man. But it ain't. I know
he doesn't
how much.
I don't think he wants to be a 6th man. But the other thing is, okay, if he starts and that's the lineup, guess what? We're not going anywhere. We know we're not because we don't even want to play Draymond at center that much anymore. So Dunleavy's going to have to pull a fast one here, it feels like. And I don't understand, what I just don't understand what will materialize to get this thing going one way or the other.
Would you have a problem real quick if I call this a game of chicken?
Impasse. Impasse. Alan Day, super chat on the YouTube text, paying $1.99. What if it's not about the money? He just wants to go. It's a fair point. It's a fair point. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I will say this real quick to that point. That piece Slater did when he went to Cleveland, I got that feeling from Kaminga that he wanted a fresh start. Remember that piece?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. The other thing I want to ask fans, Bay Area sports fans, is whether or not it's a fair analogy or whether, and I think I know how Guru feels on it, but I do think last year's offseason absolutely affected the Niners last year.
Wow.
If you believe that, are you worried about what's going on with Kaminga and how this situation could impact the Warriors heading into the season? Or do you see no parallels and you see no connection between, let's say, Ayuk, McCaffrey, Trent Williams, and their bad year, along with Pearsall getting shot and all that stuff? You tell me if you think that's a fair analogy or not.
What if I told you that if you're correct and I'm a Niner fan, I feel better that our 6-11 was the culmination of greed because you can fix that. But Steiny, I watched the defense erode right in front of our eyes. Greenlaw's gone. I know he didn't play hardly. You can't stop the run. That is bigger than the contract money stuff. I could be wrong. McCaffrey, couldn't play the first umpteen game. So, Steiny, I wish in a crazy world you were right, and then you kind of fix it. And I know this Jennings thing doesn't help it, but we run it back and, it was just greed. We'll be right back. But I think they need to rebuild this defense and what's going to happen on the other side of the ball. And I'm just sharing with you my insecurities on from a Niner standpoint. Hey, McCaffrey, and it's not your fault at all. Bottom line is, Goo won't know if you're healthy until you get up from piles, guys tackling you. You can do all this running stuff, Steiny, but how is he going to respond to that pounding?
I mean, I'll ask 49er fans is it a crazy thought that I do think, wow, the 49ers regular season was affected by the offseason? Am I starting to feel like I'm the only one that thinks it leaked in? And if I'm the only one that thinks it's leaked in, then there really isn't much to see here with Kaminga.
Steiny, you're off, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you, Evan.
I appreciate that. But no, I think the offseason set the table for the Niners. And you know what? I think this offseason could be setting the table for the Warriors. Rich is in Hayward. Hey, Rich.
The stack.
How you doing?
Hey, doing good, guys. Hey, I'll tell you one thing. Kaminga, that $25 million, I mean, I think those 4 guys who haven't been signed to restricted free agents, their clubs are doing the right thing. Because it's like Joe Lacob, I trust him. And, he's going to just keep them at it. what he got him right now was $8 million a year for his final year. And if he doesn't pan out, or we need somebody, we can trade him at the deadline. If not, just roll it. And that way, if somebody gets hurt, because our guys are old, then, if he demands a trade, which he hasn't yet, it's just they're doing the right thing, because you just don't. With that apron is vicious.
Wow. Yes, it is.
And Draymond Green was right.
He was.
He was right.
Yeah, he was. He was. I believe that too. Thanks, Rich. Appreciate the call.
Wow, Steiny, you are right. But I'll say this: you had a factoid about it was a badge of honor for the star players to load manage. I'm not saying the second apron is going away because they knew CBA, but the bottom line is we saw how Adam Silver had to try to fix that. So maybe there's some addendum he can do to this second apron if it's going to hurt the offseason.
This is what the owners want. The owners got as close to a hard cap as possible.
Yeah.
They made the penalties for going over the second apron so punitive that unless you're a champion, it doesn't make a lot of sense to go over it.
And what if I told you we're not in Indiana? I hate that Miles Turner's on the Bucks.
Yeah.
Just because that team just went to the finals, and because of the second apron, I believe he got up out of Dodge. That stinks.
I got a theory that I came up with last night.
Uh-oh.
They don't have a clue.
Follow me here.
Yeah. Twitter.
So I actually think that I don't think there's a conspiracy, but I do think the people who think players want to come here, they want to come here, I think they're off base. I don't think players necessarily want to come here. The players who came here, but I don't believe, like Bradley Beal, I never thought he would come here.
I was hoping.
So I started to think about this. Started to think about the Utah Jazz in their heyday. Okay?
Hornacek.
Actually, that's not who I thought of. I thought of Stockton and Malone. They had a system. Pick and roll.
Yep.
They played every single game. Every single game Stockton and Malone played together for 15 years. All right? They were good. They were really good. They always went deep into the playoffs. So I ask you this, and you mentioned Hornacek, and they had some others, Jeff Malone, Ty Corbin. They tried to get a role player in there a lot. And here's my thinking is, well, nobody wanted to play in Utah, Steiny. It's the state. Is it? Or did the player who heard about Utah say, well, that's Stockton and Malone. What am I going to do with they play that style, and I do think there's some of that with the Warriors, where if you're a player and you say, it's not that you hate the Warriors, you don't want to play for the Warriors, but you're like, that's Curry and Draymond's team. They play that open style. They cater to Curry. Draymond's the trigger man. It's like, why am I going there when I'm not, I'm just a complimentary piece.
What if I were to tell you, we're talking about a dynasty, maybe at the end, or if not at the end, they never had to worry about that because they were top dog.
Right.
And Kevin Durant suspended that to where there was not that big of a need. But let's just say your theory is right. What hurts me about you being right with this theory is now at this age, they need that type of help outside more now than ever.
Yeah. And how about this? I got my guy Beard on all capital letters has just on the YouTube chat has said this 19 times. Kevin Durant came here. And here's my answer to that.
4th of July.
Here's my answer to that, Beard. He was solely ring chasing, first of all. And here's the second part. I think Kevin Durant's got something to do with this. Because I think the league saw Durant come here for 3 years, okay? And whether you like Durant or not, he didn't feel like he was completely respected here. And so what if the players around the league look at Durant and say, man, Durant didn't even like it there. Durant wanted to get out of there. How come? He didn't like the system because it was all about Steph. You know what? I'm going to pass on going to Golden State.
But if we compiled a list, Steiny, who are we really talking about that bypassed the Golden State. You know, if we
Paul
came
George?
up with, but I'll do you to you. You think things would be different had he come here?
No.
Or that's not even the point.
That's not the point
Yeah.
to me.
Nobody wanted to dance with the Warriors is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because of how they're structured. Eric Pascal on line one. But even though he was a D-list player.
888-957-9570 is the number. I'm getting more and more intrigued by what Warrior fans are kind of latching on to. And
well, they want closure.
Let me just throw this at, because we had, and I'm going to ask Evan this and you.
Yeah.
Do you look at what Steve Kerr did at the end of the season as a smear campaign on Jonathan Kaminga?
Go ahead, E.
No.
Okay.
I honestly believe he, for whatever reason, didn't think that he was the best way for the Warriors to win games.
I'm talking about what about the postseason?
Oh, the postseason?
Yeah.
Like his comments.
Yes, exactly.
No, I honestly think he was speaking his truth.
Yeah.
All right. I got to say it because when he told Willard and Dibs, I believe their last conversation about he hadn't been here in the Bay the last 2 off seasons, I think you're on to something. And I think he thought at that point Kaminga was long gone. I think Kerr was talking from a viewpoint of, I can say this now because I won't have to see him again, or his tenure here is over. And for whatever reason, it's not. But, Steiny, you don't go that in-depth about a young guy unless you think the relationship is pretty much done.
Yeah, I thought it was a little strange.
Yeah, right.
I did.
A little too much information.
Yeah, I don't like. I would have probably stuck to more general statements.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
But I mean, that's part of the reason we kind of or some people like Steve Kerr, is because he tells you things like, I don't think those 3 guys can play together. I mean, even that is a bold kind of statement.
Let's say real quick, I'm bad analogy, we're up against it. Let's say I leave the show and somebody asks you and Evan, hey, how's Guru at the bar? He doesn't say I drink a lot. You just say he spends a lot of money. That's telling you I'm boozing. He spends a lot, Evan.
They got Peroni NAs.
They do. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, I'm going to say it. It's a mess.
It is.
It is a mess. And I got to get out. We continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes. And today we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merchandise shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock. Listen today at 12:30 to learn how you can win.
I am Captain Appropriate Fear.
Yeah, fellas, hey, get back to arguing now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, Scotty Osler, there's not a lot to argue about. Scotty.
There's a lack of grit.
Kaminga and the Warriors, they blew it.
Or the NBA blew it with
They've
the second
mismanaged.
apron. Players, yeah.
They failed to see the other person's point of view. Warriors downplayed restricted free agency. Kaminga downplayed restricted free agency. And I got to believe that Josh Giddey, Cam Johnson, and Quentin Grimes did too.
Man, oh man. Who's the best player out of those four?
That's a good question.
It's a great question, Goo.
That's a good question.
I'm going to go Giddey.
You said Grimes had 40 against the Warriors?
That Saturday night?
I think he had multiple 40-point games when everybody in the Sixers just died.
But I'm gonna put respect on Giddey right now. He would be my leader. How about you two?
Oh man, that's a tough one.
It's not Grimes, right? He's not gonna get a vote. Not like him.
Well, let's put it this way: if you asked me which one of those guys I'd want on the Warriors right now, it'd be Giddey.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying I love Giddey more than Kaminga.
Does Grimes defend?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
And he
Probably
got a little
Giddey.
Devers to his body too.
A lot of people saying Grimes.
Grimes or Giddey?
Yeah. Dino's in Lathrop.
Dino.
Hey, Dino, how you doing?
Yo, y'all don't really want to see me right now. What's happening? Shout out to Guru and Steiny, man. Again, the sports voices of the Bay Area.
Yeah, sport forces. I like that.
Man, listen, y'all don't want to see me now. I'm out here cleaning up in River Island, wishing I was on the boat with 95.7 in the gate.
Yeah.
On San Joaquin River.
There you go. Man, how nice would that be?
So I'm out here cleaning up the garbage in front of the house. I just want to say a couple things. Again, right on point with the Warriors. They'll be lucky to win 30 games this year.
Oh my!
With the rally.
Wow.
And also, them not making no free agency moves. I mean, you guys already voiced it. It's sad the way Steph Curry's going to go out without any playoffs, and that's. Whew, breathing hard.
Take care, Dino. Hey, Dino.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah. Okay. Have a great rest of the day.
Yeah.
Careful out there.
Yeah, Dino getting
I
that.
bet it's hot out there in Lathrop.
Getting that cardio in. Yeah. Wow.
Oh my God.
Was he out of breath or was he he about to cry?
I think he was out of breath.
That's like me after a couple pumps. Oh my God.
Couple what?
Simmer.
That was TMI. Dude, what's up with our guys? Hey, thanks for calling, man. Be careful out there, man.
I want to play a little more of this Ethan Sherwood Strauss to pick up the conversation, and this is about something that's not work. What? A guy?
Yeah.
We weren't able to get it done.
Some memories. I'm sorry, Sonny.
We tried to.
The NBA salary cap is less than what people thought it would be precisely because of the collapse of the local media. All these headlines about the big national TV deal, and it is impressive, just all the billions that they're raking in. But they've got this other problem that isn't as paid attention to, which is just the collapse of all of these RSNs. And there just seems to be something screwed up here. There's something messed up. There seems to be demand. There are all these people locally who want their sports, but for whatever reason, it's just not being priced properly, or it's attached to all this other stuff, and the cable bundle's dying. I don't know if I can fix it all. It just seems like we're in this transition period where one model is dying, the other model isn't totally there. And it's just sad. It's really sad that we don't have as much certainty going on, and we can't just trust that things are going to be regular.
Man, yeah, that was kind of
a downer
inside basketball, if you want, but the money's not there right now because the penalty is too high for going over that second apron.
Yeah, but the right on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control, and the theme of this show is The money was there for one Warrior last year, allegedly, and that was Jonathan Kaminga. And if he overplayed his hand, man, Steiny, I just don't know how you get past that.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, the latest on the Jonathan Kaminga situation, Mark Stein, he's got a Substack, longtime NBA writer, is saying that Jonathan Kaminga is open to a short-term deal. He wants $25 million a year. Warriors are reluctant, according to Mark Spears, to go that high. And so that's where we are. And what
How are you looking at Dunleavy, Steiny? Is this let's be real, let's just talk, or just Lacob. How do they look? I know you kind of talked about it and you're not exonerating them, but are you shocked that
No, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I'm
perplexed.
I mean, I don't want to say, well, I knew this was going to happen, because you sound like a horse's ass when you do that. But I did think this was a possibility. And I don't want to, anybody who knows anything about the CBA and where teams were with the salary cap and the aprons, it was staring you right in the face, whether you were a team or whether you were a player. It was staring you in the face, and some people didn't interpret it.
Well, not some people. Allegedly, the Warriors did their part, and had J.K. taken that offer, we wouldn't be here. He wouldn't be one of the four.
Yeah.
So is it fair that I even ask you about Mike D and Lacob if they put their money where their mouth was last offseason and J.K. turned it down?
I mean, if it's true that Jonathan Kaminga turned down what they said he turned down, which is $30 a year, then if I'm Joe Lacob and I'm Mike Dunleavy, you should have done something by now. You should have traded him. It's really that simple. You should have traded him, because I don't see a way out of this now. And here's the other thing. If Jonathan Kaminga last year was 21 years old, he's making $7 million a year. If he turned down, this is where, even if he turned down $22 million a year, look at the players making 22. They're pretty damn good players.
That's more than Austin Reeves.
So, I mean, if Kaminga turned down big money, my question is, but the Warriors didn't trade him. What are they supposed to do? Offer him more now? Well, they can't do that.
No, come with closure though, Steiny. You got to. It's up to some. Get him out of here, or bring him back. But I don't think this waiting game is good for anybody. Or am I sounding like an ultimate fan / radio host?
Well, and that's why to me it's very important to, this isn't a Kaminga issue. This is a league issue. I mean, Kaminga's a part of it for sure, but it's no accident that the 4 restricted free agents are all unsigned right now.
Man.
And they're all pretty good players. Cam Thomas, Jonathan Kaminga, Josh Giddey, Quentin Grimes. And here's what it comes down to. Those guys, each of those 4 guys, don't think they're getting enough from their teams. And all their teams are saying, yeah, we don't even have the money to do it. Because if we do it, we're going to get ourselves into trouble down the line.
Cam Thomas averaged 24 last year. He's a bucket.
24 a game?
Yeah, 24 a game.
Dang.
I might have to revisit that. Hey, dude can score, Evan. I know
Played for the Nets. Played for the Nets.
There's no doubt if Kaminga was on the Nets, he could put up 22 to 25 a game. Will you give him that, both of you?
Well, you know what?
No, seriously, there's no doubt he could shoot 35%, Evan. He would average 20 to 25 points a game. Can we all just put, if you even call it respect, on Kaminga's name? And I think that's what he's yearning for.
Yeah.
There's no basketball. He showed us in the playoffs.
What was the question again?
If he were on the Nets or a team like that, he would average 25 a game.
I don't care.
See,
that's my answer.
That's not the answer. But you're not saying he's not capable of that. And you can say, well, it ain't winning basketball. It's not. But he did it against Minnesota. That's basically what he was doing with no Steph. I would bet that and feel good about that bet if he was on Portland or any of these dump truck teams.
Right. And the first thing I would do if he got to New Jersey or Brooklyn is first thing I think of is not what Jonathan Kaminga is going to average. I think about, well, how good are the Nets going to be with Kaminga?
Yeah.
Like, great point, 408. Miles Turner just signed for less than $30 million a year.
I got it.
Let's go to Big Smoothie.
Our man.
Big Smoothie's in Oakland.
He's got a solution.
You think?
I don't know about that. But listen, man. That $25 million, $30 million was reported last year. Did we miss that? That was reported.
A lot of people missed it.
They're saying it didn't happen, Smoothie, coming for us. Yep.
So maybe that's why I've been feeling a little different about this. Because I'm like, this dude ain't. It's not. Listen. Yeah, he can average. I think he can average 22 here, but it'll be a bad 22. It'll be a 22-3. Do we really need that? Think about it. And listen, you guys remember Miles? What's the guy? He played for Charlotte. He plays for Charlotte right now.
Miles Bridges.
Now listen, think about this. Miles Bridges' first year was kind of Kaminga-like, really athletic dude, but you could tell like he needed some work. But his second year, he came back, and you can see a vast improvement.
Yeah.
It was a huge jump from year 1 to year 2. Kaminga's going into his 5th year, guys. I'm sorry. He's going to his 5th year. Yeah, he could score 21 on a team that's going to just let him shoot and not even have to rebound. Who's looking for that? It's not about what he can average. It is, can he help us be the best version of this team? And I think the answer is no. Can he play on this team? Sure. But are we willing to give him $25 to $30 million? Look, it's not coming on my bill paying money, but I wouldn't think that would be a good investment. I'm just saying. Yeah. We need somebody who's going to rebound. I mean, look, even Pod's second year wasn't great, but you could tell that it looked a little rocky there. His second year looked a little rocky from the beginning. But then he settled in, and he did what Kerr needed him to do. It seems like Kaminga just wants to do it his way. I think that's more the problem. Why are we putting more the onus on Kaminga? I just don't understand. Yeah. Why is it more on him? Listen, one thing we know about this, Guru, you know this, Steiny, you know this. You can make a coach have to play you.
Yeah.
You can make a coach have to play you. That's what they said Pod did. That's what they said Pod did. He's making, I heard Steve Kerr say it, he's making it hard for us not to. Why can't we apply that to Kaminga? Why is it always Kerr's not doing? Come on, guys. Do we really think Kerr is trying to sabotage his legendary career?
I got you.
In other words, if Kaminga can win, he's not nuts. He's going to let him play.
Thanks, Big Smooth. Appreciate it, as always.
Man, oh, man.
I don't know about that.
This is from the YouTube chat. The traveling Urquides, I guess. I'm going to laugh if J.K. becomes a 25-10 guy and leads his team to the playoffs. How is he going to average 10 rebounds a game? It's almost like
they were projected.
He physically can't. Like, he cannot get 10 rebounds a game.
No, he doesn't
for an
want
entire
to.
season.
That's where I'm at.
No, and I'm
if
at
he
the
were
point,
right here with us, I'd tell him, hey, JK, hey, man, you disappoint me. Why y'all disappoint? Come on, man. That's a want to and a will.
And he doesn't want to rebound, and he doesn't know how to rebound. But that's
Pods can teach him.
And again, I want to be clear. It's like I'm not all on. Oh, this is Kaminga messed up.
No, you said that, and I appreciate it. Like, I get it.
Like in a crazy way, I could see how Kaminga didn't know any better getting into this situation, and I know he has an agent.
I'm looking there now.
But I look at the Warriors, and I'm like, you should have known better. Like, you should have known better.
Well,
Golden
Dre's
State.
telling all these young guys they're going to be in this situation like the rules have changed, man. You got to be aware. Yeah. And that's why I appreciate it, because I feel like the chickens are coming home to roost with that post he put July 7th. And you think he doesn't know Draymond? I just keep bringing him up. If that leaked out that Kaminga was offered 30, I think he was privy to that information when he wrote that.
I think he was privy to that information. If that information's accurate, the whole team knew it.
Wow, man.
It's a sewing circle. They all know. And
So would you say Kaminga was trying to keep up with the Joneses then? Looking at Scotty Barnes and Wagner?
And it's hard not to look at those guys.
Yeah.
And you know what?
But you need somebody in your camp telling you, dude, this is 30 M's. You're 22. We'll come back to the table in 3 years. Take it. You'll be 25.
The other thing is if he turned, and this is a great point from the 415 on the Boxer and Gershon's work injury attorneys text line. If it's true Kaminga turned down 25 or 30, it means he doesn't want to be here.
Damn.
And I think that's actually maybe.
Well, how's that working out for him? Because you're not getting 25, 30 somewhere else, it looks like. Or we know. Wherever you play this year, it won't be 25 to 30, right? No.
It doesn't look like it unless
the Warriors.
What I would imagine is going to happen is it's going to go on for a while. And then
it has been a while, Steiny.
Yeah, I think a lot longer. And look, these 4 guys are finding out there's either not a lot of money or they're not as sought after as they think they are. But at some point, a team, whether it's a week from now, a month from now, is going to look at Kaminga and say, geez, he's not a terrible player. Let's try to go get him for a little bit. Just give the Warriors another call. See if they'll take this deal. And at some point, the Warriors are going to say, the hell with it. Let's just do it. So, but I think the bigger issue now is, can we all acknowledge he doesn't want to be here?
I'm in denial, but I think you're right. Anybody that wants to say, I think you're right. And now you got me thinking, is that why maybe he turned that down last year? Man.
I'd be surprised if that were the reason. But I don't know. Here's the last thing from Ethan Sherwood Strauss about, again, it's nothing personal, Jonathan. It's more your status.
The CBA, it was ratified in 2023, but it takes a little while to adjust, and it takes a little while for teams to really know what's up. And now reality has set in. And the truth is the NBA has a hard cap by other means. They are basically like the NFL. There are some things that are a little bit different, but that's the situation. You can't just give an emerging rookie a huge contract anymore because he's promising. You really have to bean count. Otherwise, you're going to be up against that second apron, and it's going to be devastating. So we're seeing teams make hard choices, and we're seeing guys overprice themselves in the market and think they can test the market and get some sort of big deal that's not there. I think a lot of these young guys, they think these teams are bluffing. They think these teams are joking. And this is the first season where they've tested the market and they've gone, oh, they weren't joking. They're actually not going to pay us.
Yep.
And you know who I'd be mad at if I'm Kaminga or Giddey or Cam Thomas right now? CJ McCollum.
Well, that was 3 years ago.
I got you. But you got us in this mess.
He's out.
Yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, Evan.
Fred VanVleet, new president.
By the way, yeah.
Freddie.
You know what?
I'm serious, CJ.
They have no leverage in these talks, the players. I don't think they do. They make the court of public opinion on the players, it's all they make too much money. Everybody acknowledges NBA players make too much money.
So do the owners.
Yeah, exactly.
But this benefits them, though, Steiny.
What?
This second apron.
Right. But so the owners are going to say, why, this guy wants to make $70 million. How about we keep it at 50, guys? I just think that sentiment. Go ahead, Evan.
No, I was going to say it hurts some players.
Well, you know
I
what?
saw Devin Booker just get paid $150 million.
And when I bring up my mother-in-law, R.I.P. Mary Brown, I hated her saying, but Evan, that's the haves and have-nots. I don't like that.
I do think it's eliminating the middle class, but it isn't as if these players' supermax salaries haven't continued to skyrocket.
Man.
I mean, in a couple of years, guys are going to be making $100 million a year.
Yeah, Carroll just cashed out. I mean, OKC, left and right. What did Shea get? Just something ridiculous.
And he left $100 million on the table.
To me, it's not about the Shea Gilgeous-Alexanders. It is about the Wagners.
Common man.
And the Barnes. Who else got a max in that class? You know offhand, Evan? Or big money?
Well, Cade.
Sure.
No, that
Cade
was
Cunningham,
it.
Scotty Barnes, Wagner, and
is there one more?
Yeah.
Well, the two Rockets guys, Şengün and Green. They didn't get maxes, but they got paid a lot.
Man, oh man!
And I know people like Scotty Barnes, but
I love him.
I hate that contract. Like, I don't think he's a max player. But
he has the potential to be.
We'll see. Well, so does Kaminga. You think he's going to reach that?
Well, I would say
Suggs?
The Warriors don't think.
Might be Suggs.
I don't think the Warriors think he has that potential. Well, they offered him 30.
Allegedly. Yeah, I mean, this is
SGA left
Mobley.
100.
Oh, right.
Evan Mobley.
And he got a max?
Yeah.
Man. But he's not in that league as much as I love him.
He's not. And it's not just us saying this. And I get how people, if you're a Jonathan Kaminga fan, I get how you can feel like, man,
I am.
These guys are, and I don't know if you're talking about the media or fans, but, you guys are killing Kaminga. The market is speaking. Like,
His agent should have saw this, man.
Right. I mean, nobody.
Don't make it any better, Steiny. His agent should have known nobody had any money. If you and Evan knew it, his agent should have known it. And if that report of that offer was there, he should have took it just predicated on that.
Right. And this is from El Guapo de Califas on the YouTube chat. This is propaganda. No $30 million was offered. You know what? I don't even care about the 30.
Propaganda.
If he passed on 25, it's just as bad. And quite frankly, the way I look at it, if he passed on 20, he wasn't smart. Ethan Sherwood Strauss is right. Yeah. He tried to get the whole ball of wax too soon.
Man.
He didn't have a resume. He's making $8 million this year. I'm sure they would have bumped him up to 15 to 20. Maybe even a little higher than 20. But he wanted way more than that. And that was a mistake by his agent.
Man.
So I don't know where this goes, and I don't know how quickly it ends. But we got football season around the corner.
Yeah, we do. Giants start tomorrow in Toronto.
I don't know about that.
No, they do. They do.
I don't know why there's no games today.
Because they give them.
They used to have games Thursday.
I think there's one game, right?
No games.
I thought there was like a makeup.
Gamblers, no. No games on the docket.
Stop!
Okay. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by Safeway. I think he was out of breath.
That's like me after a couple pumps. Oh my God.
Couple what?
Simmer.
That was TMI.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That really came out, Steiny. Wow, boy.
I kind of missed the impact of it the first time. I think he was out of breath.
That's like me after a couple pumps. No, I'm at the gym, Steiny foot there. Oh, my gosh. Lord, forgive me, man. Steiny, I try, man. Just, oh, boy.
And that's what life's about.
Yeah, being honest. Right? Yeah.
Real quick, the latest news on Kaminga is Phoenix. Phoenix is emerging as a possible suitor.
What do they have that we could get?
Well, that's what I'm looking at right now.
Okay, go ahead.
And remember, when the Warriors showed interest in Durant, Phoenix had interest in Kaminga. And then Durant said, yeah, I don't want to come back.
Oh, God.
That's, you know what? I didn't even mention that to the guy who said, you can't say guys don't want to come here. Durant came here. Then he left. Then he said he's never coming back.
That still doesn't count. He came first.
Yeah, when he didn't know anything about the organization.
Phrasing.
What? Did I say?
No, it's idea. It's sophomore stuff.
Okay.
Now, Durant, if he had chose the Warriors this recent deadline, Kaminga would be a Phoenix Sun.
That's correct.
And that would be a perfect spot for him.
There's one. Okay, so as you know, the Warriors could only take back half as much salary.
Oh, this is all go ahead.
So would Phoenix be willing to pay Jonathan Kaminga $20 million a year?
Okay,
$21 million a year.
Let's see.
And the Warriors will take back.
Let's go.
Royce O'Neal.
I'm out.
So this is from Mark Stein's piece about this subject. The latest team to express exploratory interest in Kaminga via sign and trade is the Phoenix Suns. The Suns, quote, to be clear, do not appear to possess the sort of draft capital or players that Golden State is believed to be seeking in exchange for Kaminga. He certainly did come up in trade talks between the teams when the Warriors were pursuing the reacquisition of Durant rather than reunite. Of course, they ultimately acquired Jimmy Butler.
You know who
It sounds to me like the Suns have more reached out to Kaminga's representation about trying to broker that than actually the Warriors.
See, this is reminding me of Ayuk. It's reminding me a little bit of the Garoppolo situation, even though I'm hazy on some of the details.
Well, Ayuk won and got paid.
The Warriors don't want to trade Kaminga for Royce O'Neal.
Yeah, right.
But they're not going to get anybody better, maybe, than a Royce O'Neal.
So you keep him. You got the leverage.
Okay.
You keep him.
Okay, you keep him. I am with Joe Shasky, who said this morning,
I missed it.
If Jonathan Kaminga comes back, am I the only person that thinks it could sabotage the year? And my answer is no. I don't think it'll be good for anybody. Like, I would not bring him back.
Okay, real quick.
I hate to say it,
what's number one as to why?
Because there's still, if you're bringing it back, it's like you're a couple that, is having trouble. You go to, and you just don't go to therapy, and you just never address the issues. Like, why? There's still not a position for him here in Golden State.
See, he could be six-man.
Goo, did you hear the way he talked when he was in Cleveland?
My point being, not that that's what he wants. That's what he'd be forced to do.
Right.
It's not the role. You're not going to be the lead man.
Never. In the next 2 years, I guess I should say.
Man, this stinks. Like, this is rotten.
It's just business. It's business.
Well, if it's just business, then maybe Shasky, and he's not the only one that feels that way, and you do, maybe this Warrior locker room or culture, because the culture is Steph, Dre, and Jimmy. He ain't going to be flipping over spreads. Kaminga, he might pop off to a reporter after a game or whatnot, but, I mean, he's not volatile to the point to where it's like other guys are going to walk on eggshells. He's still the young buck.
You can't have a player on your team not want to be there.
Well, could that have been the title of the Jam the last 2 years? Him not wanting to be here? I'm just asking. Like, you cannot give him away for nothing. Royce O'Neal is Exhibit A.
I don't. Yep. Royce O'Neal. I mean, again, and this is what I'm talking about with Jonathan Kaminga is not a bad guy. All right? I like Jonathan Kaminga. But there's an issue here with his contract, and they've got to do something, and he'll either be on the team or not on the team next year. I think they've passed the point of no return with bringing him back on the team.
All right.
From everything I've seen and heard and read, I don't think he wants to be here. Okay, so this is my question. If you just look around the Bay Area and you've seen what happens with teams that have chemistry issues, and you might say, well, I don't think they did. But I'm just telling you that I believe the 49ers last offseason, that's when their bad season started. I believe the San Francisco Giants under Kapler didn't have great vibes in the locker room because for whatever reason, they were treated like numbers rather than players. You know, Jordan Poole got punched. Nothing was the same. I would not, and okay, here's what I'll say. Maybe those things were not connected. I'm not willing to take a chance on, well, let's just bring him back and see what happens.
But what if I told you don't got the necessary resources to do anything else great but that? And you would be stupid to play into taking pennies on the dollar because you're worried about that stuff. Like, we got a chip to try to get to or play.
Well, that's
you know what I mean? I hear you.
So there's a chip to get, and the first step toward winning a championship is bringing back a guy who doesn't want to be here.
I think I'm being real, Steiny, because I do care about that stuff. The first step is compiling talent. And Jonathan Kaminga's a talent. And we failed him as much as he's failed us. But damn it, this is the last hoorah. 15 taken 1 year. Isn't the cap going up with the TV? So maybe next year it'll be greater. I don't know. But don't let him walk for nothing and get it done.
The coach doesn't like him.
Oh, well, that's a whole. No,
there is so much at play here, and
wow, the owner likes him.
Does he?
They went to the Valkyrie game.
But you know what? I'm sure the owner likes Klay Thompson too. But he's a businessman.
I got you.
Like, that's
Jay-Z,
the other thing.
I'm a businessman.
It's so funny. Like, the Warriors, they won't try to lowball Jonathan Kaminga. They'll do right by him. Okay, in what fantasy world?
That could be working right now.
Yeah, okay. Oh, it's working. Oh, yeah,
no, I mean,
it's working.
They're in the lab.
Yeah, okay.
Well, if he comes back, that's what you had to do.
No, if he comes back, you had to do what?
It ain't 7.5, Steiny. Come on, man. They wouldn't do him like that.
8.9.
What do you mean do him like that? He's got no leverage.
And either did Ayuk. How did that work out for him? Here's 30, baby.
Okay. If you're comparing Brandon Ayuk to Jonathan Kaminga, I think there's a lot of difference there.
You know what the genesis of that was. They could have said, hey, we ain't giving you a dime. But why'd they do it?
Not to do him a favor. They did it to keep him as an asset, and they thought, you know what? He's pretty darn good. He's our best receiver. But Kaminga's not the Warriors' best receiver. He's a sub. He's a sixth man.
Well,
and has been.
On this team.
Well, that's the team, unfortunately, he's on. Let's go to Dante. Dante and Hayward. Oh, he's going to set some things straight.
Uh-oh. The
All
stack.
right, Dante. Have at it.
Hey, man. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good, man. I've talked to you guys a couple years before. I'm the musical director for the Golden State Warriors.
Oh, yeah. I remember. That's right.
Yeah. I'm still waiting for you to come up there and play cowbell, man. When you going to come up there, man?
What about the national anthem? Oh, say, can you see?
What are you doing, dude?
By the Donzer.
Oh, stop.
Oh, that hurt.
Stop.
Yeah, all right.
With that being said, here's my thing about Jonathan Kaminga. I feel all of us as men, now I'm talking about us as men, we've all been raised to know your self-worth. But at the same time, as my dad said, you got to know your self-worth, and then you need to know the reality of your self-worth. And Yes, Jonathan Kaminga is a young, jump out the gym kind of player. He wants to isolate and have the ball, but the Warriors are a team that the ball flows. And if you knowing coming to that team that how this team moves, you got to adapt. Being men, we know how to adapt, or we got to get away. If he didn't want to adapt, he should have got away a long time ago. And I also feel like if he wants to go somewhere, if the deal was real, if the deal was fake, if he wants to go somewhere, let him do what he got to do and get an asset. To me, I will let him go to Phoenix. I'll get Bobo, and the player that you guys were just talking about, and let it be. I can deal with Bobo. Yeah. You know we can deal with Bobo because he's a big guy who can handle the ball, and he knows how to play the pass and go and cut game. We need somebody who's going to be an asset, not a liability. And I feel if he came back, he would be more of a liability than an asset.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dante. I'm pretty sure Bobo
I like Bobo.
I don't think he's on a team now. He's not on Phoenix's roster. He's a free agent. Oh, let me guess. You'd pay him $20 million. This is what I mean.
I just like Bobo, Evan. That's all. I like.
He's been on 3 teams in 6 years.
Oh man. And Royce O'Neal's not a bum, but that's not that for Kaminga. That would be disappointing. What happened to this being the easiest place to play basketball?
I never said that.
I did.
I said it's easy and it's hard.
I was just a pig in heaven.
Baldy. It's almost his time.
No. He is among Jonathan Kaminga's greatest.
Tim and Raleigh?
No, greatest spokespeople.
He was in Jacksonville last time.
Was he? Let me do my read real quick. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in the city. Let's go to Coach in Vallejo.
Oh, man, Coach.
What's up, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, baby?
Long time no talk to.
Yeah.
Hey, okay. Here's my take on that. First of all, Butler, Draymond, and Steph is not a championship team. If you start there, they are not a big three that's going to win the championship these days. They're too old, too slow, and too short. Okay? Now, if you see what Houston has done with their starting lineup with Durant, they actually have what's the young guy, Thompson, at the 2, because today's basketball is positionless. This space and pace stuff that Kerr's talking about and connectivity is out the window to athleticism. Kaminga brings that athleticism to him. Kaminga draws fouls and gets the other team in foul trouble so Steph can be the 95% free throw shooter that he is. Kaminga stops the penetration on defense. I would start Kaminga or Butler, since it's positionless, at the 2 with Draymond, with Quinn Post, and Sid Pajitsky on the bench who brings nothing. And Kaminga would be perfectly happy there. He doesn't want to necessarily take over the team. He just wants to play at least 25 minutes a game. I don't see where there's a problem. But the problem is, like you said, Steiny, the coach doesn't like Kaminga, and it seems like it's personal. And that's what hurts me the most, because Kaminga's not a bad guy. Kaminga doesn't cause a lot of ruckus in the locker room. He's been very, very patient for the number 7 or number 8 overall pick that he was. So start him, start that athleticism, and I think he could work here. And Butler even says, I can play with Kaminga. What more do Kerr want? Butler, Steph, they all can play. He says Kaminga's a great player. I'm a great player. These great players can adjust to Kaminga, and I think they would welcome him. He'll take a lot of wear and tear off these old guys. What do you think?
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, Coach, and thanks for the call.
And I got something for Coach.
I'm not convinced. How do I want to put this? I don't know what Butler, Curry, and Draymond think in their heart of hearts about Kaminga.
You should know. That's what I was just getting ready to say. They didn't vouch for him. If they wanted to overthrow Kerr's assessment or thought that he wasn't worthy of being in there, and they were like, Coach, you're just trust us. We know what he brings. So as disappointed as Coach is in Kerr, I'm disappointed in Curry and Dre because they had say-so, Steiny. And real quick, there were 2-3 junctures last season. Draymond was like, at the podium, we got to give him the keys. We got to play through him. Steph saying it. And then Kerr saying it. And he got hurt. But Steiny, I can't believe you're on the side of the street saying, I don't know what they think. I think they think, just like Kerr, he ain't fitting.
Well, then why do you want him back if your best 3 players don't want him?
Because him not fitting in the starting lineup is different than him making any contributions. And he can. And Coach is right. We saw it, man. So, like Steiny, that Portland game at the end of the season last year on the road when Kaminga had Curry wide open for a 3 and he kind of fiddle-faddled with the rock and Curry looked back at the bench down the court, I was like, oh, that's not good. Everybody didn't catch it, but Coach, it's not just Kerr, it's Curry and Dre to me.
Brandon in Orinda. Hey, Brandon, what's going on, man?
Hey guys, thank you for having me on. I think you're both right. Steiny, you mentioned earlier that this is kind of like a relationship, a marriage. It's not going to work out. It's time to move on. We need to kind of remember the good times. They might be few and far between. Remember the good times. We have to move on before this becomes more contentious. And Guru, you're exactly right too about the big 3 aren't vouching for him.
Man,
and I think it's harder for NBA teams. Yeah. It's harder for NBA teams to hide this type of disgruntled player, or in Ayuk's situation, and NFL teams are 3 times the size. Wide receivers are in the wide receivers are watching tape. A linebackers might not even ever meet Ayuk, but an NBA squad's a lot more intimate. Those film rooms, you're sitting right next to each other, and it's a lot more in your face. And that's all I'm saying. It's time to move on. Remember the good times. I hope he has nothing but success in the future somewhere else, and hopefully the Warriors get to beat him in the playoffs. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for the call, Brandon and Orinda. I mean, like, I look at – I'm trying to look at all the teams in the Bay, and I forgot one with the Warriors. Wiggins. When Wiggins took a sabbatical, or when Wiggins took all those games off, there's no judgment whether he should have or he shouldn't have, for the sake of this argument, but they had to deal with that.
And he was a big part of making that a success.
And that affected their season. And this is if Kaminga's on the Warriors at the start of next season, you can't tell me that you're not going to be concerned about how it all plays out. And you also, you can't tell me that that's the way the Warriors wanted to play it, and Jonathan Kaminga too. Like, it's not going to end well. It's not going to end well. I don't think it can at this point if he comes back.
But don't you agree in life, Steiny? And again, this is basketball life. Sometimes you got to play the cards that you were dealt.
Yeah. For who? The Warriors or Kaminga?
Both. Because right now, as the days go by, I would just like you or anybody, Evan, to tell me where's the gold at the end of the rainbow by waiting.
Oh, you get him for a cheaper number.
No, I'm talking about for him to be somewhere else. For him, if he truly wants to get out of here, every day that goes by that he's not, it becomes more unrealistic, right?
I'm sure his agent is making calls to other teams.
That's how I got a problem with his representation. Whoever his name is, you guys told me, I forget, but man.
I think it's Aaron Turner?
Man.
Something like that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I don't know. By the way.
And I'm with Coach. Throw him in I gave you my starting lineup. Throw him in there.
You have no shooting with that lineup. Kaminga, Butler, and Draymond. And then and then Post has to be the guy. All right. There was one thing. You know what? And I think this is what I got to.
This is when I love you.
Focus on.
Yeah.
Who's
this guy? I'm that man.
It's I can't remember. Okay. Oh, Coach. Like, do you think Vegas is? They kind of know what they're doing.
Oh, hello.
I got odds, championship odds.
Oh, I like that.
Do you? You know who the Warriors are right next to?
They shouldn't have any right now, but go ahead.
The Atlanta Hawks.
Because they're not a finished product.
They're 2,600.
Yeah.
Plus 2,600, and the Hawks are plus 2,800. The Hawks.
Yeah. But
the Atlanta
they play in
Hawks.
the East.
I get that. Trust me, I get that.
Evan, the Horford news hasn't been announced, so it'll get better.
I mean, it basically has.
I mean, here's the other thing, Evan, and yes, they do play in the East, and that's a reality that the Warriors have to deal with. They're in the West, so it's even like, to me, it's you got to be more sober about where you are as a team because it is so good.
But I'm just saying that's why their championship odds are the same. It's because the Hawks, while they aren't as good of a team,
they got
play an
chances.
easier conference.
Yeah. I mean, sure.
I can't do anything with that and this 46.5, Uncle Looney, the over-under until I know what the roster looks like. And right now, I don't know if Kaminga's going or staying.
All right.
I don't know if Horford is a pipe dream or he's really on the team.
Okay, here's what's going to happen.
I know it looks like he's here.
I'm just going to say it this way. They let Kaminga walk and Melton and Horford come. How many wins does that team get?
This is the first time I didn't have any fun predicting 48, Steiny. I got the Giants going. 82-75. Being a little mean-spirited.
Okay, what about they re-sign Kaminga and Melton and Horford also come?
I'd say 50.
Yeah,
You could manipulate the regular season.
I think they could win the same amount as last year.
No doubt.
Like 48, right?
I'm trying to win a title.
I don't know how many they can win because, I'm not, if you want to say they're going to win a lot of games, you have ammunition. They were 27-8 with Butler. If you don't think they're going to be that good, you say there's no way they're going to hold up over the course of a year, and they're probably going to have to, attack the playoffs again as a 6 or 7 seed. It just depends on your view.
Yeah.
I mean, do you feel safe in saying that if they're at full strength and they have those players that we're assuming that they sign, and they could win 75% of the games that all those players are healthy for? Which would get you 35 to 40 wins?
I mean, to me, the question is how hard are those 3 guys going to have to work to get them to a certain spot in the standing?
One guy's coming in, Horford, saying allegedly he's not playing back-to-backs. You need athleticism and length. He's 40. So he ain't, I don't know, Evan. You asked me, and the Looney lost, the GP2 lost possibly, and the possibility of Kaminga. I'm down.
How come?
I don't like what I'm seeing and hearing right now.
Well, there's nothing to see or hear.
Yeah. We don't know who the Warriors are. It's still at a standstill.
Well, we still know who their best players are. Curry, Butler, Green, Pods. What are you laughing at?
The Pods.
He is a starter in this league.
Hey,
you know what you're doing.
Yeah, no doubt. This dude. Hey, real quick, I know we're up against it. I got a fun exercise for you and Evan I'd like to share, talking to myself driving in, and I had some Bay Area what-ifs. So if I had the power to make these things happen right now with the 3 sport teams, I would. I want to see what you and Evan and the listeners think.
Sounds like a plan, and I want to tell you a little story about an NBA player that this is a team where trouble's brewing more than the Warriors.
Oh, say can
we continue
you?
Our All-Star Week prize blowout again? Are you going to get mad because I'm not taking business? I got to take care of business, but you're singing the national anthem. All right. We continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. Every day this week, each show is going to give one of our listeners an awesome prize pack, and today we're giving one lucky listener a $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock. But you got to listen at 12:30 in 15 minutes, and we'll tell you how to win. Doing good.
By the Donzer.
Oh, stop.
Let our flag was still there.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, that was Carl Lewis-like.
Who was that? Rose?
Yikes.
That was Guru followed by Fergie.
Oh.
Ooh, Fergie. Yikes.
Ew, Guru.
Well,
yikes.
Hello, I'm not a singer.
Well, then don't sing. You notice when I sing, I hit the right octaves.
You know, speaking of...
I'm a better singer than you.
Willard goes with... Say, can you see?
Doing good.
By... Not bad.
Not good, though. All right. I don't need to make fun of your singing. What were you going to say?
There's something going on here at the Wood Odyssey that I got to bring to light real quick here.
Okay.
So for the past 2 to 3 years, we get emails of nominations of Employees of the Month. People that, you know, not even performance, just people that have gone that extra mile for their coworkers. And I say hello to everybody. I open doors. I go out of my way to be nice. And I can't tell you and Evan and the listeners how many times I propped open that email thinking I won. Or one of my comrades voted me Employee of the Month. Never happened. So now we got something going on where you got to nominate somebody else, and smart-ass Evan goes, well, how many times have you voted for somebody else? I didn't get a chance to tell him I've been hurt. I've been cut. Because everything that I've given to everybody here didn't get recognized, so I'm not writing anything for anybody, but I just think it's a big crock of you-know-what that I've never won that award. I deal with you 6 hours.
You don't just get the award for being nice. You've got to actually produce something.
We put up numbers.
Stop saying that.
But seriously, Evan, I'm smiling all the time, even when I'm going through stuff. Nobody knows what you two do, but I just...
Well, it does fit into today because it sounds like you do put up numbers, but the real question is, do you make your teammates better? And
wow.
Apparently the board is saying, not yet.
I'm just walking down. I'm not reading anything. I'm just blowing past it. But anyway.
There's a lot of them, too.
I know.
Daryl Anthony Harper, is Guru joking? Really? Like, no, I really mean...
What? He's not, kind of.
No, I'm for real.
I know, and that's one of the issues.
Yeah.
Like, it's if...
I don't want to win it this way anyway. So.
Did you win it at your corporate gig?
Oh, my gosh.
No.
Oh, Steiny, stop. 3 or 4 times, Evan, and I didn't try to win it. But my deeds go unrecognized here as far as just being upbeat, bringing people together that I know aren't on the same page. All that just
like
gets
who?
lost. You're 99%. Anyway, I facilitate, and I get, that's okay. I don't want to win it this way.
You mean after campaigning?
Dude, every email I'm like, oh, it's it. It's not. I'm just like,
dude, you get like a $25 gift certificate.
It's not about the prize. It's the recognition.
You get more than that.
Oh, Evan, dude. Well, now I might be a little more mad. Anyway, enough about me.
Chris A. on the YouTube chat, you're exactly right. Goo is serious. And that's the funniest part. I do think you're serious.
No,
you are.
Like we used to prep in the kitchen and I greet everybody. You go, you should work at the mall.
Yeah, go ahead and Walmart. Stay out front in Walmart.
I am kind of curious how this goes down, though. Like, are there nominees
I'm
every week?
kind of talking to you and Steiny because you're with me every day.
I've nominated people.
Who?
You got to be joking.
You're not getting,
not on this show.
No, not on this show.
What?
You're the problem. That hurts more. Now I'm really upset. Have you really took time to nominate somebody?
Of course.
Oh, my God.
Have you?
No, I've been hurt and mad, so I haven't.
I got you.
It would be Evan.
I've nominated you two, but...
I've nominated Sarah and Vinny.
Are you kidding me?
They're incredible.
You never talked to them.
It's not a performance award. They're incredible. We know that.
I've been talking to Sarah more and more.
No.
She's cool.
She said your first name last week,
That's
and now
right.
you think they're your best friend.
Look at him.
See, she
You're politicking.
She finally learned my name, and I nominated her for Employee of the Month.
Well, she learned my name too, but that doesn't mean she deserves a sticker.
You guys politicking like that. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, what about my wish list, real quick?
Well, hold on a second. Hold on.
I got one that just I break out in highs.
Okay. So Goo's got this. Is it a bit? Is it a shtick? What, how would you call this? Anyway.
We'll call it a bit.
Okay. So I'm hoping I'm going to lead in perfect.
All right.
Now, back in the day in Philadelphia, there was a great columnist who, unfortunately, outside of work, got into some problems. His name was Bill Conlon.
Never heard of him.
He was a great writer.
Wow.
Go Google him. It got ugly.
So Dr. J era, Jaworski.
Yeah, for sure.
All right.
And he used to have a column, When I'm King of the World.
That's
And he would have about 5, and he'd say, when I'm king of the world, the Golden State Warriors will lower ticket prices or something like that.
Why? That's sick.
So I believe that's what you are thinking about.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So
now you take it from here.
And seriously, Evan, I had these thoughts coming in. I didn't share with you last week when we played Barry Bonds and Dwayne Kuiper, the sound of Barry just going through his at-bat with Gagne. It did something to me. And this is what I wish I had the power to do for the San Francisco Giants organization. You guys just be honest and tell me what you think. I would love to see Barry Bonds be the Giants manager. Just chew on that I'll go to Evan first. It's not about him saying
everybody's embarrassed for you right now. Look at Risotto.
I can't see him.
He's got his head buried in his hand.
Risotto, that's my dude. No, seriously, Barry Bonds. That would just. You don't think he wants to manage but not go through the old crap that, man, I got to pay my dues? But I just believe a guy like that, the way he broke down the science of what he does, Evan, I believe that's the stuff that we omit when we judge managers. So I thought, would they lose 100 games if Barry Bonds was the manager? Your thoughts?
Well, if they had 100 Tyler Fitzgeralds, yeah, they would lose 100 games. But I think Barry Bonds, with all due respect, he's the greatest player that I've seen, is really good at talking about himself.
Wow.
I don't know how great he'd be about talking, by the way, twice a day, which is what managers are required to do about other people. That's just me.
I can't. I'm trying to think of a worse idea. Will Clark, maybe.
No, that
I know.
I'm into that.
Well, right. So you like car accidents. You're one of those guys.
No, I like guys calling guys out.
Okay.
Yeah, there's nobody above that. But I just thought of Barry Bonds if he was the Giants manager.
Have you ever heard about how great players don't make great coaches?
I hate that, but somebody's got to.
But you know what? Let's just. Yeah. So you want a guy to be the manager of the Giants who has no interest in the job, likes to ride his bike every day, hates the media and would have to talk to the media twice a day, and then work with guys like Casey Schmidt? Yeah, okay.
But what if he turned that guy Casey around? What if he was he's playing good ball, but the best version of himself?
If he walked by Casey Schmidt on Market Street right now, he would not know who Casey Schmidt is.
Well, point Goo for this. Did anybody have Posey being the president on their bingo card?
There's two somebodies that did. Can I shout them out? And I heard it with my own 2 ears. I'll never forget the day. Tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Bonte and Shasky. They did a whole show predicated on, I think Buster could be better. How did they see it? So I got to give them credit for that one. All right. You didn't like that one, you two. All right. My Golden State Warrior one. Ready?
Okay. When I'm king of the world,
Jordan Poole will still be a Golden State Warrior.
That's your one thing?
Yeah. They need him now more than ever. This would be... Just think about it, and haters, just stop hating and just think about the best version of Jordan Poole on this team right now. Evan, this would be the season for him.
You know what, Goo?
I appreciate the bid.
There's so many other things that we could. Like, if you were king of the world.
All right, you guys have yours. This is my list.
I mean, off the top of my head, I would have Draymond would have been moved instead of Durant.
Damn. All right, but this was more about
Draymond would have been
Poole.
moved after he punched Poole.
I don't know if this is on the bingo card, but I'd take away Klay's ACL and Achilles.
Oh, see, that's a great one.
Yeah,
That's a great
now I'm
one.
getting mad at Evan. If I wanted to do that, you're right. I would do all kind of other stuff.
If I was Midas, I would bless his
But
knee and
imagine
Achilles.
Jordan Poole on this team now. This
60
would be
wins?
the time.
60 wins?
No, it's just about
Order the ring?
It would be perfect. He would never, ever be doing too much because Curry and company would know, hey, we need you, young fella.
Is Willard in today?
No, he's not.
Okay. You guys.
Oh, wow.
You guys.
He's getting married.
You guys
I
have
texted him this morning. Congrats.
You guys have completely blown it, both of you, with Jordan Poole.
He don't like him.
Exactly. Willard thinks he stinks, and he doesn't, and you think he's a star, and he's not. He's a good offensive player.
No.
And he helped the Warriors win a title.
He's what helps us get from San Francisco to Oakland. He's a bridge.
What does that mean?
That when Steph would go out, he could hold it down. Thank you for the 5, Evan. He could hold it down. It's not being a star. It's a bridge. The house is not on fire when Curry leaves. He could give us 25 or 30 on a given night, maybe 35. I've seen it. It's just my what ifs. Let me just get through it. And the last one for the 49ers. You guys ready?
Yeah, I know. Dre Greenlaw never gets hurt.
No, it ain't about that. And I go in on this guy, but I really am scared that Kyle Shanahan may never hoist up the Lombardi trophy. I do wish Kyle would have gotten a Super Bowl ring. He built something. He was the maestro. I hold him accountable for why they didn't beat the dynasty 2 times. But I'm sitting back like, Evan, if he don't get one, this will be one of the, damn, dude, this is kind of cruel. You should have one.
Yeah, Marv Levy on the phone.
I didn't break. It's not about Marv. It's about Kyle. I'm going to go to Evan first. Evan, your thoughts?
No, that's a really good one. Yeah, if Kyle gets one of those. I mean,
dude,
if Garoppolo hits Sanders, I don't know. I feel like that's brought up a lot.
Or if you just kept running the ball, you wouldn't have needed Garoppolo to hit Sanders, and you would have won.
If Kyle Williams doesn't.
Well, that was on Jim Harbaugh's watch.
Drop a punt.
Yeah.
Oh, like in the Shanahan era?
Yeah. Kyle's been.
If Trey Lance panned out.
All right, what are your thoughts, Big Mouth, on this one?
He
deserves one. I know that sounds crazy.
Okay, if I'm king of the world, like, am I a 49er fan or am I just a guy?
No, you're a Bay Area guy.
You're king of the world.
Yeah.
Okay, you ready? I'm king of the world. The Niners are moving back to San Francisco. How about that?
Yeah. No, that's dope.
The Niners should move back to San Francisco.
I ain't mad at you. And I know you guys are like, is this over, Goo? I had a doubleheader for the Giants, and I'm going to say this. I hope my family's not listening, but I'm in love. And I'm in love with the dude that plays on the Dodgers. And I just wish somehow Shohei Ohtani would have chose the Giants over the Dodgers.
I can't.
I can't stop watching them.
Are we doing a real sports talk show?
Imagine if the Giants had Ohtani, though, man. Just think about it. Evan, if Ohtani was on the Giants, there would be no Verlander. Dude.
There'd be no Devers.
You'd have a leadoff hitter that could hit it in the water like he did last Friday night. Parkman looks big then.
He'd probably be hitting 180 with 7 home runs. No.
Just think about Ohtani in the Giant uniform. Look at you.
Mike, what if for the Giants?
I don't want to be mean. I'm sorry.
It'd be Lamont Wade keeping that ball fair in Game 5.
Well.
Then they'd beat the Dodgers in 2021.
You don't remember that, Steiny?
I remember Flores' check swing.
It was before that, but yeah.
There's a couple batters before.
All right, anyway, we'll end it with yours. What would you do for the Giants?
Am I a fan? Like, I'm a fan. Yeah, bring Bochy back. Just for kicks.
Why did I like that, Evan? Well, I had Barry, but all right.
Just for kicks.
But That doesn't hit the Richter scale like Ohtani in a giant uniform if they could have sold him. Ohtani.
But
won the ESPY Baseball Player of the Year.
But Ohtani never gave us a thought. Like, why would...
Oh, there were times we didn't know.
Like, it's kind of like saying, hey, Goo, boy, if Larry Bird were on this Golden State Warriors team,
I get that.
They'd look a lot better.
But I have an imagination. That's all, guys. I appreciate you listening. Which one did you like best?
The idea of Barry Bonds being a manager is so crazy to me.
I wonder how he would answer that.
You know what? I would tell him, just like I told Dunleavy, I don't see you as a manager, but Barry.
Tell him that.
Mike kind of scoffed at that.
No, he snapped back. Why?
Yeah, and you know what? After I explained why, he goes, listen, these are just regular people. I know they're stars. Dunleavy played the end, but they're just regular people. You guys should stop walking up to pro athletes with your tail between your legs like you owe them something. They're just a dude.
Oh, man. You are something else.
Oh, we got let's take the call. Let's go to Warrior. And Warrior said you told him to call in. Hey, Warrior, welcome.
Warriors in Natchitoches on my way to Killeen, Texas. But first of all, anyway, it's great to be back. Mind, body, and soul.
Yes.
But Guru said something that, but I do have second and third degree burns on the bottom of my feet, so it makes it hard to get away. I want to say something about Guru's take on Barry Bonds. And first of all, Larry Bird might have been a Warrior if the Warriors didn't enjoy Joe Barry Carroll and Ricky Brown so much, but that's a different story. So, Guru, you talked about Bonds being a manager.
Yeah.
That was your worst take since you said Kaminga had the possibility of being an all-star.
I thought he was about to back me up, but go ahead, Warrior. Wow.
Iguodala deserved to have his uniform number retired. These are a lot of things if you go through the history. And listen, I like you. We all know that I was your first caller back when I was living
I'll never
in
forget
Killeen.
it. Yeah.
And I just had in Killeen, Texas. Stein, you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
But, these are just takes that you have said. Now, I may offend some people, but I won't offend anybody who knows anything. These players are not coming to San Francisco. Big-name free agents are not coming to San Francisco. Now, let's face it, it's a crap city. It used to be one of the most beautiful places in the world. My daughter was born at the Presidio of San Francisco back when I was in the Army. Anyway, I listen to the show a lot, especially now since I won't say I'm bedridden, but I'm wheelchair-ridden for at least another week.
We love you. Hey, Warrior, before you leave, hold on. You got to give me some props and an apology. Andre Iguodala had his jersey in the rafters, buddy.
Oh, I understand, but it's like playing the lottery, and I'm supposed to apologize because you picked the right numbers. It was something that shouldn't have happened. If Joe Lacob isn't soft, that doesn't happen. Anyway, I appreciate the show.
Get better, baby.
Love you guys, and the Warrior's always listening when he's not being narcissistic.
Appreciate it. Thank you. That's the Warrior.
Yeah, that happened, Evan. Put one up for the Goo.
Yeah, he hit you with a second or third degree burn.
Yeah, he hit me last night.
That was the old one, too.
He's been having some hard luck, but he's doing better, Steiny. Death in the family. And I told him to call, and then he slaps me when he calls. Wow. Go figure.
So I'm looking at this. So the morning show did a bracket. Best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century.
We did that with them in the hour.
We only did it for like 5 minutes.
You're right.
You're working 20 different things at a time.
This is great. What you got?
These are some good ones. I think
I got to believe I know the number one.
I don't know who won or who didn't.
Gotcha.
Did they?
They're not ranked.
Okay.
But they're in a bracket form.
Yeah, I think the idea is, so they're up on Twitter. You can check out the 95.7 The Game Twitter page. And in the morning show, they have different polls of which one people think is the most, hot debate.
Okay.
And then obviously there's, I think,
Yeah.
16 of them?
16, yeah.
And I'll say this to that.
I'll tell you what.
All right, go ahead. Well, because I got my number one since I've been on the mic here in the Bay Area. That's 12 years.
You know what we can do? We can go through it really
Let's do
quick.
it, yeah. Or take our time.
On the other side.
Really quick is never good, Steiny. Let's just take our time.
Well, really quick when you're doing a King of the World segment's okay. And when you're talking about stuff like Barry Bonds managing the Giants.
Evan like my Kyle having a ring. What if he never gets one? It changes everything.
What do you mean Actually, it changes nothing.
To you. But for him.
See, this is where.
Well, you think that he's still going to win one, Steiny, so technically it would change stuff.
How so?
Well, because you're under the assumption right now that he'll win a ring.
Because Andy Reid changed to, oh my God, that's the L.
If I had a bet, I'd say, yeah, he'll win.
Not even just here, somewhere
maybe
else.
Not.
Oh, boy.
I don't know now.
Andy Reid did it somewhere else. Anyway, go ahead.
I forgot.
Something about the bracket.
Oh, I know what I wanted to say. You hear about Joel Embiid?
I just told you during the break.
Oh, yeah. Actually, forget about Joel Embiid. I got to do something. I got a lot of stuff to do. All right, here we go. It's time to give away today's prize, $100 gift certificate to the Valkyries merchandise shop and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock. I'm going to give you 3 clues right now. 3 clues for an answer is a player. After that, on the next segment, we're going to play the sounder, the blaring horn sounder, and then you call into the contest number, answer the question correctly. You get a merchandise package from the Valkyries and also a 4-day pass to Aftershock. All right, here we go. Here are the clues to the event. I am a pitcher, and I was an all-star 3 times in my career, all with the same team, 2009, 2011, and 2012. Number 2, I was born in Dothan, Alabama. Number 3, according to my baseball reference page, my 2 nicknames are The Horse and Big Sugar. Big Sugar. Hold your guesses until when it's time to call. Again, the other side of the break, you're going to hear a sounder. And at that point, you call in to the number I'll give you to win a $100 Valkyries gift certificate and a 4-day pass to Aftershock. Okay, those are the clues here on 95.7 The Game for your chance to win.
Aftershock, by the way, is located in Sacramento, so it's taking place up north at Discovery Park.
Wow. You know who's telling me all about Aftershock was Nahegan. How the hell does he know?
He's locked in.
Do you know what kind of, is it heavy metal?
It's an eclectic sound.
Different. Well, you know what? Like, I've gone to the New Orleans Jazz Festival, and it's not all jazz. What? It's not all jazz. But it's, it's a lot of jazz performers. All right. Let's see. 12:42. So next segment, your chance to win a prize pack that includes a 4-day pass to Aftershock and also a $100 gift certificate to the Valkyrie store. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. about
a
them.
journalist with words.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How's everybody doing today?
I'm doing fine, but I just caught you during the break. You didn't even know I saw you looking at the board.
Yeah, I couldn't
Did you
find,
see your name?
I couldn't find yours or mine.
So you didn't get nominated.
Just to let people know.
You do care.
So it's we have this thing at work where you nominate a coworker for something that they've stood out at, or they've done, or they're, I don't know, it's employee of the month stuff. Anyway,
but kindness counts.
Anyway, they've compiled all the lists. They've compiled all our employees with what their coworkers said nice about them. Like it'll say Jennifer. Jennifer is so welcoming to new employees. She made my transition here just a wonderful experience. I'd like to thank Jennifer.
Yeah.
She's been great.
No Darryls or Matts, huh?
And there's about 400 of them, it looks like, up now.
That's a lot.
And I have not seen.
Yeah. I didn't look.
Yours or my name.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. That's the sounder. It's time to win the $100 gift card to the Valkyries merch shop. And it's a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock. The first person to call our contest line and guess the former All-Star player correctly, you win. That's the first person to call 415-523-4652 and guess the player correctly, you win. Thank you to the Valkyries and Danny Wimmer Presents for providing this awesome prize. Aftershock tickets, by the way, are still available at aftershockfestival.com. Willard and Dibs will give away the next prize at 4:30 today. Last time, 415-523-4652. Answer the question. Mm-hmm.
I know who it is too, Steiny. You gave some good clues.
I don't know if I would have known that. Oh, well, maybe. Maybe.
That list.
Let me.
Good morning, guys.
I got a couple guys on hold here. Bobby in Los Altos is always kind of fun.
Yeah, he is.
Matt in Oakland says the Warriors are going to stink. Let's go to Bobby in Los Altos.
Bobby.
Hey, Bobby, what's going on?
Hey, I appreciate it. I'm kind of fun. I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, listen, I think my radio is broken because it sounded like you guys said that Kaminga was offered a $30 million a year contract. I did not know about this. Is that true? When did this break?
Jake Fisher apparently reported it last year, and he apparently said Jake Fisher, $150 million over 5 years.
Wow!
And last summer, Anthony Slater made a reference to the Warriors thinking about the Warriors wanted 30 and Kaminga 35-ish. And then Mark Stein's reporting today that Kaminga's open to a shorter-term contract, but he wants 25.
Yeah, of course he's open to a shorter-term contract. There's no contracts available for him. Listen,
Right.
I don't believe that 30 for a second.
Don't you
Here's
really?
the thing with Kaminga. Here's the thing with Kaminga. If he got drafted into a sorry team like the Charlotte Bobcats or the Washington Bullets Wizards, he'd probably be getting a very good contract. But unfortunately for him, he was drafted into a very good organization. And the fact is, he's a sixth man as long as Stephen Curry is playing. If Stephen Curry is starting, Kaminga is on the bench. So the best he could do is be like, Jamal Crawford, best sixth man of the year or something. And he ain't going to get more than $30 million. So he's crazy. He should just play it out. We should keep him on this contract. And then, unfortunately, the Jonathan Kaminga era is over. But if that fool turned down 5 years for 30, knowing that the next CBA is in, 3 or 4 years, he got to fire that agent. That's crazy.
That's who I'm looking at, Bobby.
I'll be honest with you, Bobby. Thanks for the call. Some people are skeptical of that number.
That it being offered to him.
Yeah.
I mean, you got a name on it right there. I'm just saying.
My personal belief is I believe it.
Let me tell you why.
I actually
real quick.
believe it.
Let me tell you why I believe it too.
Okay.
Is his class got way more than that. Multiple guys. We talked about it. Mobley, Wagner, who else, Steiny? Cunningham, and there was one more. And that, to me, is why I think he might have thought, you know what, I got action to getting that. But we'll see. A lot of people just are in denial, and I get it because I was. But if it is true, then man, Steiny, he missed an opportunity.
I think it'll all come out in the wash at some point. Matt's in Oakland. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, how the heck you doing?
Hey.
Doing well, thanks.
What's going on? Hey, I didn't say they would stink now. I meant they're going to stink when Curry's gone.
Oh, okay. No, I think they're going to stink now. What do you think of that?
Point
I'm just kidding.
My point being that they might as well go for it right now because they're going to stink either way. But, yeah, I'm with that guy. I mean, there's zero chance Kaminga turned that kind of money down, and it doesn't matter what his draft class got. You know, Wiseman's draft class got a ton of money. They're not going to give him that kind of money because he's not any good. And Kaminga, he doesn't do what the coach asks him to do. If you don't do what the coach asks you to do, you're not going to play. And, this business about Kerr, not liking him, it doesn't matter whether Kerr likes him. Kerr's going to play him if he's going to help him win. It is nuts. The guy is a below-average free throw shooter. He is a below-average three-point shooter. He's a decent on-ball defender. He is a mediocre at best team defender. He is not ready. It's an uncomfortable situation. But, hey, I'd go out. If you can get Derek White, great. I would do it. They're not going to be any good after Curry leaves, so you might as well try now, and then we'll endure. But that's really hard to say. Glad to hear you guys.
Have a good day,
Glad
man.
I'm back checking y'all out. And, Guru, I love you, but I think you're deluded about Kaminga, man. He's just not that good.
Thanks, man.
Man, if I had $1 for coaching Vallejo, he put something in the account, but a lot of people saying, I think too highly of Kaminga. Again, I'm not telling you he's the next Durant or Tracy McGrady, but he definitely could play on my team, Steiny, and I hope the Warriors bring him back. I'm not afraid of, and there's some validity to what you say about the turbulence in the locker room or whatnot, but, man, at this point where these guys are at in regard to their age, they need great youth wherever they can get it, and I think he fits the bill.
Let me be clear. The reason I would not bring Jonathan Kaminga back is not because I think he will be a problem. But I do think if he doesn't want to be here, and you know that, then don't have him here because what good's it going to do?
I hear you.
I mean, is he going to play?
You could start him. You could start him. When you look at me and I say that, I'm real. I get before even coaching Vallejo call. You could start him. He has started for you before,
right.
But the problem is he can't play with Steph, right? That's when he's not at his best.
I think the problem is in order to start him, Draymond's got to play 5.
Wow.
And, that's one of the things. But Curry's another. And that's why, as crazy as it sounds, Coach was like, we'll play Kaminga at 2.
Because it's positionless basketball.
You can't have 3 non-shooters on the floor. And to me, that's what Butler, Draymond, and Kaminga would represent. So
we need Thundercats. Well,
Here, I'll throw Goo a softball. Ready?
I'll hit it 300 feet.
Is Jordan Poole a Thundercat?
Not right now.
What?
Not right now. Before he got that contract, he was. Then he got hit in the face, and he's on the come, though, Steiny.
All right. So I'm looking at this
list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's what happened. The morning show, Shasky's clever. Now, Spadoni's not a dumb person either.
So all of them got together and made this list.
Yeah, I can't believe you just said that.
I said Shasky's clever and Joe Spadoni's
No, you said
smart
Shasky's
too.
clever and then you caught yourself because it was politically incorrect and then you
Okay, you're right.
Thank you, Evans, for saying
Well, I don't want to give credit to Lubman. He's not here this
you're
week.
Right. But we got somebody filling in for him doing a great job, Carter.
But they made this list before this week. Anyways.
Yeah.
All right, kudos to everybody involved in the morning show.
That's my man.
For not only coming up with this topic for their show, but we'll play off it a little bit
my
too.
man.
All right, so they have a bracket. They have 16. It's the best Bay Area sports topics of the 21st century. And it's set up in bracket form.
I love this.
So we'll go through this, and I'll tell you quickly. Okay. Who wins this matchup? Warriors blow a 3-1 lead. John Lester, Yoenis Cespedes trade. Which was a better topic or hotter topic? That's easy.
I'm going to shock you, Steiny. The Cespedes trade.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think the Warriors.
I hated
we
that.
still talk about the 3-1 lead.
But he got a pass. Dre got a pass.
Right.
And a contract.
Draymond's not in here.
But the 3-1 lead is Draymond.
No.
That's how I look at it.
We're still talking about it. Anyway, hey,
Evan, how would you answer that one?
What did Radnich say? Hey, you feel how you feel.
Yeah. Let's hear Evan real quick. Who gets the nod on that one?
Well, I'm a little biased. Like, I was a sophomore in college when the A's made that trade, so I was pretty pissed off about that. But I think the one that's going to resonate through history is blowing a 3-1 lead. Yeah. It's the only one that's happened in the finals, right?
I wasn't happy about it, but why would you trade your star?
Jim Harbaugh versus Jed York or Alex Smith versus Colin Kaepernick?
This is not even close. It's the latter for your boys, Donnie.
I agree.
And that had racial undertones to it, too, with Cap and Alex. God! And you can't lose your job to injury.
Unless you're on a Jim Harbaugh coach team. Then you can. All right, next one. Mac Jones or Trey Lance?
Evan, what was your take on that one?
Well, so the point of the bracket is you don't blow through. You talk about them and why they were such big deals at the time.
Okay.
I didn't have a heart to tell you.
All right, I'm going to be honest with you, Evan. Like I was thinking I'd like to do that too, but we're going to be accused of just plagiarism.
Oh, no.
Well, it's kind of what we're doing right now.
Well, we're family. We did an hour with them and get paid.
I kind of feel like
they're family.
It will go.
I hear you.
I understand that.
But I get you, Steiny.
Okay.
Let's keep it as is then. Forget Evan.
No. I can do it that way.
No, I'm with you. But you really didn't want to just steal their bit. I get it.
I mean, that's why. Yeah, I think it's Smith versus Kaepernick.
Okay. All right, we agree on that one.
But that was all Harbaugh. Like, that involved Harbaugh.
Yeah, but the owner was meddling, man.
Well, I wanted to ask you guys, I
believe he was meddling.
The owner?
Yeah,
in the quarterback situation?
Oh, no. I'm saying the win was Kaepernick, Alex Smith, but I'm mad that Harbaugh left.
Oh,
and I felt he left because the owner didn't handle his business.
Well, Agu just said something like, or maybe it's Steiny, you can't lose your job to injury.
Well,
when did that become a thing? I feel like across history, I've seen examples of this be completely the case.
I love it.
I don't think that's true at all.
I think now that's over with.
It just used to be a...
Tony Romo lost his to Dak.
What's it called? It just used to be a...
Like, it's getting Wally pipped.
Yeah.
I mean, it's back in the 30s or 20s.
What's your point?
I'm saying...
Like it's a myth.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
I think in the old school it kind of did, Evan, but now we're so gangster. Okay. Sports are gangster now. Hey, you're at a funeral, but hey, we got somebody. We need to talk to you when you get back.
I think there's a period of time when, like, a lot of coaches subscribe to that.
Yeah.
If for no other reason than they don't need to hassle. You bring back the guy who was hurt, put him back in the starting lineup, and then take him out if you have to. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like Dak Prescott, you said, Gu. I mean, he won the job because of injury.
Yeah.
But he was so good that they couldn't, at the time, go back to the other guy.
How would you do it? Would you be like, hey, Evan, you're hurt. Guru, you going to be in here? Or would you be like, hey, man, Guru's giving us something, Evan, you didn't. Sorry, you're hurt.
Well, what about this? When Andrew Wiggins
there we go.
missed a bunch of those games, the minute he came back, he was back in the starting lineup.
Because they felt he was better, though, than Kaminga.
Well, that may be the case, but I mean,
they were right.
If the rule is the rule, then, or the so-called rule is the rule, then Wiggins would have had to earn his starting spot back over time.
So who was better, Cap or Alex? I thought Prime Cap was Harbaugh played that correctly.
I think
seriously, we thought he was a star, Steiny. Yeah, playoff games at home against Green Bay, kissing the bicep. But that's enough, though.
For what?
For you to think you made the right decision.
Yeah, I think Alex Smith was a better overall quarterback. And I think Colin Kaepernick was declining. because
I guess
he was starting to get exposed.
But when Cap Mania hit it as high as like Lynn Sanity, Steiny, didn't you think this dude was
no doubt. Absolutely.
I never felt that about Alex before Cap.
Fair enough.
Right.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and the Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Okay, what else we got?
I like this.
How about Mac Jones versus Trey Lance, draft talk, or the Tuck rule?
Wow, man. I wasn't on air for the Tuck rule, but I got to go. You tell me what you think. I'm going to pull
I think it's the Mac Jones and Trey Lance.
Yeah. We're talking about the topic of radio.
Yeah.
Mac Jones, San Francisco 49er, by the way.
What if I really tell you that's incredible? What if I told you and Evan, and I really believe this, that those reporters were right? The night before the draft, the owner, York, saw how everybody was in the uproar because it was Mac Jones, and they changed their mind, Evan. You say what to that? I really believe now Kyle wanted Mac Jones.
Oh, I thought he was asking you, E.
Well, I do think that these decision makers flip-flop more than we believe. Like, I think guys kind of just make the call with their gut at the end of the day, and if Kyle Shanahan wanted one dude 2 weeks before and then I wouldn't have been shocked. There was no clear choice as to who the second-best or third-best quarterback was in that draft.
But the most unknown quarterback was, Steiny, Trey Lance. He was James Wiseman.
Yeah, I know. You have to tell me. I appreciate it. Here's the next one. Madison Bumgardner dirt bike accident. Draymond Poole, the punch.
Oh, this is not even close.
Not even close.
Man.
It's the punch.
I need a therapist for how that went down. Like, I'm not at peace with it. Like, no, seriously, Evan, I'm not at peace with.
Why? Draymond even is at this point.
Well, it's easy for him to be. He skated free.
He paid a price. Emotional.
He lost his voice.
What are you two saying? Emotional what? Hey, Jay, sign your name. Sign your name 44
Hey.
That hurt me.
Hey,
that hurt me. They didn't suspend him.
Who said, hey, Adam, this is too much for me? Isn't that what he said?
What?
Oh, on the TNT.
Oh, boy, we made the doc, remember?
The dim lit background. Like a tear was about
I'm
to
laughing,
shed.
but I'm crying. How does that happen in any organization? The Warriors, I love you. But good Lord.
We've still never heard from Poole on that.
Not really.
That's how he'll take that to the grave.
And I
man.
would too.
I kind of respect it.
Nah.
In a way.
Wow, man.
What can be added?
His dad even had to come in on Twitter and get frisky with Dre on social media. And to Dre's credit, he didn't, take the bait, but.
Okay.
Yeah, he did.
Pops?
No. Draymond.
I thought he didn't respond back.
Draymond said he like called out his dad. He saw him at a Warriors game. And Draymond talked about talking to Poole's dad.
Eyes. Oh my God.
It was,
it was ugly.
All right. Next couple. The Madison Bumgardner dirt bike incident, believe it or not, what year was that? And was that before all the titles? Well, he wasn't on the 2010 team. Posey's the only guy to get the 3 rings. So Bumgardner must have gotten 12 and 13. And I wonder if it was 2011, the year that Buster Posey got hurt, too.
Well, I'll ask you this, Steiny. What do you think was bigger, the Bumgardner dirt bike accident or the Monte Ellis moped accident?
I got my answer.
I mean, it feels like Monte was bigger, but now thinking about it, I don't know how it could have been because it was Bumgardner. Bumgardner might not have been all the way Bumgardner when that happened. Like, he hadn't developed his entire reputation, I feel like.
But the cover-up felt like it was more Monte than Bumgardner. The cover-up stuff.
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are Jimmy Garoppolo and Brock Purdy elite quarterbacks? That's topic 1. Or the Barry Zito contract? I think I'm going to take Jimmy and Brock elite quarterbacks.
Yeah, I'm with you too.
And the reason I'm
with you too. Go
is
ahead.
because once Barry Zito signed the contract, it was awful. And it just was awful.
But you understood the contract because he had a track record, Barry.
He was.
I know, but still.
He was already, like.
It wasn't as bad as him not performing at all.
I'll bet you if you look at that last year with the A's, I bet the numbers weren't.
Are you saying you should have saw it coming?
No, but I just feel like by the time he went to the Giants, we kind of knew that his best years were behind him, but maybe not. I don't know.
Well, he was one of the best pitchers, but
yeah,
like it's like the quarterbacks getting paid nowadays. It's just your turn. I feel like that's kind of what happened to him. Like, you get the largest contract for a pitcher ever, but you could go CC Sabathia, probably Cliff Lee might have been a better lefty than him. Roy Halladay. I mean, yeah, the Giants got screwed on that one.
Yeah, but you know what? As you
Except that playoff game.
As you said, though, Evan, regarding Adames, it's baseball, and there was no price to pay, really. And he pitched one good game when they needed it.
Man,
they were able to camouflage it with 3 championships.
Now, I think that's a question that I'd be curious your guys' answers about. Does one big postseason game overshadow the lack of production for like an entire period? Like, did Barry Zito justify his contract?
No, he didn't justify his contract. But what he did was he put an addendum onto conventional wisdom. What a terrible free agent signing he was. Well, he had that big game against, who was it, Cincinnati?
Yeah.
Well, he helped us win a game against the Reds.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's the least you can do.
But in fairness, he was a really good guy.
Yeah,
and so that factors into the equation. But Evan, I think the biggest factor is they won 3 titles while he was under that awful contract, and that just helps it helps
but
the
it
Giants.
doesn't justify
No, of course not.
The
But
nightmare, Evan, that was that contract.
like if they don't win 3 titles, I think we think of Barry Zito as an absolute like failure. I think he's a laughing stock at that point. But the fact that they were able to win and he helped that one year, I don't think it overshadowed, like Goo's saying, but I'm agreeing with Goo, but I do think it's good for him that they won some World Series because he would have been reviled. Alex Smith or Aaron Rodgers, the KD saga.
Oh, my
God. Which one?
It's the KD saga for me, man.
Which
Which
one?
one?
3-year saga?
Dude, it was everything. He had the audacity to not be happy here.
Oh, now we're finding out a lot of people weren't happy here.
Well, what does that mean?
Kelly Oubre.
But guys like you were making fun of him.
You know
don't
what?
get
I
to
was.
come back and
I was.
here's a shoulder.
But I'm not saying I was wrong, but you know what? Maybe.
Pretty good player.
Not here.
Yep.
See, he may. I was talking to a guy in Philly last year, and he's like
Tsunami Poppy. What was his nickname?
He's like, I tell you what, Kelly Oubre's been playing well, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding. They're like, no, he's been good. I'm like, dude, he's selfish. He's then. He's like, I'm telling you, he's been good for us.
Yeah.
It's like, well, maybe. Guess what? They tried to fit him into a box next to those Stockton and Malone. There's no room for anybody else. The KD saga. I do think the funniest thing.
There was so much of it. Shotgate.
He's working on his passing.
Steiny.
He's working on his passing. There's nothing to see here.
We were doing pre and post every game at the college at Oracle, and you would say, "Guru, shut up. There's something here." And he said it, man. I thought we played with joy.
All right. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And if you're wrapping up the workday like me, it's time to flip that mental switch. It's time to unwind. And when I'm off the clock, it starts with new vodka, NUE. NUE, New vodka. It's American-made. It's award-winning. 7 times distilled for that clean, crisp taste that you want in your go-to drink. New is smooth. It's versatile, and it makes every cocktail feel like it's coming straight from behind the bar. You're getting real quality with New. No fluff, no pretense. Great vodka. No velvet rope needed. Hit up their website to check out some great cocktail recipes, and make sure you try their all-natural flavors. Cucumber and citrus, they are awesome. Remember the name, New Vodka, that's N-U-E. It's not just my pick, it can be yours too. So when the show's over and it's time to hit relax, make the right call. Grab New Vodka in stores now or go to newvodka.com to find it near you.
the game again then, Steiny.
Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, Steph, how you doing?
The chef.
God, I watched some of his highlights from the American Century. He looks like a pro golfer. I mean, he just looks exactly like a pro golfer when he takes a swing.
He lost.
It's unbelievable. Came in 5th.
How far is he from being a pro?
Oh, I don't think that's a good question. Probably more suited to Dibley, but like he's got no chance. Like he
ain't close.
But like he's a 0 handicap, which means I think he shoots about 72. That doesn't cut it.
What's Joe Lacob? Remember he came with
he's
Ritter and
I can check.
You questioned it, but wasn't it a 2 or?
No,
I made it up.
I can check.
We love you, Joe.
I like to check. Curry.
We should get him in studio. Well, he's busy.
What's he going to talk about right now?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what Joe Lacob's handicap is in a second.
Right.
So, yeah, I'll be honest with you. I said something earlier. I brought up Stockton and Malone, and I thought about, they never were really able to get free agents. Maybe, a lot of people thought, who wants to live in Salt Lake City? But I thought about it a little more, and I was like, you know what? Why would a really good player go play with Stockton and Malone? The whole system is built around Stockton and Malone. So, like, you couldn't really do it there. Hornacek fit in perfectly as a third option. Here's what I'm getting at, Goo. You ever heard of Steely Dan?
I have not.
Evan, have you ever heard of Steely Dan?
Asia.
Great call. Donald Fagen and Walter Becker. They were the two guys that were in Steely Dan. Okay? I watched the documentary on them last night, if you can't tell, and it got me to thinking.
I still don't know what it is or who they are.
Musical group.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's a musical group that had two guys in it all the time, Becker and Fagen.
Okay.
But on each album, they brought somebody in.
So there was 3
or 4.
Okay, each one brought somebody.
So my point is, I was listening to them talk, and they were saying that they would bring people in with only one request, that they would bring their style to Fagen and Becker. Like they encouraged
to be you.
Input. They encouraged importance.
I ain't mad at this.
Like if you were getting Larry Carlton to play the guitar, then you play like Larry Carlton and we'll figure out the song.
Oh, I love that.
Well, that's not Steph Curry, is it? And Draymond Green.
Ask Andre Iguodala, I would say.
Well, they asked Kevin Durant. They went and got Kevin Durant, and they weren't welcome. They said, hey, fit in.
You are
fit in to
I love
what
you're
we're doing.
Putting down, but Durant missed me. It was a head case.
I'm just saying.
They allowed him to be Durant.
There's an inclusivity that's always been missing from the big three.
Steiny, stop.
They never invited.
How did Jordan Poole blow up? Well, Klay
got hurt.
Well,
injury. You guys like that, don't you?
No, I liked it. I like be yourself into the club.
Yeah, but they
never
they tried to bend Kelly Oubre to their will. They couldn't do it.
No, but you're missing
I'm not missing anything.
You're missing all the guys. Ian Clark's, JaVale McGee's, Bogut. You're missing all the. That's what it was. A strength in numbers, not strength in the big three.
Yeah,
come on, Steiny.
The point is they don't. It's tough to be yourself as a Golden State Warrior.
What am I supposed to do with that? I mean, really, Steiny.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco.
Bobby.
Hey, Bob, what's going on?
Hey, what's happening, guys? How you doing?
You got it?
Yeah, you guys are the epitome of sports talk radio. I tell you that.
Wow.
Anyway, I know I'm not trying to snow job you either. I really believe that.
Thank you.
But anyway, I was going to say, when you brought up Aaron Rodgers and Alex Smith, now do you think Aaron Rodgers' talent would have taken over? Because Alex Smith had to deal with 5 different coordinators in 5 years or something to that extent. And it's like, how is the guy going to get any kind of, familiarity with each set of offenses that come in? So, I mean, he was kind of behind the 8 ball. Plus, he had gotten injured. It really wasn't until Harbaugh showed up where they utilize his talents, I thought.
I remember the
What do you guys think
NFC.
of that?
Yeah, I remember I think Rodgers would have 2 rings or more with the Niners. Case in point, the Kyles Williams fumble game, Steiny, where he dropped the punts. Alex Smith did not complete a pass to a wide receiver. Had that been Aaron Rodgers, they probably mopped the field with the New York Giants. So I believe A-Rod would have had a couple Super Bowls at least with the Niners.
I don't know if they would have had Super Bowls, but I think he would have been fine. Like he would have been the same.
They were close.
Same player. Who's the coach when you got drafted?
Coach. I'm trying to guess.
Oh, it was Mike Nolan.
Yeah. He dressed nice.
You know what?
Who was offensive coordinator is the biggest question.
I actually think it was McCarthy.
Oh, man. Oh, Mike?
Super Bowl champ. No, I think Rodgers would have been fine here.
Oh, my gosh. I'm saying they would have 1 or maybe 2.
They're fair questions. Like, what if Steph Curry would have gotten drafted by the Knicks?
I do believe they would have 1, at least.
I mean, I have no idea. He might.
You brought up that Steph stat about after year 8, the money cover. I got to believe Kobe is on the lines or something like that, right? Because he didn't getting all the money later on in the career. Remember you mentioned how many years before Curry really got the big dough?
Year 9.
So I believe Kobe is on a track like that because he wasn't a man early on. And then we know what, at the end, he got the contract and he got hurt. But I got to believe it, not to Curry's degree, but he's on that track. Kobe.
Let me.
Well, anyway.
No, I think we can do
that. That's incredible, Curry. You're what?
But it's a
damn.
Man, Kobe Bryant's page is really long. Okay, Bryant went 1 million.
Okay.
1.5, 1.5. Then he got 9 million, 10 million, 11,
Still
12,
nothing.
13, 14, 16, 18, 19, 21, 23, 24, 25, 27, 30, 23, 25. Last 2 years, he did not take the max.
Oh.
He took 23 and 25, respectively. Steiny, no wonder Lacob fired you. This from the Boxer and Gerson's work attorneys.
Does that get to you when you see stuff like that?
Would I read it if it got to me?
Right,
Steiny, no wonder Lacob fired you. He could see you don't understand anything immediately.
You don't understand anything immediately.
Yeah, I'm the first guy. I'm the first guy.
Line.
I'm the first guy who brought up, Steph, Klay, and Draymond maybe weren't as welcoming to. No, they're.
Dude, my little thing took off.
Which one?
The king of the world, the sports world. People saying the Raiders and A's wouldn't have moved.
Wait, one more time?
My little bit that I did about if I were the king and I could change things. People saying the A's and Raiders wouldn't have left.
Yeah, that's a good one.
And the Warriors.
Oh, the 408.
Gosh.
The 408 is still coming down my road. Steph, Draymond, and players are ready to play with any other stars, and other smart players see the impact of Steph in a few games with him. Yeah, no, Draymond Green and Klay and Curry, they worked terrifically with veteran players. And the veteran players worked terrifically with them.
David West, Bill
Sean Livingston,
Otto Porter,
Barbosa.
Keep going.
Those kind of players.
I got you.
Fit in.
Yeah. But Jordan Poole, again, you're saying Klay wasn't here.
Klay wasn't here, and they needed him.
But he hated watching Jordan.
But young players, they're tougher on young players, the big three.
The question's why?
Because they're not as good as the veterans. A veteran like Sean Livingston just comes here and knows what he has to do.
He was a baller, man.
Yeah. Wait, Lacob fired you?
You didn't get fired. You walked away.
Not really. Didn't really fire me. Just wanted to know how.
Did you miss it? Like the first year after? Like who took over? Bucher?
Rick Bucher.
Yeah.
Bucher.
That's our guy.
Hey.
I got him in my phone.
But you went.
No,
I said Rick Bucher, and you went, huh?
He's pretty talented.
No, I like Bucher's my guy.
Well,
we got a watch club going.
And don't grunt at him.
Can I say something? And Rick, I love you. I thought you were better than him. That's what I was saying. Rick was good. Rick still, so show's no longer around, but yeah.
No, Laker bought the team and started watching and was like, why do we have Steinmetz on this broadcast?
Now, you don't know that to be the case.
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Hey, no, sis, so you missed it. Would you watch Rick like, I wish I was still. No, but would you think?
I threw eggs at the TV.
Okay,
no, I didn't.
That's natural,
But you know what? I got schnookered. How about that?
Do you really say Kaminga?
In a way.
Kaminga.
No. So I get hired to do the job.
Did you ask for $30 million?
Did you have an agent?
No.
Okay.
I had an agent once.
That's where you messed up.
And that's why I said Norm would say that's kind of where you're. Go ahead.
I used an agent once, and I ended up signing the contract. That was the first contract they put before me. Anyway, so
look at the boss.
The reason I got hired by Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area was because I was a newspaper man.
Gotcha.
Like Ted Griggs, the guy who ran Comcast, was like, boy, I like the idea of a newspaper guy, like an objective guy, not somebody on the payroll.
Oh.
So he was like, we're going to use you. So I was a newspaper guy, kind of, and then I was doing sidelines, and, they stunk. Team stunk.
The team did, yeah.
And, I guess I was able to say, I wasn't afraid to say they stunk. And
I think that's why you guys are friends now. He respected you. I don't think you got fired.
I didn't get fired. But but you know what? The writing was on the wall.
What did it read?
Huh?
What did the writing read?
It's time. Time to go.
Evan, go ahead. I love my guy.
Well, people who didn't get fired tend to say they weren't fired.
No, I wasn't. I just didn't.
You were replaced.
Yeah, I wasn't fired from my first job either. There was just there's common misunderstanding.
My contract was up.
Okay, now that's different.
My contract
No, that's different, Steiny.
I did not.
It's like these, Fox recently, these contracts just weren't renewed.
Hey. No, there was no impropriety. There was no impropriety.
Oh, boy. Steiny Taylor. Oh, boy.
So anyway.
Why is there a line of people looking at the recommendations that's bothering me? Just
because you're not on it?
I want a do-over.
Damn.
I want a do-over in life. Nope. You know what? I don't.
Of course you don't.
Because I wouldn't win the contest and I wouldn't be here with you all.
Now become a Buddhist. I think they believe in reincarnation.
Could you imagine if you came back and what you know?
That's what I believe.
No, you don't.
I don't really. But the afterlife scares me.
Oh, you said that a couple years ago.
I just hate the idea. I get panic attacks. Do you believe me? I swear to God, if I start thinking about everlasting life,
that means you're here forever.
That's right. That freaks me out, man. That freaks me out to no end. I can't comprehend it. It's scary to me.
But why?
Because have you ever contemplated forever?
It's what we strive for, Sonny, but it's unrealistic.
Well, that's what heaven's supposed to be.
Yeah, no.
That scares me. Like, let's get nuts. Well, so
I can hear him arriving.
Don't you get it? You're up there 100 years, and you're like, I haven't really even started yet.
But that's the point.
Then you're up there 1,000
infinity.
years. That's right. There's no end to it.
I'm in.
God, I hate that.
I'm in.
I told you about my panic attack when I was a kid, thinking about that. I had to go into my parents' room, and I was like, they're like, what's wrong? I'm like, I can't stop thinking about everlasting life. And
now you're joking.
I'm not joking.
You've been dreading death since you were 8?
That, everlasting life.
Oh.
That's
a good thing.
It's supposed to be, but it doesn't sound good to me. It sounds...
But to the point you're 8, you're Evan. We're learning about you, man.
Don't you get it? It never ends.
No wonder you hate seeing me smile.
It never ends.
Oh.
And we're assuming everything's fine up there. You're just hanging out in the clouds, laughing. But we don't know that.
You know, some people say you need to find religion. I think Steiny needs to lose it.
Yeah, like something so good you made it bad.
My Catholic school upbringing did a number on me. Trust me.
I will not read Steiny gets fired and the Warriors win championships. I will not read that.
No, that's kind of true.
I saved the day.
No, that's true.
I'm that bad.
My record was as a Warrior beat
Well,
writer.
don't do that. It's like Bonte on the
for
Giants.
14.
Yeah, don't do that. It's bigger than you.
I went to the playoffs 1 year. We believe.
But they wish you were the problem. That has nothing to do with nothing. It was bad timing. But you got early vacations. Remember you said that?
Oh, yeah.
That's incredible, E.
Will in Pleasanton.
Willie.
Hey, Will, what's going on, man?
What's up, guys? If I remember correctly, a while back you said you have this reoccurring dream where you're out on the beach, it's all sunny, and then you wait, then you come back into the dark or something like that. Is that correct?
He knows you.
I don't remember that specifically, but let's go with it.
And I think you said you didn't understand it. Well, now you understand it because you're afraid of into the afterlife. You're sitting on the beach all ready to go, and you're like, no, I ain't doing that. I'm going back inside. That's what I think is happening.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Is that good or bad, Will?
Oh, it's great. You don't want to go to the afterlife until it's your time.
Tell them.
You're just not ready yet.
Thanks, Will. I appreciate it.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Everybody single in the afterlife? Or are you still what you were when you arrived?
I'm sorry. Well,
Is everybody single, or if you were married before you got in, you're still married?
The things you think about.
Like when you get to the party.
What party?
The afterlife. Are you single or are you still?
I don't have a dream about the afterlife.
Well, no, I'm asking about it because I believe it exists. But
well, you know that's a Larry David. You do know that, don't you?
I don't.
They were he and his wife were renewing their vows.
Okay, I love his wife.
And she put this thing in, it was like, I will love and honor you in this life and any other. And Larry David goes, well, what do you mean any other? Well, like if the afterlife. And he's like,
oh, boy. I got to dial that one up tonight. Oh, Larry, man.
No. That's going too far.
There's a name for that fear, aperiophobia. I've never heard that.
Now, why would somebody say Goo Hefner? Well, I said, are you single when you get there? Or what you wore here when you arrived?
I think it's
start over.
Yeah, I think it's start over.
It's start over.
Because here's the thing,
I'm just
if your wife is a great person, she's going to be up there. You have no choice. But Evan's wife, whoever she is, may not get up there in the first place. So he's gonna be able to.
What do you do?
I mean, his everlasting life is going to be unbelievable. You, on the other hand,
yeah, I got you.
But that's why it's wonderful because you love Mia now and you'd love her in the next world.
Oh boy,
for the rest of time.
God's a player.
There it is, man.
Yeah,
I'm dialing up that episode tonight.
Yeah, it was pretty fun.
Larry,
it's good,
man.
good episode. Giants. I don't want to talk about the Giants.
Well, they bet. I'm going to say this to you two.
Here we go.
About
They're going to sweep the Braves.
No.
And sweep Toronto.
Memo to baseball fan. There's not 81 left. Right. We're past the halfway point. I'm just letting you know. What's the biggest crock? And this is no shaded Buster this sports season among the Bay Area teams. The Buster quote of his go time. He went and did it. He went and got Devers, and then they went the other way. That's bothersome. They got to go. They got to start winning.
Quit asking me questions and then answering them. What's the biggest crock? I don't even start thinking about it, and he says, I know what it is. I have a family member that does that. And
it is a character flaw, Evan. Damn.
He goes, is it?
Say it.
You're like my brother, and I can't stand him at times.
Mikey.
I told you this is what he does.
Yeah.
This is my brother. Hey, let me ask you a question. Yeah, what's up, hey, what do you think the biggest change in basketball has been the last 30, 40 years?
Yeah.
And I go, I'd say the three-point line. He goes, no, that's not it. No, it's not the three-point line. It's all the contact they allow now in the front court.
That reminds me of my guy.
Hey, ass, I'm not wrong. You asked me what I thought.
Who's that remind you of?
You.
Not Willard. Willard does that.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Matt, what do you think the three-point shot? No, you're wrong.
No, Willard's getting married today. Did we go in on a group gift?
Yeah. Oh, you didn't pay?
No, seriously.
Everybody gave like a 20 spot. We got him a recliner. No, we didn't.
Oh, Evan, I was about to go off.
Why do you think none of our names are on that board outside?
There better not be.
So this is why I've either lasted this long or why I'll be fired tomorrow. From the 408 and the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, the way you guys are talking about God and the afterlife is going to be pretty offensive to a lot of people, just an FYI. And here's my question. What have we said that's offensive?
I don't know.
Please. And you know what?
All I said was...
I'm one of these guys. Hey, I went to Catholic high school.
And God is my best friend.
I can rip God. And
I don't
heaven
rip him.
And the Bible.
He's my best friend, Evan.
Well, your relationship with God is between you and him.
Exactly.
And my mother's up there with him. God rest her soul.
Exactly.
And your dad.
He might not be up there. You're not a man of God. Pops has to be up there.
No doubt.
For
He
God's
raised a
sake,
good son, man.
Had one leg for his last 15 years. He deserves. Cut him a break, God. If he's in purgatory now, let him in. It's been 2 years.
No, seriously, did we not get Willard anything as a group?
What would we get him? It's his sixth marriage.
A bottle of something, man.
It's not his sixth marriage.
Oh.
Well, him and Christy don't drink.
I left some yak over there.
It's still there.
He did say that.
You know, when you drink...
We got to get him something.
When you actually drink in moderation, it's not drinking. It's actually the way you're supposed to drink. Oh, my God.
Hey, we got a show meeting today.
Damn it.
Now, why? See, that's why I'm not on the wall, and I should be on the wall. I look forward to show meetings. You two hate them.
I don't.
But I can't get nominated.
Do something. You know what? Take the advice.
I'm positive.
Take the advice from one of the greatest coaches of all time, and you may be on the wall. Do your job.
I do it
Bill
well.
Belichick.
He got another job right now.
See, this is a good one. 650. You guys should have chipped in for a Jordan Poole jersey. Willard. That would have been great. That would have been great.
We can get him an Ayuk one.
He says he's not nervous. You got to be. Anytime you tie the knot, anytime you go with somebody and you put a label, hey, come on.
Well, he's been there before.
But this is
I'm
a
out
new
of this one now.
No, but it's new.
I'm out of it. I don't like to talk about other people's relationships.
Yeah. Well, he's got a good one.
Okay.
What? It's true. I've been very honest. Willard is a better man than me. He just is.
And it bothers me that you.
It doesn't bother me.
That's
why should
you're
it bother
scared
you?
of him.
Why should it bother you if it doesn't bother me?
Because you're a man. Why would you say that? You don't know what he does when we're not around.
Nah, but based on what I've seen.
Okay, right.
Based on what I've seen.
Dude, Evan, get your boy.
That's like you nominating Sarah for this wall of greatness, and you don't even know her.
You.
I didn't know.
Fraudulent coming at just oozing off you.
You're the kind of person that if you get to know someone, it almost lessens them.
And he's a company man.
Mind.
I thought you were a renegade.
I didn't.
You're a company dude. It's okay. You got a little cop to you.
I didn't. What is it? Nominate? I didn't nominate Sarah. Now Marcy,
she coming in tomorrow. She better.
Yeah,
she's on a trip,
and then she's going on vacation.
So we'll have her or not?
Yes. All right. What's coming up on the game is the crossover, and it'll be sponsored by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I think he was out of breath.
That's like me after a couple pumps. Oh my God.
Couple what?
Simmer.
That was TMI.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to the crossover. Dibley and Grandy in the house.
Whoa.
I know, Dibs.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me?
Dibley and Grandy. I mean, normally it's, hey.
He missed it, Scotty. You don't got to remind him.
No, I missed it all.
Yeah.
I was in the weeds today, deep.
Well, didn't you just hear the rejoinder?
I heard a little bit of it, yeah.
We had a caller, and he called, and he was out of breath, and after he hung up.
I think he was out of breath.
That's like me after a couple pumps.
Now do you get it? Now do you get it?
That's
Dibs
good.
and slip down. Shout out Texaco gas station.
I mean, exactly. It could be a couple of puffs off his, albuterol, which I have, which is an asthma medicine. So when I take my,
I love it.
I'm out of breath. So that's what it could be.
How you guys doing?
All right, it's the crossover.
Good, how are you, Goo?
I'm doing great.
I'm a little disappointed in all of us, honestly.
Why?
Here we go.
We didn't get a group gift for Willard.
Oh, that wasn't what I thought.
No, seriously. No, everybody's laughing.
Dude, 4 words. No invite.
Okay.
No gift.
All right. Nothing to see here, Grandy.
No, that's how it goes. And let me ask you this. Did you guys do a group gift for me in my wedding?
You got me, Dibs. Wow.
I mean, I'm coming up on 3 years, right?
Yeah.
And you know what? None of you were invited.
Don't you have 3 years to give a gift?
Something like that.
Some time period.
Didn't know that.
And I'm going to channel you.
I think it's a
Not
year.
from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there
I
you
mean,
go.
I don't want a gift. I didn't even get a gift from my own brother who actually showed up. Shout out Mikey 2.0 who stiffed me. So if you don't invite someone to your party,
I got you.
You don't
All
get
right.
a gift unless you're Mark Grandy and you have a birthday and it happens to be on the air and your coworker goes out and buys cake for everyone.
It's like
which is what I
3
did.
years ago, but
Yeah.
I mean, whatever. What have you done for my birthday? Ever?
I don't even know when your birthday is.
There
It's
you
coming
go.
up.
I
You
was
know
waiting
that.
on you two, really, because somehow we got into it yesterday, and we didn't ask, honestly, how was Vegas for you two? Seriously.
Restful.
So you got, okay, you didn't do too much.
No, I didn't do too much. I went out and I ate, and then I played about 28 minutes of slots and lost a little bit of money, and then went back to the room and watched The Godfather 1 and The Godfather 2.
Just a little bit. I want that.
And I
That's
woke up in
5
the
hours
morning.
worth of Godfather, if not more.
I fell asleep during Godfather 2, and I've seen it before. And I woke up in the morning at about 6:02, and there was a bar rescue marathon, and I watched about 3 episodes.
Grandy, did you get wild?
I did a little bit more than that, but I didn't go crazy.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Well, that's how you keep
Dibs,
a job. Yeah.
That's kind of was my weekend this weekend at Tahoe. I hit the sack early. Really early.
So Friday night, we had a collective house. There was 10 of us, and he comes back from Friday golf, and, hey, Steiny, how you doing? It's about 4:30, and he's like, Dibs, I'm going to take a nap. All right, Steiny. And he goes down, he takes a nap, and he gets up about an hour and a half later, and, we mill about for another hour or two, and he's like, Dibs, I'm going to sleep. It's like, dude, go to sleep.
Yeah.
He was tired. He had gotten up really, really, really early on Friday. Drove up.
I remember that. Okay.
Drove up 18 holes and then, grabbed a nap, and the nap wasn't good enough. And so he went and slept. And it's like, you know what? Good for you. I love to sleep. I have a toddler. So when I'm away from the toddler,
I've been there.
Like in this trip that we took to Truckee, I was in bed by 11, got up about 7:30, 7:45, and it was heavenly. I wasn't woken up by
No, I get it.
Yeah. You don't remember. It's been too long for you.
3 times I remember.
Yeah, 3 times a guru.
What'd you end up watching?
What did I end up watching?
Yeah.
Like when you went to the room.
Oh, I didn't watch anything when I went to the room.
Night,
go to the room and go to bed.
Well,
You guys ever heard of the Costa Concordia?
No.
I have not.
No, what is that?
It's a ship that ran aground near Italy in 2012.
Okay.
And I just watched the 2-part documentary on it, and naturally it was fascinating.
Where in Italy?
Off the coast of like a really small island called Giglio.
But Steiny, that's sad and dark.
Huh?
That's sad and dark.
What's your point?
Dude, like...
How many fatalities?
Right,
Only 32.
Dude.
Only.
Not bad.
That is just...
4,000.
I would watch it.
4,200 people on the boat. 4,000 people on this boat.
Who was to blame? The captain?
Well, Yeah.
Drunk or asleep?
Francesco Schettino.
Careful. You better be careful. What up, Cam?
He's actually in jail right now. He left the boat.
Wait, how long ago was this?
2012.
Oh.
I heard he
left
Schettino the boat.
Stoney, he left the boat. That's a 2.
I mean, that's the captain's got one big responsibility, and that is you go down with the ship.
Yeah.
And he was like, I'm out.
I'm out.
Well, he's in now, right?
Yeah,
If he's
16
in jail.
years in prison again.
And where did you watch this on, like the Italian Netflix or like?
It was, one of those.
He's terrible
Sure.
at knowing where it's
Yeah,
at.
Netflix,
Discovery
or
Channel.
something like that.
Shout out to
No, but this man loves a documentary, so I'm always fascinated by what doc you're currently watching.
You watching Quarterback? That's kind of a
Season
documentary.
2.
I don't do sports.
Oh. No. But you watched the something, Doc.
Oh, that's true. I did.
Yeah.
And I
That's a 4.
And I like, I watched the Miami, the Miami Notre Dame rivalry, that kind of stuff.
Catholics versus convicts.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's a documentary on the Nexium cult, which you might like. It's it was a sex cult, Steiny.
I'm out.
Oh, okay. It's pretty compelling, pretty good.
What's it called?
I think it's called Nexium.
Sure.
Yeah.
And that's NEX?
IUM, yeah. And that was the cult. I don't know if that's what the name of the doc was. What up, Cam? And yeah, very good, very compelling. We watch a lot of the more like the true crime documentaries.
I like those too.
Some
I
of
like
those. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, it's a ship.
All right.
It's not a boat.
All right.
Well, whatever.
Yeah. We got you.
So what did you guys talk about today?
Tell him, Steiny.
Kaminga. The latest on Kaminga.
Wait, so what's new?
Well, I heard Ethan Sherwood Strauss on with the morning show, and he was very compelling. And he mentioned that, he throws out that Kaminga turned down a $150 million offer. 5 years, $150. And Jake Fisher he works with Mark Stein and does Substack. He did report those specific numbers last year.
So people are going crazy like no way he didn't get offered that.
But I also remember Slater reporting that they wanted it in the 30 range, but he wanted over 35 or something. So if I remember that correctly, then maybe there's something to this. But now Kaminga's willing to take a short-term offer, but he still wants 25, and the Warriors are reluctant to go that high. That's
right.
The latest.
I mean,
do you believe that report, Dibs?
Which one?
The 30 mil.
I do.
Don't.
I mean, I kind of believe it because at the time, if you want to look at the other contracts that were signed of that ilk, and Jalen Green got 3 and 90 something, or
I think 106.
Yeah, I apologize. Yeah, you're right. It was 3 and north of 35.
Wagner got paid.
Wagner and
Mobley,
Cade and Mobley, and Kaminga's not those players, but even other players of a similar ilk, they all got paid. And if Kaminga really was offered 3 and 150 and he said no, well then Draymond absolutely was talking about
and
Kaminga.
I read it. And I read it. No doubt. No doubt.
I was driving to Bart and you were getting all hot on that, and I'm like, you know what, Goo? You're right. And it's like the old expression, I'm not saying I'm just saying. That's the same thing as I'm not talking about JK. But I'm talking about JK.
Yeah.
And I think one of you guys mentioned it. Like, if you're his teammate and 3 and 150 was out there and you said no, like, how do you not snicker in the locker room over the fact that now he might have to play for 7.9? My God.
I think there's a lot of, semantics involved here because there's some reporting that he was offered 5 for 150, right? There's also... I think Slater has mentioned the $30 million number, but I don't know if he went as far as saying the Warriors made the offer.
Right.
But maybe it was just part of the negotiations.
And he certainly didn't use the years.
Yeah, and maybe Kaminga's team goes up to Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors and say, we're looking for something in the neighborhood of $35 million. And Dunleavy just says, well, we don't feel comfortable going anywhere above 30. And then both sides just depart, and that's the end of it. Like, it might not have ever gotten to an offer necessarily, but they just realize they're so far apart that no use in even continuing to negotiate.
As a Warrior fan, I want Kaminga back. But Steiny asked this: do you want him to go somewhere else and start fresh? Do you think that's what he wants?
I think it's absolutely what he wants.
Yeah, too bad it's not what they want. And you guys talked about what would his role be. And I do think that he has a role. And let's just play this out. Like Kaminga comes back for 7.9 on the QO, the qualifying offer, and you bring in Horford and you bring in an ACL repaired DeAnthony Melton, and that's your team. And there are going to be a couple other guys, because I know you need to fill out the roster, but when you look at Al Horford, last year he played 60 games, and he played about 25 minutes a game. So that right there is about 1,400 minutes. And Steph is older. Jimmy's older. Draymond's older. Jonathan Kuminga's role is going to be chomp, 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 minutes eater. You're going to have to play him because you need to have somebody who is young and bouncy who can play minutes. And like it or don't like it, he might actually play a little bit of a similar role to Jordan Poole. And you remember Jordan Poole, Steiny, in his last year, he averaged 20 a game, and he played in all 82.
How many did he start, if you offhand, you know?
I will pull it up, but I want to say he started about 30 of the 82.
Isn't, like, not dissimilar from Kuminga.
His last year, we're talking about Poole's last year?
Right, when he averaged 20, and he played in all 82.
Year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he started, like, the entire first half of the year
that's a
prior.
role if that were to happen.
It's
like,
a
you
role.
can eat.
But he doesn't want to come off the bench.
43 is the answer. So Poole started 43 of 82.
Okay, so about half.
Right, and he played in 30 minutes a night, over 82, and that's almost 2,500 minutes, and that probably is top 15 in the association. You could say it.
You're listening to 95.7 The
You
Game,
love it.
KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I also think, Dibs, Guru asked, do you think Kaminga wants a new start? And I said, yes, absolutely. And then you said, you don't think the Warriors want that. I think the Warriors want to just wash their hands of this situation and start anew themselves. I don't think the Warriors think, and it's kind of what you guys were getting at all day today, in terms of like the chemistry or the awkwardness. I think the Warriors just want the situation to be over. They're waiting for the right return, and maybe that return never comes, and they get to a point where they feel like waiting on a better return is worth the awkwardness of keeping him around. But I think in an ideal world, they don't want to bring Kaminga back. But there might
They
be
don't have enough talent to think like that. Like, I already believe there's nothing of substance that could come back to equal his potential.
They did all of that post Jimmy Butler without Kaminga. All of that. And if you think that Horford and Melton's better than Looney and GP2.
I don't.
You don't?
Oh, my God. The disrespect to GP2, and I think he's going to end up at the Lakers if he's not with the Warriors, GP2, but that's disrespectful.
You think Looney and Melton, or Looney and GP2 last year would be more valuable than Horford and Melton this year?
Oh, boy.
Excuse me. I think there was negligence on how Looney was used.
Oh, you don't believe that.
I do believe that. That's why he dipped up out.
No, he left because the Warriors couldn't afford him.
Well, all right, if that's what you believe, if you listen to he was cut. He was bleeding when QP3 got his minutes.
No doubt.
Looney said, you needed me in Game 7 against Houston. I show up, but for the people in the back telling me Looney is a nothing burger, yeah, that's because you chose to use him that way. But all those rebounds, those second chance opportunities, we've seen it over and over. The dude's not 40, but you want to bring a 40-year-old in here when you need size and athleticism. He's already telling you, Horford, I'm not playing back-to-backs. How does that make you better?
You need shooting. You don't need size and athleticism with Horford. You need that with TJD, friend of the program. We talked to him live from Vegas, Grandy and I, and Mark Willard. So I don't think you're bringing in Horford to think about him being a big man. You're bringing him in to be a stretch five, a guy who can shoot it. And you've got QP to do the same thing. And you've got TJD to maybe be your other big, and then you've got Draymond Green, who will still play the 5, 12 to 14 minutes a game. As far as Kaminga and his role and whether or not the team actually wants him, I think they do want him to the extent that they need him. And I don't think that they want to just get rid of him for nothing. So
I'm with you.
If he wants a short-term deal for $25 million a year, cue up the laugh track, because he's not getting that. You're not getting a 1-year, $25 million deal. You're not getting 2 for $50. You're not getting 3 for $75 with a player option. How about 1 for $7.9? How about that?
Now then, I'll say Steiny might be right, where he would be up. Well, nobody's scared of him, but he would really be mentally.
Warriors don't want that. That's a nightmare for the Warriors.
That I agree
it's
with.
It's not a nightmare for the Warriors.
7.9 Dibs.
He's a good player, and if he can come in, it's like, okay, JK, this is where we are. You get 1 year and 7.9, and you want that bag, so we're going to give you the minutes to go out and earn the bag. So when we play you, go earn the bag.
Yeah, but what's the first thing you said? They don't want to lose him for nothing, and the quickest way to lose him for nothing is to let him play on the qualifying offer, and then he walks for nothing a year from now.
But that's a year from now. Like, as opposed to now, you try to sign and trade him for $15 million.
Yeah.
Let's just say it's a 2-year, it's a 3-year, has to be, 3-year and $45 million deal. Well, you're only getting $7.5 million back in player. Is that player you get back this year going to be better than Kaminga for 7.9? Hell no. Hell to the no.
Well, so I don't know. I mean, it's that
tell
player.
Me who is making 7.5, who you can get who's as good as Kaminga.
I'd have to go through and look at rosters, but you have that player for more than just this year, theoretically, and you lose Kaminga a year from now.
This is where people won't like this, and I'm not.
I already don't like it.
So Phoenix is said to be interested. Okay, so they have a guy on their roster making $10 million. So if you give 20 to Kaminga, you could trade him for this guy. Now, I don't think I'd do it either, but 2 or 3 years ago, I would have done it. Royce O'Neal. All right, Royce O'Neal, I think he's taken a step down the last couple of years. But I think
he's not a bum.
He would help the Warriors. Royce O'Neal at his best probably helps the Warriors more than Kaminga because he can make threes, he defends, and like they're looking for a guy like that and to do those types of things, and Kaminga hasn't been able to do it.
Yeah, you got to do it the right way, Steiny. You got to say Royce O'Neal. Royce O'Neal. Yeah.
Now again,
you got to bring it home.
Again, I don't think he's the player that he was, but I absolutely believe there's a role player out there somewhere that makes the Warriors better, even if Kaminga leaves.
Yeah, in theory. And, I mean, Phoenix would have to love Kaminga at, 3 years and 60 to, want to really make that happen. And so far, we haven't really seen a lot of buzz or chatter around other teams who were, Sacramento and what they offered initially, to me, was an absolute flat-out joke of an offer. A guy who never even plays, and then Dario Saric.
Oh, get out of this, man.
Like, are you kidding me? That was the opening offer?
2 second-round picks, Dibs. Oh, don't forget about those.
Oh,
valuable. A couple of TJDs in there as well.
Well, I mean, okay, I'll be honest with you. I don't know anything about Devin Carter.
Terrible rookie year.
You know who
his
father is.
Terrible.
But if Dunleavy liked him and believed in him, then maybe you make that move to cut all your losses. I have no interest in Saric.
No.
At all.
No.
If you could replace Saric with they have somebody else who's like making 6. Anyway, Steiny and Grandy are trolling on the 415.
And then Chico Jake saying Guru thinks it's 2022. Is that because of Looney?
Wait, how am I trolling? What did I do?
I don't even know where this content's coming from.
The YouTube chat.
Oh, gotcha. And text line and YouTube and
I don't have a text line up.
There's some limited people out there in our listenership, like this 510, who's now going Royce O'Neal, LOL.
Where are you reading this?
Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. They've gotten a lot of play.
See me,
lot
Cam?
of play.
You see me playing?
A lot of play.
Good work.
Big Cam.
I said a guy like Royce O'Neal a couple years ago. So anyway.
Looks like Josh Okogie, who just got bought out by the Hornets, Steiny. Going to sign for a vet min somewhere. Would the Warriors be interested?
Well, why not?
You know Josh Okogie. Yeah.
I think he had a great game against the Warriors
Probably.
last year.
Very good perimeter
defender.
defender.
Until this Kaminga thing, it feels like.
They could sign the vet min or two if they really wanted to, but yeah.
Yeah,
you got to wait on like the mid-level exception and all that stuff until Kaminga gets figured out.
So I'm the only one concerned right now that GP2, if he's not a Warrior, and it looks like it's headed that way, your best on-ball defender is just out the door. Nothing to see here from you guys?
Well, you get Melton back, and then he becomes your best on-ball defender.
He was hurt. Like
you're talking about GP2, Goo. Who is hurt?
Who
Half
finished
of
the
every
season?
year.
All right. See,
He's
that's
played
the
what?
stuff I put in the file.
He
finished
what?
the year. He finished the
Well,
year.
you know what I put
Yeah.
in the file that you don't think Curry, Butler, and Draymond are going to get hurt. So that's in my file.
I have PTSD now after the hammy. I'll never be the same. After every game, I'm like, are they okay? Are they okay? Mainly Steph, but man, to bring Melton back, I love him when he's healthy, Dibs, but I had a Cadillac. When it ran, I loved it. It was an older one.
Yeah, no doubt.
And you know what? It would be on the side of the road a lot. So that's how I'm looking at Melton until proven otherwise.
GP2 is 62 games last year, 15 minutes
62.
a game. 15 minutes a game.
That's by choice and not his.
Right.
That's the coaching staff.
Okay. And so if he was that good of an on-ball defender and he played 62 of 82, if he's that good of an on-ball defender and Steve Kerr's like, you know what? We need on-ball defense and he's really good at it and he's available? Nah.
And it's the same thing with Looney.
Yeah.
Looney was so upset. Look, I love Looney.
No, and rightfully so.
But, and Looney was upset, as everyone should be, if you're not playing the number of minutes that you want. But if the Warriors aren't going to play these guys, what's the point of having them on the roster, let alone having them on the roster for $8 million or more per year?
My point, Grandy, you're right, but be careful what you wish for, because what you're bringing in to replace a Looney and possibly GP2, you're saying Melton and Horford. All I'm saying is, okay, I need to see it.
Well, and
that's fair.
I'm going to go ahead and put this in the cap right now, and we can lock it up.
All right.
Will Richard will play, and he will be impactful.
Yeah, I've been watching Summer League.
Richard.
Yeah.
It's not only from what I saw in Summer League, but he joined us in Vegas
on Monday,
at the table, and also Alex Tui did as well. Alex Tui came in, and sweet kid.
We got to talk to him.
Yeah, slender, nice, and I do think that he has an eventual place in the league. I think that he needs to add about 20 or 30 pounds of muscle, and I even said on the air he needs to get in the lab and get stronger
that's a
and
lot,
bigger.
20 to 30. That's
but
a
he's
lot.
only 21.
All right.
Will Richard, he's ready.
All right.
He's ready. He's coming off the Natty. And he came with the Dodger hat, and
that's the championship.
We kind of
folks.
ridiculed him a little bit, and he's like, it's just for style, whatever, fashion, this and that. He is physically like NBA ready, and he's got a swagger that you don't often see for a kid coming out of college. He's 22. Keep your eyes on Will Richard. And if you're going to miss GP2, Will Richard will slide in to the GP2 role, 15 minutes a game. He can shoot it better than Gary. He can defend as good as Gary. He's younger than Gary. Will Richard.
He can defend as good as Gary?
And I believe he can.
And I'm sure he's a great player. Or very good. Yeah. And I'm sure one of the reasons they're so very high on him is because they probably can pay him $422,000 and then he'll
like that.
roll. Yeah. So
it's not that they're high on him. I'm high on him.
I got you.
I'm Dan Dibley, and I'm here to tell you, keep your eyes on Will Richard.
Steiny's keeping his eye on the clock, but I got to give this because the streets are talking. You guys had TJD on. Did he slip up and talk about JK was a good teammate? Did he slip up like past tense as if he knew something?
I don't think that he knows anything other than the fact that his agent is Mike Dunleavy's brother. So you can take that for what you want to take it. I don't think that
he did use the word was.
Okay. All right,
okay. So what kind of teammate was Jonathan Kaminga, Trace? He was a great teammate. Come on.
All right. So nothing to see here, like we said.
Well, ask me about Mark Willard. Like, what kind of a teammate was Mark Willard?
What kind of a teammate is Mark Willard?
Well, he was great. And, I mean, he might get married, go to Jamaica, and never come back again.
But when you say he was, it's like he's done. Oh, you get bad when he's not here. Look at my man. Cam, we don't like him.
Bougie.
Go really quick before we get we let you guys get out of here. Take your time. One thing that we might bat around a little bit later on in the show, I figured this is a perfect question for you. Since January 1st, so this calendar year,
Jan 1.
What are the most exciting things that have happened for Bay Area sports teams?
The Devers trade for the Giants.
Yep, that's up there.
Jan 1. I would also
Purdy contract. Yeah.
Okay, that's 2. And I'm looking
Jimmy Butler trade.
And there we go.
That's up there, right?
Wow.
That's it.
3 off field.
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting. We'll get into that a little bit later.
And I'll leave you with this.
Around.
Steiny hated it. That's my Sean Williams.
Hated it. That's a 4.
If I had a magic wand that can make things happen, Barry Bonds would be the Giants manager, and Kyle would have a Super Bowl.
Whoa.
Yeah. You hated that.
Barry Bonds, the manager?
Hearing him talk baseball, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, guys, my mom used to say, I remember my mom said that when I was 9 years old. I got all mad. I was crying. I'm like, I'm going to run away from home. And she's like, quit trying to cheer me up. At 9, you wonder where I get it.
Lorenzo Neal, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas.
That's how we
All right, guys.
All right.
Out of the park on 95.7 The Game.
Happy Thursday. Welcome in. Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. But Willard might be saying I do this very second.
Might be. I don't know the timeline.
He's not here out on the timeline either. It's happening today.
And I'll just say this. It was great working with Mark Willard. It might still be in the future, but
you never know.
Right?
You never know what a week and a half from now will hold.
Exactly. The nuptials.
As Kyle Shanahan once famously said, I don't know if we'll be alive in 2 days.
That's right.
Or whatever that was a few years ago during the Trey Lance draft process. But welcome in. It's Willard and Dibs. It's Grandy in for Willard. So Dibs and Grandy with you here on a Thursday on 95.7 The Game. We're with you until 6. We got a lot to get to. There will be Kaminga talk for all you Warrior fans out there who are just hungry for more Kaminga talk. I know it's been forever and we're still talking about it. There are some relatively new-ish developments, not necessarily Kaminga-centric, but Warriors-related that I think can change the conversation just a little bit. So we will get to that, plus the thing I threw out to Steiny and Guru there down the tail stretch of the crossover. What's the most exciting thing that's happened for Bay Area sports teams since the turn of the calendar to 2025? We can bat that around, but keep that in the back of your head. And we're always open for your calls and texts at 888-957-9570. But Dibs, I think the best place to start is zooming out and thinking about our three teams here in the Bay. You got the Warriors, of course. You got the 49ers, who are in the middle right now of the first few days of rookies reporting to training camp, and full-on training camp opens next Tuesday. And then the San Francisco Giants, who are getting ready to begin the second half of the season in Toronto beginning tomorrow. All three of those teams, Dibs, they have a big question facing them right now. For the Warriors, it's the obvious one. We just were talking about it on the crossover. The Kaminga conundrum. What do the Warriors do with Jonathan Kaminga? For the 49ers, you're approaching training camp. You're, 5 days away from veterans reporting to training camp, and Juwan Jennings reportedly wants a new contract or wants to be traded. And the Giants were 2 weeks away today, and we're 2 weeks and 43 minutes away from the trade deadline. 3 o'clock on the 31st of July. 2 weeks away from the trade deadline, and it seems like if the Giants want to compete, they might need to make another trade. So, Dibs, the question I want to ask you and all the listeners at 888-957-9570, what happens first? What happens last? Maybe what never happens out of those group of three things. A Kaminga resolution, a Juwan Jennings resolution, one way or another for both those, an extension or a trade, and a Buster Posey trade for the Giants. How do you see those three things playing out here over the next couple of weeks or potentially a month?
I think Jennings happens first because, you've got vets reporting on Tuesday, and that's only 5 days away from now, and so it may not happen on the Tuesday. It might happen the next day or the day after that. I do think within a week, you're going to get Juwan Jennings, who probably gets a new deal and gets a little bit more money, whatever it is. I do think that Juwan Jennings is going to be made whole, and they've got the cap room, and I wouldn't do it if I were the Niners, but it's the way football goes, and I think that he gets done in the next probably week from now. Buster Posey, he's got 2 more weeks. And I do think that they're going to make one more move, probably not a big one. And, we talked about Brett Rooker and Lucas Alexander, director of sports, director of vacation currently, and Mark Willard walking down the aisle with an I do in his future, right? He wants Brett Rooker. I don't think that Rooker's going to happen. I do think Buster makes a little bit of a smaller move, maybe a starting pitcher, maybe a bench bat. I don't know what it is, but that's still 2 weeks away. And the Kaminga thing, I do think is going to have to happen before that. So I would go Jennings first, then Kaminga, and then Buster doing whatever he does.
So do you do think, again, just to confirm, that a Giants trade will happen? Maybe not a gigantic trade, but
a trade will happen.
A trade will happen.
Yeah, a trade will happen. And, starting pitcher might be a little bit too rich for their blood.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe Buster surprises us again and goes out and gets a starter. I don't think that they're going to get Brett Rooker or they're going to get O'Hearn from Baltimore or any other big-time bat. I do think that the move would be more likely a starting pitcher or somebody who can be a swing guy, a bullpen guy who can go long and maybe could start, because I look at their rotation and, you still have Birdsong questions. Verlander's still winless, although his last start was a good one. And I guess reports are that he's going to start on Friday tomorrow.
Yeah, he's starting tomorrow.
So that's exciting, and maybe you get a better idea before the deadline. You get 2 more starts from Verlander before the deadline, maybe even 3, and you can see exactly what your need is. But I think that Buster's move is still 2 weeks away. I think Juwan is probably a week away, and Kaminga, that's the wild card.
Interesting. Okay, so you think that the Posey Giants making a trade is going to happen last, but it's going to happen, which means you think Kaminga and Juwan happen in the next 2 weeks, Dibs?
I do.
Both of them. That's a little surprising to me. I think I don't see really much of an indication that this Kaminga thing is going to get resolved anytime soon, and maybe this is my Niners contract PTSD kicking in, Dibs, but I think the Juwan thing might take a little bit of time as well. I know training camp begins 5 days from now for veterans when they're all expected to report, and I think Juwan will report. We will see, if he holds in, that would be my guess, and he wants to avoid being fined for missing training camp days, is what Ayuk did last year. I would imagine that's what we're going to see. So you will see Juwan's face, I imagine, pop up on Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday next week when veterans are required to report to training camp. But if the pass is any indication, Dibs, I feel like this Juwan negotiation process might take a while, and maybe I wouldn't be shocked if we see this last into August. So for me, the Juwan Jennings things, along with the Kaminga resolution, I think those are going to outlast the MLB trade deadline.
I mean, that would be terrible on both fronts. And I think that the Juwan thing is such that, they're probably not going to be that far apart. I don't think that Juwan is looking for, massive money. So if Juwan's just looking for a little bit more guaranteed on what he already has, I think that contract is a little bit more reasonable. I think it's a little bit more manageable, something that the Niners and Juwan can come to terms with before this thing gets dragged out too far. And the Kaminga part, Summer League's going to be over here in about 5 days. And so if Kaminga is really going to get resolved, if the Warriors are really going to get things done and move forward, that's got to happen pretty soon as opposed to having it drag into August.
Yeah, you don't want that to happen, but that's the way I see it playing out. We will get back to that, but we do have some breaking news.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Don't worry, it's not Warriors related. This is courtesy, though, of Shams Charania of ESPN. Breaking 9-time NBA All-Star Damian Lillard is finalizing a 3-year, $42 million contract to return to the Portland Trail Blazers. The deal is expected to include a player option in 2027 and 28 and a no-trade clause. So Dame, maybe the franchise's best, returns to Portland.
Okay. All right. I'll wait.
What, are you doing a victory lap or what?
You're damn right. Do you not listen to the show? Do you not listen to the show?
What? So you're telling me you said Dame was going to go back to Portland?
Yes, that's exactly what I told
you.
Along
with 8 million other people.
Stop what you're doing, because I'm about to ruin you and Mark Willard in the style that you're used to. Because what happened is, I came on this very air, and I provided sources. And I don't normally play the sources game because I don't have a lot of sources, and I don't pretend to have a lot of sources. But on this story, I have sources. And I came to the show and I said, what I'm hearing from my people is that Dame Lillard is going to go back and sign with Portland. And my own partner, Mark Willard, said, but Mark Spears said, it's very likely, it's possible that he'll be a Warrior and this and that, other options here and there. He might do this, he might do that. And I sat back and I said, I've got sources, real sources that tell me that Dame Lillard is back in Portland. He is with his family. His kids live in Portland. He's been living in Milwaukee. He's back in Portland, and he likes the fact that he is with his kids in Portland. And I said definitively, without any possible doubt, emphatically on this very station, that Dame Lillard was going back to Portland. So yes, I'm taking a victory lap. And I actually might, you know what? I'm going to do it, Cam. I'm going to physically take a victory lap in this studio because I said it. I was first. Thank you. I was emphatic, and I was right.
Don't encourage him, Cam. The headset's off.
Victory lap.
All right, here we go. If you're watching on YouTube, you'll see him pop up behind me here in just a sec. He's walking around the studio because, okay, you can get away now. There we go. Dame Lillard going back to the Portland Trailblazers. Hey, I mean, kudos to you for your sources
thank you.
And for getting it right. I'm just saying that it isn't the most shocking thing that he's going back to Portland is all I'm saying. And I think don't
try to yuck my yum.
Him going back to Portland to rehab was openly reported by a lot of people. That's where he was going once he got cut by the Bucks.
Correct. But what was openly reported here, first, exclusively on Willard and Dibs, by me, Dibs, and I am Dan Dibley, I told you that he was going to sign there and he was going to stay there. And here we are.
Good job.
Thank you,
I'm
Shams.
happy for you.
I had it first, Shams.
You should quote tweet him and say...
You can go ahead and cite me and my sources because I had it first. And, I'm not trying to brag too much, and it just makes perfect sense where you've got a couple of young kids that you've not been around and you want to be a father and you're going to rehab anyway. You go back to Portland. And, by the way, Portland quietly, when Dame gets healthy, they're going to be a good little team. They got a good young core, and he gets to join them, and he gets to go back to Portland. It makes all the sense in the world. You're welcome, America.
$42 million. That's a lot of money for a 35-year-old coming off of an Achilles tear.
3 and 42? That's nothing. I mean, for a guy as good as Dame, and what's Dame making, like 50?
Well, there was talk about how he because of all the money he's getting from the Bucks, he might just sign a vet min.
Right, and I wonder what
now he's getting what, $14 million a year?
Well, what is the vet min? Like 8? Or,
that's not that much.
No.
I don't think.
And I wonder what the actual numbers are going to be like, because I think that the first couple of years there's offsets where Portland probably won't have to pay that based on, the fact that he still owed money from Milwaukee in the buyout. And, I think Dame had, 2 more years in Milwaukee? And so...
And it's getting spread out to, 5 years?
Right, but Portland only has to offset the first 2 years. They don't have to go for the full offset. So whatever Portland's paying him the first 2 years is a discount for Milwaukee. So I wonder what that contract actually will look like.
We'll see. Anyway, Dame Lillard going back to the Portland Trailblazers. Congrats. Dan Dibley and his sources got it right. Yeah, the sources that Shams of ESPN is talking about in his tweet, I think those sources were just Dan Dibley.
I mean, different sources than mine, but my sources actually had it 3 weeks ago. So... hopefully Willard's listening before he walks down the aisle.
I'm sure he's not.
Eat it, Willard.
All right, time for a break, and we continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes. Today, we're giving one lucky listener a Warriors prize pack and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock. The Warriors prize pack includes a hat, t-shirts, a bobblehead, and a collectible pin. Listen at 4:30 to learn how you can win. It's Willard and Dibs. Dibs and Grandy with you. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. Willard and Dibs. No Willard today. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on 95.7 The Game. And as a reminder, we're streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live. I got the YouTube stream up right now. Shout out to everyone tuning in on YouTube and participating in the YouTube chat. We're always welcome for your chats there, plus your calls and texts on the Boxer and Gersten Work Injury Attorneys. Text line 888-957-9570. You know what I was thinking of during the break, Dibs? We just got the breaking news, about 15 minutes ago, that Damian Lillard is signing a 3-year contract to go back to the Portland Trailblazers. I always think about this when a franchise great leaves, and then how the fans react. Do you think there was any burning of Dame jerseys in Portland when he left?
God, no. No. I mean...
what happened when LeBron left and went to Miami the first time?
Which was stupid, by the way, Cleveland. I mean, memo to Cleveland, you are a bunch of idiots. So,
and then Dan Gilbert, owner, saying we're going to win a championship before the so-called king does.
Well, and how'd that work out for you? It did not work out. So, I mean, you burned the jersey of a guy who took you from the Zydrunas Ilgauskas era into actual relevance.
Yeah.
And, I know he didn't win a title until he came back, right? But, you're going to burn his jersey, the hometown guy. That just is nonsense. And so Dame is in Portland for, 12 years? 11 or 12, whatever the number was. He did his bid. He did his thing. He was there long enough to where if he wants to go and try somewhere else, you let him go and you don't burn the jersey.
I think Dame was 2012 NBA draft, I'm pretty sure, which is the same year of Harrison Barnes and Draymond and Festus. But he spent a couple years with the Bucks, 2 years with the Bucks, and it was a trade. It's different. LeBron left as a free agent and left the Cavs high and dry in the moment. Dame was traded, so I think that in and of itself means if you're a realistic fan, you're not going to burn that guy's jersey when it was the team's decision.
He was traded, but he wanted to be traded.
It was his own volition. He asked for it.
And it was 11 years. 11 years in Portland. And he got dealt, but he wanted to be dealt. And the interesting thing, and I was just looking at this on Twitter from Shams, Portland traded Lillard for Drew Holiday, Kamara, and assets, and then Holiday to Boston for Robert Williams and Malcolm Brogdon. Now the Blazers have Lillard and Holiday, plus Williams, Kamara, and a first-rounder and 2 Bucks swaps. So 2 years without Lillard, and you have all these assets coming back. Score one for Portland.
Yeah, you lost 2 years of Lillard, and probably, 3 years, because they're going to be without him for this entire year as well with the Achilles. But, yeah, I mean, you do have a decent amount of assets, and Portland, as you said, is a young, up-and-coming team. I really like Tamani Kamara. And if they continue to develop, and whenever Dame comes back, and he's even, 3/4 of what he was this past year, then that team will take a jump forward. We shall see how it all plays out. But another chess piece is off the table now for the Warriors. I know that you always thought it was never going to happen.
Never.
We have this text that came in on the Boxer and Gersten Work Injury Attorneys text line from the 916. Are any of the rumors that we hear actually true? All the sports writers indicated that he was going to the Celtics, Lakers, Heat, or Warriors. There was no mention of Portland. Where do these rumors come from? I do think that Portland was thrown into those conversations. I don't know if there was any real basis in terms of the rumors there, but because he was a longtime Portland Trailblazer and his family still lives in Portland, I always think that most people felt that was an option. But, I mean, the teams that the 916 just threw out there, Dibs, the Celtics, the Lakers, the Heat, and the Warriors, that is just classic NBA media. Big name becomes available. Let's give him to one of the big markets.
Exactly.
That's the way it works.
If you think about it in a more logical sense, and you look at Dame Lillard and his situation, and he's got a year where he's not going to play. And it's not official like Tyrese Halliburton, but let's be fair, he's not going to play this year for Portland.
Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah. Right. So you're Dame, and you've got contract money coming in, and you get bought out by Milwaukee, and it's going to be offset for them over 4 years, but you get a lot of money. And so now money is no object. So what do you want to do? And you've got family in Portland, and you've got ties in the Bay. And from what I was being told by my sources, and I said this weeks ago, coming back to the Bay is too many problems. So you come back to the Bay and you've got not only a lot of family, but your past and other people who want to, quote, get at you here in the Bay Area. Whereas you go to Portland and your kids are there, your family's there, and it's really a no-pressure environment, right? If he goes to Portland and he plays 2 years of the 3 years and he contributes to the team, you don't have to win a title. If you come here and it's Steph and Jimmy and Draymond and you, and now what, you're going to be Steph's backup, or are you going to defer to Steph? And, how come you're not going to cook, Dame? You're the guy and you're the man and all this. And so I think that the distraction factor here, combined with the pressure of what you would be walking into, it's completely untenable.
Well, this kind of goes back to the Scottie Scheffler stuff from yesterday. And we didn't play it on our show yesterday, but I know Steiny and Goo did, and that was a big chunk of like the first half of their show. And just to sum it up, it's a very long piece of sound. Just to sum it up for you, essentially, Scottie Scheffler, the world's #1 golfer, who, I mean, what did he shoot today in his first round at the Open?
He's 3 under. He's 1 back
after 1 round, so he's doing good. And as expected, I mean, he's the best golfer in the world. But he essentially said before his round began, before the whole tournament began, the Open, he essentially said, golf isn't everything for me. It doesn't come close to fulfilling like everything I want out of life. If golf ever gets in the way of me spending time and spending time with my family and being a good dad and being a good husband, I'm never going to play golf again, which is essentially what he said. And I know Dame isn't necessarily writing off any chance at winning a title by going back to Portland, but there is like a little, like I could imagine there will be some basketball fans, Dibs, who react to this Dame Lillard news and say something along the lines of, well, I guess Dame doesn't care about winning a title. He just wants, to go back to where he's from and in a familiar spot and be with family. And I'm not knocking him for that. Everyone is free to do anything that they want to do. But there is like this weird little, I don't know, dichotomy that we expect our elite athletes to act a certain way in terms of chasing championships and being all about winning. And this move maybe says about Dame, there's more important things than that to him, at least in this stage of his career. Of course,
and if you have 2 young kids and they're in Portland and you're back in Portland and you want to be around them where you haven't been around them before because you were in Milwaukee and they were in Portland, well, that becomes more important than, where do I go to maybe win a chip? I go to Boston and they don't have Tatum because he's out, and so maybe I can go cook in Boston and maybe we can make something happen there. Or, you go to Boston and you're
2
now...
dudes coming off of an Achilles tear.
Right, and you're now 3,100 miles away from your family, and whatever it is, when you get to a certain point, and, Scottie Scheffler is a great example where he's already won 3 majors, and... he's not the greatest golfer of all time. He's the greatest golfer right now, but I think he now has 2 kids, and he's got a young family. And you'll see, Grandy, when you get to that point, when you have a kid, everything in your life, it just changes. Like, you think about who you were before you had kids, and you wonder, for me, it was like, what did I do with all that free time that I had? What did I do with all my free time that I just kind of seemed to just waste? Because when you have a kid, your whole world is like, this kid, and it's like, oh my God, I'm so busy and we're so this and that, and we've got this going on and that going on, and your whole world is like a swirl.
Yep.
And if you're Scottie Scheffler and you've got kids, it's like, yeah, I'm the best golfer in the world and I love golf and I love winning, and that's all fun, but none of that matters as much as my little dude here,
Yeah, and I would imagine that was a big reason that Dame ultimately went back to Portland. But yeah, that's the breaking news of the hour. Dame Lillard back to the Portland Trailblazers. I don't think Dame to the Warriors was anything real. I know, one of the other chess pieces that got moved was Bradley Beal, and he goes to the Clippers yesterday. That was one that the Warriors had reported interest in. But Dibs, as we try to circle this back to the Golden State Warriors, and part of the reason why I don't really see an end in sight for this Kaminga situation right now, we're seeing, and again, maybe Dame wasn't ever realistic for the Warriors, but the Warriors have been so patient through this Kaminga situation, and maybe that's not what they should be. Maybe they should just be taking the best offer currently right now and rip the Band-Aid off and get this thing over with. But the Warriors have shown a level of patience to the point where they can't even really explore realistically these other things that maybe they would like to do because they have the unanswered Kaminga question just kind of hanging over their head. And if they're willing to wait out the Bradley Beal decision and all the other countless free agents or trades or things that have happened so far in the last 3 weeks now, then when all those moves are off the table, what is keeping them from just continuing to wait this thing out? It's why I think this Kaminga situation will drag on through the end of the month.
It could, and if Al Horford is already behind the scenes saying, yeah, when you guys get that sorted out, I'm coming, and if Anthony Melton is doing the same thing, saying, yeah, I want to be back with you guys, and so
I tend to think that's how it's going.
And if that's the way it's going, yeah, and if Gary Payton II is already going somewhere else, and I don't know if you could bring him back on a vet min and do all these other things. I don't know about Gary. That is the one thing that kind of makes me scratch my head. Like Kevon, he got an offer that was 2 years and 16,
Yep.
and it's like, wow, okay. The Warriors would never match that. Kevon took it. Boom, you're gone. Good job. And farewell, Kevon. We miss you. We love you. You were great here for 10 years, but yeah, that happened. You don't get the same sense with Gary. And, if he would have gotten an offer for, 2 and 16, like Kevon, he would already have been gone.
Absolutely.
So I don't know where the market is for Gary Payton II, but beyond that, I do think that if the Horford and the Melton are already done behind the scenes and you're just waiting on the Kaminga resolution, then the Warriors are in no rush because they already have a $7.9 million qualifying offer. And if there's no other offer out there that's going to blow them out of the water, and if there's no sign and trade that's going to happen, then you can just chill and wait for JK to realize that there is no market and come in and sign.
We can get to the blame game because so much of what I'm hearing about this situation, from fans and from callers and from texters and from people online and on social media, it's that the Warriors are in this situation because of Kaminga. And while that is partially true, the Warriors need to share at least a portion of the blame for getting to this spot. But let's put all that to the back burner for the moment. We will get to that later on today. But if we're just to take the situation the Warriors are in this very moment, Dibs, and forget about how we got here, right? Forget about what the Warriors might have potentially offered Kaminga a year ago and what he was looking for and what he turned down. Let's just forget all of that. If the Golden State Warriors were willing to wait through the heart of free agency, and now they see Bradley Beal leave and Dame Lillard leave and yada, 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 XYZ. All these other players are being scooped up by other teams. And now they're suddenly encouraged to take what they view as a lowball offer. You made your patience and everything that you've done to try to get the best out of this situation. It was all for naught. If you just go turn around and tomorrow or today accept the lowball offer of Carter and Saric and 2 second-round picks for Kaminga, the reason why you were willing to let, Bradley Beal find a new home that wasn't you, and all these other free agents that you might have been interested in, Naz Reid, although they were never really in on him because it was too much money. They were never in on
Beal either.
All those other guys, regardless, if you are willing to wait through those guys all finding new homes, then there's absolutely no reason for you to say, until something changes in the marketplace, we're comfortable standing pat and doing nothing until then, because what is there to lose for us anymore when everybody else of value has already found a home?
Well, there's nobody else of value, and you mentioned those names. They were not coming here. Bradley Beal, and I hope that all the listeners out there are listening to me right now clearly, Beal was not going to come here. Bradley Beal was not going to come here and be your third wheel or your third banana on this team. He just wasn't. You go to the Clippers, and it's Kawhi, and it's Harden, and it's Beal, and he's going to start.
And Zubats.
Fine. So your starting five will be those four and whoever else you want to throw in there. John Collins, your new guy at the 4. And so it's going to be Beal and Kawhi and Harden and Zubats and Collins. So Bradley Beal gets a chance to cook. And Bradley Beal doesn't have to come off the bench, and Bradley Beal doesn't have to be number 2 to anybody. Kawhi's going to get his, and Harden's going to get his, and Bradley Beal's going to be in a situation that he's comfortable with, much like in Phoenix where it was Durant and Booker and him, and you all kind of take turns getting a chance to cook. If he comes here, it's going to be Steph Curry. it's going to be Steph Curry's number 1, Curry's number 2, and then Jimmy Butler. And then, yeah, Bradley, you can go ahead and fit in beyond that, and maybe you come off the bench if you don't mind. Bradley Beal was never coming to the Warriors, in my opinion. So the whole idea about them, waiting it out for Beal, Naz Reid was never going to come here. You couldn't afford him. All you can afford is Horford, Melton, and maybe Kaminga on the qualifying offer. That's your offseason.
Well, you could afford Kaminga at I'd have to run the numbers, and we got a break in 8 minutes, and I can tell you what they could afford. They could sign Kaminga to an extension worth about $20 million per year.
Bobby Marks said $20 million is about the breaking point.
You could still give Horford the taxpayer mid-level, and you could sign Melton to the vet min. You could do those 3 things, and that could be your offseason.
Right.
And then you sign 1 or 2 of your second-round picks to finish out the roster, and maybe there's another vet min that you're interested in, and you can squeeze them. They could do that. You could also...
Yeah, but the bigger issue with that is they don't want to give Kaminga $20 million. That, for me, is the headline of what you're saying, and you're not wrong. Financially,
they can make that work. You can do a good chunk more than just Horford on the mid-level and Melton on the vet min. You can do a whole lot, but you just have to wait for the Kaminga thing to figure itself out first. Whether it is extending him yourself or shipping him out of here. That has to find a resolution before you can do anything else. Otherwise, you handcuff yourself and you run the risk of losing Kaminga for nothing right this very second.
Right, but if you signed him for 1 year and $20 million, you'd be at that same risk. So you sign him for 1 year and $20 million, then at the end of the 1 year, he's unrestricted and he leaves. So the only thing you could do if you're the Warriors would be to sign him to 2 for 40 or 3 for 60, and then you would have his option to where if you traded him, then that could be an actual thing that you could work with. But I think that the Warriors would be more likely to give him the Moses Moody contract, which was, 3 and 39?
Yeah,
so
13 mil.
Right, and if you're Kaminga, you'd rather... if I'm Kaminga, and I won't say if you're Kaminga, but if I'm Kaminga, I'd rather have a 1 year, $8 million deal and then go out into the market as opposed to 3 years and 39 and have a team control me that already has shown the penchant for not playing me.
Okay, where's the cutoff for you, though? You'd rather take the risk at $8 million for 1 year, the guarantee you get out of here a year from now, over a 13 mil per year for 3 years. What if it's 20 mil per year over 3 years? Is that enough for you to bite the bullet and say, okay, fine, I'll come back?
Yep, probably. I mean, for me, although if he reportedly turned down $30 million a year, which we don't know if that offer actually happened, depending on who you talk to, Ethan Sherwood Strauss or my radio partner, Mark Willard, who says, there was no offer out there. No offer was actually made. So I don't know if there was an offer that he turned down or if it was just talk or whatever it was. But if I'm in his spot and I look at the market right now, and you're offering me 3 and 60, I would have to bite the bullet and take it, knowing full well that the team doesn't really like me. So the team probably would look to trade me anyway.
Yes.
So, 3 years and 60, and I'm, 22 years old? So even if I have to play for that small amount, $20 million a year, I know that when I'm 25 or 26, I get a chance to go out again and be a free agent.
Well, and I mentioned earlier to begin the show, there was some new-ish developments in the Kaminga situation and Warriors in general. This comes courtesy of the Stein line, friend of the program, Mark Stein, and also Jake Fisher. They work hand-in-hand there on that Substack, the Stein line. Here it is. Quote, Kaminga's agent, Aaron Turner, has held numerous discussions with Warriors officials in Las Vegas, league sources tell the Stein line, with the hope of securing a contract, even a short-term contract, that pays at least $25 million in average annual salary, whether that's to stay with the Warriors or switch team via sign and trade. Sources say the Warriors have expressed reluctance to go that high in price over a long-term agreement, while also seeking some level of first-round draft compensation in any theoretical trade that ships Kaminga elsewhere. So you mentioned what the ask was for Kaminga in his camp last offseason, which was, according to reports, $35 million. It appears now that the Kaminga camp has said, all right, we'll accept and even a short-term contract offer of $25 million per year. But even that, Dibs, feels too steep for what the Warriors think Kaminga is and what the rest of the league thinks Kaminga is.
And that's the piece of it. I mean, the rest of the league might think something other than what they can actually offer right now because no team has money. So that's where Kaminga's in a bit of a tight spot, and that's why I think that he might be one of the rare guys to go ahead and just play it out and bet on himself. And I do think that this team provides him a unique opportunity to do that because you've got old, and if you add Horford, also old. So you've got a lot of your core guys who are old, and old players don't play all 82, and old players don't play more than 35 minutes a game. So even if they don't love Kaminga, and you can fairly say that Steve Kerr has not loved playing Kaminga, right?
Absolutely.
So
yes.
Even if you accept that as the reality, and I do, if you're Kaminga, you realize that they're going to have to play you because you don't have a lot of other playable guys. When you've got Draymond and Steph and you've got Jimmy and maybe Al Horford, those guys are a combined, 145 years old for 4 human beings. And I just did that for dramatic purposes. But if you're Kaminga and Moody and Pods and TJD and Gee, you're thinking, yeah, old guys, you're going to need to take a break. So even if you don't love Kaminga, you're going to have to play Kaminga.
If he's on the roster, yeah.
Right.
Absolutely. I don't think the Warriors really are eager to have him back on the roster again, but there becomes, much like there's a cutoff point for you and you're pretending to be Kaminga about what's the amount of money that would make him want to return to the Warriors. There's also the same in reverse for the Warriors. What's the return on a trade for Kaminga that makes you willing to say, you know what, that's not worth it, let's just keep him and deal with the awkwardness as Steiny and Goo were talking about, maybe the chemistry issues that arise because of Kaminga being back on the roster for a cheap deal a year after he reportedly might have turned down $30 million a year. That might be a little bit awkward, but the Warriors have to balance, well, is that worth the return that we'd be getting back, or should we wait, play him, try to incorporate him, trade him in December, in January, before the February deadline? Who the hell knows? There's so many moving parts. One thing, Dibs, that I do want to make sure that we get out there, and I want to explain this as simply as I possibly can. I need to explain to everyone why the delay and why the Warriors haven't made a single move, because it is as simple as the Jonathan Kaminga situation, but the mechanics of this are really strange. So I want to make sure to explain it because there's so much hand-wringing about the Warriors having done nothing yet, and I fully understand it, but I understand the frustration, but I don't think all of us fully understand why nothing has happened yet and the way in which the Warriors are attacking this offseason. So I want to get to that when we come back. We'll do that, plus time for your calls and your texts, 888-957-9570. What happens first? A Kaminga resolution, a Juwan Jennings resolution, or a Giants trade made by Buster Posey? We'll talk about that, plus a whole lot more. 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More Willard and Dibs with Dibs and Grandy next on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Will. Dibby is here, though. It's Dibby and Grandy on this Thursday here on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah.
And we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And, of course, all of us here at 95.7 The Game. So grateful to have Laughing Monk Brewing involved. Great place to go out and watch some games with incredible food and drink. We've got the second half of the baseball season ramping up beginning tomorrow when the Giants are in Toronto. Justin Verlander to kick off the second half of the season tomorrow. We shall see. Maybe he gets his first win of the year in his first start out of the All-Star break. We'll see how that all goes. But again, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And Dibs, one thing I want to make sure that we explain to our listeners is why the Warriors are, I get handcuffed is probably the right answer right now.
Yeah.
The Kaminga situation, regardless of who's to blame, and we can talk about this as well, you know, the Warriors deserve plenty of blame for getting to this spot, but why the Warriors have to wait in general at all for this Kaminga thing to pan out and before they can do anything else, essentially. And I wanted to make sure to address this after the reaction to the Bradley Beal news that came out yesterday, that he was getting waived and stretched by Phoenix, which is essentially just cutting him and being creative in how you pay him the remaining amount of money on his deal. And then he signed a 2-year, nearly $11 million contract with the Clippers. The Clippers used a portion of their non-taxpayer mid-level exception to get that done. The Warriors, theoretically, Dibs, they could offer Bradley Beal $5.7 million per year. They could use their taxpayer mid-level exception, $5.7 million, and that is very similar to what Bradley Beal is getting over the course, on average, of the next 2 years. So if they wanted to do that and Bradley Beal wanted to be in Golden State, the Warriors could have this very second, or yesterday, 24 hours ago, offered Bradley Beal that taxpayer mid-level exception. Okay, so why didn't they? Well, one, maybe Bradley didn't even want to be here. Maybe the Warriors didn't even want him. But let's just assume that both parties wanted to get together. The Warriors decided not to do that, and it's the same thing with why they're not offering that same taxpayer mid-level to Al Horford right now, because it would handicap them in terms of the Kaminga situation. Let's just play this out for a sec, Dibs. Say the Warriors offer Bradley Beal or Al Horford, and they sign him on that $5.7 million taxpayer mid-level exception. What that does, in addition to getting that dude on your roster, it hard caps you at the second apron, which means you can't spend more money than the second apron. You cannot possibly go over that level. You are hard capping yourself in a sport that doesn't really have a technical hard cap. And then what happens, Dibs? When you have a free agent, even whether he's restricted or not, that is out there on the market, and you have other teams that to a certain degree are interested in him, what would then happen, Dibs, if the Warriors put that cap on themselves? A different team, whether it's the Kings who have expressed interest, whether it's a team like the Jazz who you never know what they have up their sleeve and they're willing to do crazy things 24/7, you could have a team cut cap space, get some saved money, cut some players, create some cap space, and they could then offer a restricted free agent, Jonathan Kaminga, a contract that the Warriors could not mathematically match because they are now hard capped at the second apron, and as a result of that happening, the Warriors would lose Jonathan Kaminga for nothing. So the Warriors are not doing any of that stuff because they want to have all of the leverage in this Kaminga situation for themselves. So until the Kaminga thing resolves itself one way or another, they're not giving out anything above a vet minimum deal. And they're probably not going to even do a vet minimum deal until the Kaminga situation resolves itself. But there is no way in hell they're giving Bradley Beal that taxpayer mid-level or Al Horford that taxpayer mid-level, because that would therefore increase the chance of Kaminga walking away for nothing this very second.
Yeah, and that's why things have to go through Kaminga. The order of operations have to start with Kaminga, and you get the resolution, and then you know exactly what you have left to spend, and then you can go out and spend it accordingly, and that's partly why Bradley Beal was never going to happen. And Damian Lillard, when he signed as much as he signed for, which was way more than you could afford, even though I told you weeks ago he was not coming here anyway, the whole idea of the contract that he got, and it was a little bit different for Lillard because he only had 1 year left on his deal, and so when they stretch him out, he doesn't have as much money left as Beal did, so Beal can take a lot less because Beal's got more coming in from Phoenix than Lillard does from Milwaukee. But the whole thing is what you explained there so eloquently, that it all goes through Kaminga, and until you get that resolution, you really can't do anything else. So even if you thought you could get Lillard and you can't, you couldn't afford it. And even if you thought you'd get Beal and you wouldn't because he doesn't want to come here, you couldn't really afford that either, because if you made those moves before Kaminga, then you don't have the same leverage with Kaminga.
Exactly. So we can throw stones at how they got into this spot in the first place, but the reality, Dibs, and this is the way that I see it, and if you feel differently, you can let us know, 888-957-9570. Once the Warriors got to this spot, the best thing that they could do is wait. Honestly. Wait. Do what they're doing right now. It doesn't feel great, and as a Warrior fan, it's frustrating as hell because you have all these teams around you getting better, but once you're in this spot, the best thing that you can do is wait. Assuming that you're not willing to let Kaminga walk for nothing, and of course they're not willing to do that. And if that is the reality that you're looking at, then you just wait. You have no reason to do anything else, especially assuming that you feel pretty good about Al Horford and DeAnthony Melton. Whenever Kaminga figures it out, you have those guys waiting for you. What are you losing at this point by continuing to wait? So we could blame the Warriors for getting to this spot, and there's plenty of blame for them in order to get here. But what I'm trying to say, Dibs, is once you're at this spot, I think they're handling it the way that you probably should.
Well, they had no choice, really. I mean, they're handling it the only way that they could, because you went back to last offseason, and if you looked at what they tried to do with Kaminga, and they tried to give him an offer, allegedly, that was, in their eyes, fair, and Kaminga wanted more, and so it didn't work out, and he played out the year, and he got hurt, and you realized, man, we can probably be a good team with Jimmy Butler and not JK, and we can do really well without him. So now you get to this offseason, and if Kaminga still wants that same amount of money, you're not going to even answer the phone because you understand that you've got him for a qualifying offer for 7.9, and if you don't have any of the suitors out there, you can eventually have him come back and play for that or not play at all, and you won't be too worse for the wear. And so you got through the season and into this offseason, and you realize that other teams don't have money, and here we are on July 17th, and we're now officially 18 days into the period where you could officially start to get offers, and there have been nothing. There have been no team out there that has even made a hint that they want to give Jonathan Kaminga $20 or $25 million a year. So now you're in a spot where you can just sit and wait.
Yeah, you got it. And your goal, okay, so then the next question becomes, all right, well, what is the purpose? What's the goal? What happens by waiting? Well, you hope that some other team becomes desperate enough and ups their offer, or you hope Kaminga feels the pressure enough or comes to the realization that he's not going to get what he wants from other teams, and then he's willing to return to you for less, or the other team is willing to offer more, and then you are willing to move on. But if the Warriors aren't feeling like they're missing out on a ton by doing nothing in these moments, then the best thing they can do is just wait and one way or another walk away with what they view as a better outcome, whether it is more return from somebody else or paying Kaminga a better contract in their eyes.
It depends on what that contract is, and I would imagine if the Warriors do come to terms with Kaminga on something outside of the qualifying offer, it would be a 2-year deal. It'll be a 1 year with a player option for year 2, and it'll be less money than what Kaminga wants, but it'll be the kind of offer where, he'll be tempted to play well and maybe decide to stay if that's what it is. If it's 2 years and 30, let's just say, and the Warriors give him, 12 now or 13 now, and next year would be 17 with a player option. And Kaminga goes out and he plays well this year, and he realizes, you know what, I can make more than 17 on the open market. I'm going to opt out and go play somewhere else. Or maybe the Warriors don't play him a lot, and he realizes that he wants to go play elsewhere. If they do sign him to a deal outside of the qualifying offer, I would bet it's something like that. It would be about a 2-year and $30 million deal which he's not going to love, but it'll be more than $7.9 million this year, and he'll get a raise from that, and then he'll have a player option next year, and at that point, he can decide what to do.
Yeah, maybe even then there's a handshake agreement in place when he signs a contract, whether it's 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is. So it's like, all right, JK, we're gonna try to get you to somewhere you want to be at the trade deadline, so we can even try to get something back for you as well, and you can get out of here quicker. Because it seems like that's what both parties might want.
If you have him for $13 million this year and you get to the deadline, then you get $13 million back.
Yeah.
As opposed to now with a sign and trade, you only get half of that value back.
Yes, indeed. All right, we continue our All-Star Week prize blowout again today. Every day this week, each show will give out one of our awesome prizes. Today, we're giving one lucky listener a Warriors prize pack and a pair of 4-day passes to Aftershock. The Warriors prize pack includes a hat, t-shirts, a bobblehead, and a collectible pin. Listen at 4:30 to learn how you can win. It's Willard and Dibs, Grandy in for Willard. So Dibs and Grandy with you. More coming up next on the Warriors. 888-957-9570 right here on 95.7 The Game.
And it's Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel, and you know they're deeply committed to contributing to their clients' goals. And in this case, it is me and my goals because I'm a client, and I have been for the better part of 6 coming up on 7 years. And Fremont Bank is proudly celebrating 60 years in business. They started it in 1964, so we are quickly coming up on their 61st anniversary. And when they built this bank, they wanted to build not only a good local bank, but an ecosystem, a local ecosystem built on relationships that benefit all of us here in the Bay Area communities. They're proudly independent, and they're one of the top members of the community that they serve, which is all of our communities. And they are one of the best corporate philanthropist organizations. When you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they keep it local. They reinvest it into home ownership and businesses and philanthropy and everything else that makes the Bay Area so strong. I encourage you to go into one of the branches and see exactly for yourself what Fremont Bank does for you and does for the whole community. It's full service banking at its finest. It's Fremont Bank, here for you and here for good.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. No Willard. It's Dibs and Grandy with you here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, talking out this never-ending Jonathan Kaminga conundrum. There was maybe a little bit of news today. These both come courtesy of the Stein line, Substack of Mark Stein. Also, Jake Fisher covers the NBA under that same Substack. Number one, Jonathan Kaminga reportedly hoping to secure even a short-term contract, but a contract that has an AAV of at least $25 million. Meanwhile, the Warriors have expressed a reluctance to go that high in price. They're also looking to receive first-round draft compensation in any kind of sign-and-trade. And then there has been a new team that has been added into the Jonathan Kaminga interest bucket, if you will, Dibs. According to the same Jake Fisher of the Stein line, the Phoenix Suns are the latest team to show interest in Jonathan Kaminga. Challenging as it would be for the Suns to make such a deal happen, they're fresh off completing a buyout of Bradley Beal this week. They have contacted both Kaminga's representation